sounded a lot louder in my headphones than I intended it to. Hello. Why do I play? It's a big band. Fun time. Fun time. Hi. Hello. No, I know it's boring stream. It's fine. Look. I thought where's the chat? Oh! The thing. Hang on. Fucking WebSocket. Bollock. You know OBS is a Windows product, first and foremost, because everything to do with it requires like 7 different things running at once, and if none of them are working correctly, everything breaks. I love Windows. Hang on, I've got a... So here's a fun thing. To get the chat to come in with the little animation like it does at the start of my streams, that requires 3 different plugins. I have to have an animation plugin that makes it a filter plugin, then I have to have another plugin that does... I can't actually remember what the second plugin's for, but it's there. And then to actually control them, they're technically filters that are turned on, and then they automatically turn off. So you can't, there's no button in OBS. So the only way to control them really is through a Stream Deck. But to control them, to turn it on and off filters through a Stream Deck, you have to install a plugin for the Stream Deck that requires it to run a WebSocket to OBS. Instead of it just communicating to OBS on the same system. No, they have to communicate like they're on different systems through a WebSocket connection. And occasionally it just breaks. So, God, I fucking hate everything to do with Windows. Oh, fuck, man, let me reset up the WebSocket briefly. Fuck me, link. Server info. Oh, let me generate a new password. Fuck, now I don't have to generate a new password. And the way I generate these passwords for my WebSocket is because it's a local thing. You know what I do? I just go, there we go, password. I just paste, and then paste. Okay, save, plugin configured. Fantastical. And then if I press this fucking button, there it is. Jesus Christ almighty God. Such a fucking fanny. Just animate something. I have to have 3 plugins. It's fine. Did I just tell you the password for your WebSocket? Look, this is the thing. It's not actually on the internet. Like when I say WebSocket, it's local. And I mean, it's set to be local. Not even on my network, just my computer. This is what's so ridiculous about it. The way it's set up is that it's a WebSocket only on my computer, which just doesn't make any sense. And I make a WebSocket by going on it's random, whatever. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Yeah, it's a stupid blodge for a niche problem. But yeah, it's not that niche a thing. Oh, I want to animate something sliding in OBS. It's not like this. Like, if I press that button. Like that. They're not set up to do that. You'll notice, when I press that button, it animates, but it causes both the chat and the ship thing to animate over. And it changes the back to the black background. And if I click chat again, I go back to the thingy. Ridiculous. I think it looks very nice. I mean, this one screen, I need to point out, you can see because it's got a visualizer in the background as well. Like this one very simple chat screen. It's like 5 plugins. And I've had to like make a load of video files to add it, like all the little starting soon animations. Like I had to animate them in Apple Motion, and then I had to do a load of weird effect stuff. There's like, these are overdone is my point. Like my entire setup is very simple looking and incredibly overbuilt, which is my entire thing. Why do you think I like Apple products? Hey, you know what? I think they look nice. I like, if I will put effort into something to look nice, because I think that's half the fun. So I got hang on. I got alright, let's switch to the press the game button because that's the webcam. Oh, it does this. What's that about? It's like, hang on. I fucking hate this webcam. It's the C920, the world's most popular webcam. Like, especially for streaming, and it's just like, go in here. I've got so much light as well. I've got like a big, you can see the fucking light there. But it's like, if the exposure's turned up at all, it just like, if I turn the, here's an example. If I turn the exposure up by 1 tick. Look how low the frame rate is now. It's lowering the, I don't know why it's doing that. If I lower the exposure to there, it's smoother. But also, like, if I lower the exposure more and more, it gets smoother and smoother. But like, what's that about, eh? Whatever. What to do? So I can give it more light. Whatever. Shoot webcam. Well, I never really use it. I got it ages ago to film like. I got it ages ago. You know what? I bought it ages ago to film my movie ticket stub things. Which actually. I still have all of them. Look at all my ticket stubs. What a large amount of ticket stubs. The last film I saw that I could get a ticket stub for, because Odeon don't do these ticket stubs anymore, much to my disappointment, is the new Lion King, which well, Spider-Man Far From Home, and then Toy Story 4. Wow. What was the first one? What's the first one on this list? Oh, it's very faded. It was Ant-Man. What a time to be alive. You know, only receipts. Yeah, so Odeon, all the Odeons, they switched to receipt, and they only gave these ticket stubs out at like 2 Odeons in the country for ages. The one in Liverpool and like 1 in London, I think. They were the only place you get these ticket stubs. But now, during COVID, they moved away from these anyway because they changed their thing up because they do food now. But then after COVID, they basically moved to entirely digital stuff now. Like, you order if you want popcorn, you order it digitally, and it gives you a code, and then it's like Argos. This is from 28th of the 7th, 2015 to 2019. 2015, 2000. No, 4 years. Not a bad run. I wish I could have more, but alas, here we are. I really like me some physical ticket stubs because the receipts are no fun. I don't know. There was a film where like there was a kid in it who like was collecting all their ticket stubs. It might have been from Seven Psychopaths, actually. I've only seen that film once, but I think it was from Seven Psychopaths, and I went, "Oh god, I want to do that," and I did. I'm pretty sure she had them all like hung up on strings and stuff. Travis said it probably had them. Yeah, like a bunch of Odeons used to have them, but most of them phased them out. You could make them print your own. I could, but I'm not. Not gonna do that. I need to get books for stuff. Like, I have a load of shit that I just need to put in a binder. Like, I get vegan boxes, the vegan kind supermarket boxes, but everyone comes with a recipe. Everyone comes with a vegan recipe in this nice sort of card, but you're supposed to obviously they're meant to be put in a binder, but I don't have a binder, so I've just had them in a pile next to my desk for ages. Breaded tofu, no baked Biscoff bites, vegan cream eggs, artichoke fish cake, vegan blueberry cheesecake. Ooh, hot and sour seitan, African peanut stew. Ooh, Battenberg butternuff squash, grilled cinnamon pineapples with salted caramel, vegan cheesy courgette, savory muffins, and vegan carbonara. I have more as well. I have more in my kitchen because I have like tofu halloumi and shit like that. I don't like cream. I mean, vegan. Also, I don't like Battenbergs because I don't like thingy. Anyway, today, I've got a lot of work to do today. Also, people saying it's early. It's fucking 12:30 in the UK. Half midday. It's not my fault you live in North America, otherwise known as a bad place. Also, oh shit, Faye resubbed, grumbling, 7 a.m. Look, and then Debbie resubbed, saying Matt spells. Oh, you should have told me, Debbie, by giving me money. Take that, me. Okay, so, first of all, if you do not want to see the Patreon prints I'm shipping out, which is the ones that if you bought them last month, if you bought them during October, these are the ones you'll be getting. If you don't want to see them, leave. Because I'm going to show them. Right now. Answer the recipe. Wow. How nice. Delightful. Look away now. I mean, look away for the whole stream, because the whole stream is, you're going to see these. If you don't want to see them, leave. Completely, just entirely. Also, I'm going to change the fucking, turn the autofocus off. There we go. Because it just goes the whole time. There we go. So we got that, and then we have which as you may know is Dan's new Twitter profile picture. Is this? These are really nice, and I actually have Rebecca sent me a big pile of stickers. So I mean, I like the theming of the holographic stickers, just like fuck yeah, video game style thing. I have a few other stickers from next month as well there, but are really good. So that's yeah. Oh, so this is yeah. God, cunting, damn it! Come here. So this is the first month, and this is the second month. I think I really like them. What was the first thought? I mean, Rebecca did a very similar drawing last month on the box. Right. Someone, okay, $3,000 worth of stamps, isn't it? That's just a book first. Well, actually, I got to get the stamps out, which are in my safe. Safe because holy fuck, stamps are worth a lot of fucking money. Ah, no bollocks. Lock it open. Oh, bastard. Right, so stamps. Do you have a safe? Of course I have a safe. Of course I have a safe. I run a fucking business. I like checks all the fucking time. Checks and passwords, and I have USB security keys for access to channels and shit. Like when I started running the business, I the first thing I did was buy a safe. Like I have a lot of company documents in there and stuff like this. It's incredibly useful. So this is about £3,000 worth of stamps. Oh my god! Because I have there's 1,000 second class large letter stamps here, which are about £1, which are £1 each. Well, 96p each. So and then a fuck ton of international stamps. These ones are £2.55 stamps, and I've got a lot of them, and obviously they're worth £2.55 each. Got a lot. Lot of fucking stamps. Holy shit, that's terrifying. This is enough stamps. 3,000. Yes, 3,000. This is one of the largest areas of expense for sending these prints out is literally the shipping cost. And this is why we charge extra for international, because these are 96p, and the cheapest we can do international is £2, and that's plus extra fancy, more expensive packaging as well. So they're at least £3 extra, and for most of the world they are £4 extra. So good thing you didn't go first class. Yeah, that's why I'm not going first class. No, this is not £3 a month, to be clear. This is about 2 months worth of stamps. This is about 2-3 months worth of stamps. I've bulk bought, because I know I know what we're doing now. So I've bulk bought all of the stamps. I've bulk bought. Well, Rebecca's bulk bought me. Bulk bought these stickers. So I've got about 1,000 of these coming. On Wednesdays. I don't know them yet. And I've also bulk bought all the packaging. So I've got like 12 boxes of cardboard envelopes. Well, yeah, this is the expense. This is the expense of shipping them. The thing is, doing these. This is the thing with Patreon now, is that when people look at Patreon, they're like, oh, 11 grand a month. Yeah, but you got like about £3 of that a month is going to the actual production costs at least. I'm gonna turn my fan on because it's warm. My office is very cold when I get up. It's like I turn my PC on, it just becomes a fucking hot. Yeah, you know what? This amount of stamps is just terrifying to me. Stamps, because it's money, basically. They're just money. Because they're as consistent as money. Like these are always worth $2.55. They use for money laundering a lot. That's why you have to go through like security to get this many stamps and stuff. Usually. There are 4 of these 170 ones, because they're just for Europe, because it turns out Europe is slightly cheaper for shipping them to Europe, but there's only like 50 of them a month. So yes, that's 2 months. I've got 2 months worth of those, and I think I have a bit more than 2 months worth of these. Could you use a smaller envelope for the UK ones and use normal second class stamps? Yes. However, the smaller envelopes that we are using for the international ones, the ones that we think are good quality, they cost 60p more. They cost 60p more than the envelope. Actually, okay, These are the two envelopes I use. This is the one that goes to the UK. This is a large letter, and these are the ones that go international, a normal size letter. These are 60p more than these, which are about 20. These are 20p, these are 80. So, but the savings for international are offset by the fact this is more expensive, because it would be like, it wouldn't be $2.50 to send these to the US. It would be like £5. But to the UK, the price of normal second class stamps versus large letter ones, there's a difference of like 30p. The difference is only 30p. So, like, yeah. Like, we'd have to get subpar envelopes to save that 30p, and that's just not worth it. So I'm going with the large ones just because I like the envelopes they do. I did put in an inquiry about getting custom mailers, because I realized that couldn't be a thing month to month, and they want big bulk orders. But I figured, well, if the pricing is good, I could buy a year of mailers all at once, and we could have them printed and stuff as well, and they could be custom sized potentially. So I'm inquired to see how much that'd cost. But you just need to hire an American to be American customs. This is America. This is Philippines, Thailand, Australia, New Zealand, America, Canada, and this is just like European countries, not EU countries, European. I've said this before, but I did legitimately. And it still is true. It would be cheaper for me, right? And it would have especially been cheaper before I moved to the small letters. It would be cheaper for me to put all of the mail I'm sending, right, without any stamps on it, put all of them in a suitcase, then fly to Dublin, and then post them from Ireland. Like, because shipping from the Irish Post is cheaper, significantly, and also you do not need customs forms on the large letters, which is ridiculous. Why not do that then? Like, it would have been, even with the cost of the flight, it's cheaper. A little. I mean, it was a lot cheaper before when we were using the large letters, but now we're using these. It's just a bit cheaper. Not enough for the faff of me having to travel internationally for a day, every month. That's just a bit of a faff. I'm not going to bother with that. It's not that much of a faff. I'm an Irish citizen. I could go to Paris and send them. I'm not going to do any of that. Anyway. So, just for the Europe ones, for all of them, TMOC, well, all the international ones, all of them. So, on the docket today, I need to obviously pack all of these into their respective envelopes. But what I want to do first, I want to actually sort through all the envelopes I've got, put stamps on them, and then sort them into the amount I need per month. So I have, like, last month I was kind of doing everything a bit vaguely, but this month I've been a lot more precise, because I know what I'm doing now. So I need to, this month there are 256 going to the UK. There's 131 £2.55 stamps and 47 £1.70 stamps. So I'm gonna just section off 256 of these and put them into like boxes, so it's just like that's the amount I need for that month. I'm going to put stamps on all of them in advance, and then for the international ones, I'm also going to cordon them off. The problem with the international ones is, while I know every month there will not be any, like 256 is how many we're sending, because that can't go up or down. The problem with the international ones is that the ratio of the ones going to Europe and the ones going everywhere else might change, so I don't want to pre-stamp them too much. So I'm going to sort them all out, but I'm only going to put the stamps on the international ones for this month. Or maybe next month as well. Like, I might just do... Actually, saying that... I don't think I'll just do this month. But yes, so first of all, what I'm going to do is I'm going to put on all of these stamps. All of... Yeah. These are worth £1 each. Let's not forget that. These are all worth £1 each. I cannot tell you the amount. When I put them all on the Royal Mail website and I put them all to order, I had a bit of a heart attack when the price came up. And the thing is, unlike most purchases, we don't get 20% off these because there's no VAT on postage stamps in the first place. There's no VAT to reclaim. So these are the full price they are. It's gonna be a long day. I just want to get it out of the way. I want to get all of the sorting out the way because it means in future months I will have less work to do. It's a lot of fucking stamps. It's a lot of stamps. It's a distressingly large amount of stamps. Anyway, I did debate buying more in bulk, but I went, that's already quite a lot of fucking money. There's a slightly annoying thing as well in that Royal Mail do special stamps. They do special stamps. I'm getting a phone call. Shut up, phone. Put you on do not disturb. Royal Mail do special stamps. Like limited edition ones and stuff like that. Like they have a Batman series and stuff out now. Problem is, almost all of them are for normal letters. Not large second class stamps. Interestingly, when I was looking into the Irish one, Irish Post do a series, not just one, a series of LGBTQIA themed stamps, and they are for large letters. Which I cannot express to you how badly I want to be able to send all of these out with like a big rainbow fucking sticker with Irish Post written on it. That sounds amazing. Alas, we're not doing that. You know, in theory, you can use. I mean, that's people money launder with these. Which is why there's always like you always have to go through checks to get them. Just move to Ireland. Oh yeah, I'd love to fucking spend 2 times what I am now just to live. Thanks, Ireland. It's really expensive to live in Ireland. Super expensive, man. Super duper expensive. Right, so I'm gonna basically start going through them. I'm gonna move this box of prints out the way for the time being. Right. So I did pre-stamp a few of them already. But what I'm gonna do now is sort them all, like count them. I'm going to stamp them while counting them. How do you even buy that many stamps? The Royal Mail website? I struggled last month because I went to the post office to buy them, and they only had like these red ones. They only had 3. They only had 3 sheets. That's how many the entire post office had. But you just buy them on the Royal Mail website. It's a bit scary because they turn up just in a normal envelope, basically. Like, because obviously they don't take up much space. Like, all of those stamps together take up very little space. So, you know, you can't say. I mean, no, people. That's what like. That's why there's a bit of security around them because they are effectively money. Because like a £2.55 stamp is always going to be worth £2.55. It has the exact same value. Like a £2.55 stamp has the exact same value as a £2.55 coin. Effectively, they are the same thing. They're not legal tender in that sense of the word, but they are on a practical level the same. So like. They are used like they're used for money laundering and stuff. Which is why there's like, you know, when I went to buy a lot of them, they were like, "Why do you need these?" And I pulled up my bag with like 300 envelopes into it. Oh, and I went, I'm gonna get a tally counter app or something. I'm gonna get a tally counter app just so I can count them easier. Put it there, right? What makes stamps so good for money laundering? Because they're worth the exact amount you paid for them, always. Like, like if let's say, well, not even money laundering, but like embezzlement, right? Like a company could, for example, buy this stack of stamps, which is what, like, how many is on that? 35. I mean, wait. How much is that worth? I had a brain fart. The point is, Like if a company were to like buy these and then like a person could just sell them and be like, oh, that's all my money now. They're used for, because they're effectively kind of untraceable and stuff. Yeah. Yeah. Stamps are effectively a form of currency. There we go. I've got a counter app. Wow. Nice and simple. Right. So, let's start counting while I put stamps on them. I'm gonna pre-stamp the ones for the future months as well, because it just means in future months when I get the prints to ship them, I can just stick them in the envelopes, put the address labels on, and off I go. You know, I don't have to faff around stamping them. It's already done. Right. Let's actually get. I need a box. Right. There is a slight. I was last month I was trying to pre-stamp some of them, and I accidentally pre-stamped a bunch of the UK ones with these £1.70 stamps, not the large letter stamps, because they're the same color, and I just had a brain fart. So there's like 20 UK ones that people are going to get at some point with double the postage they need on them. That's just gonna be a thing. Just gonna say that's a thing. So let's put the box underneath the thing so I can throw them in. Let's count them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 29, 30. So it's exactly 30. 30, then 30 people are going to get ones with slightly too high value. I'm glad you like the negative sticker. I mean, I've bought we've bought 1,000 of them for the next few months, so that'll cover like the next, this month and the next 2 months, and then after that point, we're expecting to have like an actual physical stamp or custom envelopes or something. They're very much a temporary thing. So that was 30. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, type 30 on there. Right, 30. Let's start putting on these stamps. Pre-stuck stamps. Thank God we live in the future. There's no Bart Simpson in detention after school stamp licking moment. Which, just gonna have to. So I know this is a really boring thing, but Jenny, doing these in streams is really helpful. Like it just keeps my mind active, because doing this is very soul sucking. Not soul sucking, but it's very monotonous. And keeping my mind focused on like the stream, because I've done some of this while listening to music and stuff like that, but talking is focusing, and like actually chatting is focusing. And doing it on stream also keeps me focused in the actual element of it. Right. I've got a. I'm not using the counter properly either. Faye, when I have to do a bunch of stamp things about cooking videos, I don't really like cooking videos. They make me hungry. I have this thing when I edit the Dad Cube videos. He always cooks in them, and I always make the mistake of editing them while I'm hungry, which is annoying. Oh no, I don't trust anything that chat say. If I miss something, I will go through and count it again, because chat will always be unhelpful. If I'm like, hey, how many of those? Everyone will give a different answer because they think they're really funny. By inconveniencing my life, you know who you are. You know who you are. I don't know how long it's going to take today. I mean, when I did the first prints, for me to package them all and put address labels on them, it took me about 10 hours. Today I'm doing that, plus I'm putting stamps on about 1,000 envelopes. So I expect this to be a long day. Probably going to do more tomorrow, but long day, innit? I started off right by taking some painkillers. Had some coffee, had breakfast. What's the tastiest thing Steve's cooked for you? Steve's only cooked like one thing for me ever. I've only ever eaten Steve's cooking once, and it was after a really exhausting day. Actually, I know what day it is. It was the day we went and saw Jay in the hospital. And me and Daniel were absolutely exhausted. When we got into Southend. Okay, and Steve maybe just like a just like a pasta and tomato sauce. And honest to God, it was the nicest fucking pasta I've ever eaten in my fucking life. Like, had no business being as good as it was. And it also helped that I was aggressively hungry and annoyed and tired. So it was a good, some good fucking pasta. That's the only time I've been there. Like, I've only been south of that one time, and it's like a single night. We got there late and then we left early, so I didn't really spend it. I was very exhausted when I got there, and we left the next morning. So I just remember, I don't really remember. It's all a blur. I remember getting there, eating the pasta, and then falling asleep and then leaving. Like that was the entire thing. Have you fucked up a stamp? You're doing all the prints. No. I mean, even if they're slightly wonky, it doesn't really matter. It's close enough. So the only time I fucked up is by putting the wrong stamps on those other ones, but thankfully it just means they're slightly overstamped, not understamped. So I can still use them. It's just a bit of a waste of like, I don't know, like 10, 20 quid. Which is annoying, but not the end of the world. Not the end of the world. Sounds very relaxing. Try saying that after fucking 10 hours. Like, I'm trying to find a better solution for doing these, like, and be comfortable doing them. I want to get a better desk chair. I've got a Noble chair, and I had a chair before. The chair I had before was that very classic, you know, the IKEA Marcus one or whatever, the one that everyone gets with a mesh back and stuff and a headrest. I had one of those, and those are nice chairs, but they don't really last. Like the leather starts tearing and the mesh doesn't hold up very well, and the mechanism starts getting rickety and stuff like that. So I wanted a newer, fancier chair, and I didn't want a gaming chair because gaming chairs I think are the worst. Because like, oh, what if we took a racing chair and put fucking casters on it? And I'm like, I'm not in a racing car. I'm not going around corners at fucking 70 miles an hour. I do not need to be kept held into my seat aggressively. I'm sat at my computer. Like, and I resent gaming chairs because like, oh, how are we going to do lumbar support? That's right, we're just going to include a fucking pillow rather than build it into the chair we're charging 300 quid for. But when I was looking for a chair, a lot of people recommended Noble chairs, which are gaming chairs, but they're like they still look like they're from a car, but like they look like chairs from like a Mercedes, you know, like a luxury car. And I went, okay. And several people recommended them, like loads of people recommended them. The people I trust recommended them to me. And I went, fine, whatever. And they're premium. Like for a gaming chair, they're expensive. Like it's a premium chair. They're like 300 quid. And I'm like, right, okay. And I got it. I'm like, oh, this is a comfortable chair. I got it in faux leather. But like, it's fine. But it's really overpriced what it is. Like, do you hear that? Like, they're the armrests. I'm just touching them slightly and rattling. Like, they're not secure. Like, they're adjustable. But when they're, like, locked into a position, they just rattle. It's not like... And they're not level. They're not a level height. When they're both high, they're at slightly different heights. And I'm not a fan. And then, like the back, when it's locked into a lean, it kind of isn't fully locked into position. It's, like, rickety a bit. It's just a bit... I don't know. I'm just a bit about it. And then I've had a problem with it. Like, the faux leather at the bottom in the actual chair section, it's torn. It's torn. Like, it actually, you know, it's split. The faux leather. So it's just split. And I've had to put duct tape on it so it doesn't keep catching my leg. And I'm like, You know, I didn't really want faux leather, but I just sort of took a punt because it was really recommended. And it was a nice chair when I got it. It's been very comfortable. I'm just... Well, yeah, lots of people have said the Herman Miller Aeron, whatever. Lots of people suggested that to me, but that is a £1,000 chair. I'm willing to invest in an office chair. I want an office chair that I can keep for 10 years. I bought this with the expectation it was going to be that, but apparently not. apparently, if you want an office chair that'll last that fucking long, you got to pay fucking a billion trillion pounds. But every time I looked at the air, I'm like looking at it, going, I don't like how it's got a low back and it doesn't have a headrest. And like, there's a company that sells a headrest for it, and I'm like, and the headrest that you can buy a headrest from a third party company for like 200 quid. I'm like, 200 quid for a headrest. There's another company that makes a chair that I've had my own for years, which is really nice. It's got really nice arms and legs and stuff like that, but it's also about that price. You know, it's a lot of fucking money. I don't think it's basically any. No, but that's the thing. Those really expensive ones, like the Herman Miller Aeron and that other one I'm looking at, those 2,000 quid ones, they're gonna fucking last you a year. You know, they're gonna last you a decade. Like those chairs are built those chairs are built so ridiculously well. That's what you're paying for. That's what you're paying for. But yeah, it annoys me that chairs are so expensive because chairs are relatively simple things. I've had this when like looking at even just like, you know, like sofas and shit. like, you know, they're just a bit of fucking foam. It's just some fucking foam, some fabric, and some fucking wood stuck together. And usually it's in a fucking modern fucking design. It's just really boxy. So it's just like, oh, you make a box frame and put some fucking foam on it and some springs and bish bash box. And I'm like, oh, that'll be £700, please. I'm like, you know. The most expensive Apple Watch, which is one of the most miniaturized pieces of tech you can get, with like is like, so is that it's like 700 quid, and I'm like, that's for the most expensive one. I'm like, okay, fine. At this count, I'm slightly fucking up. I think on this counter, I'm worried. I'm worried it's slightly under or slightly over, but if it's off by a couple, that's fine. I might just recount it when I'll recount when I'm done and confirm that I've got the right amount anyway. This just tells me when I can move on to the next one. Sofas can be expensive. I understand why like desk chairs like the Aeron or whatever are really expensive, because you can see why they're expensive. Like they're just these. They just have all these supports. It's not just like a bit of fabric. Like the IKEA Marcus chair and stuff like that. It's a nice chair, but it's a really simple chair. That's why it's relatively affordable. But I don't like the Marcus because the armrests aren't adjustable, and I don't think they last. I think they last decently enough, but I don't think they last like they're not hard wearing enough for what I want. And I need to move the arms out of the way. I need to move the arms out of the way. I need to be able to just like, because I lower, like when I'm doing this, I lower them so they're at my like leg height. When I'm working, I higher them up and I rotate them around when needed. If I want to play guitar, I can kind of get them mostly out the way and stuff. Like it's important that I be able to. A lot of chairs you can just buy new arms for, but I'd rather have a chair that's just like the tits, you know. Yeah, to sell a chair with it's like this is my thing. Like I am someone who is, I will pay for good quality stuff that will last, right? My attitude is I would prefer to invest a high amount early on rather than invest a small amount but have to replace it, because not only is that wasteful, but then you end up spending the same amount, if not more. But like if you're buying a £1,000 chair, for example, right, it might last you 10-15 years. Whereas if you buy like a £500 chair, let's say, it might only last you 5 years. I mean, it's not exactly right, but you know what I mean. Like I like to buy stuff to last, quality stuff to last, and I will pay the premium for premium shit that will last. It's just fucking like the difference in pricing of chairs. Like it seems to be that there's like 50 quid chairs, the horrible ones. Then there's 100 quid chairs. Then there's 150 quid chairs. Then there's 300 quid chairs. Then there's £1,000 chairs, and that's between 300 and 1,000. Where the fuck are those? Where the fuck are the £400 chairs? Huh? What's that about? Like, because I say I'm happy to buy good quality stuff because I work from home. I'm often sat at this desk for many days. I'm sat at this desk for 12, 14 hours a day, every day, pretty much. I've been doing this for a very long time. You know, I was talking about how I like investing in nice headphones, and I'm trying these AirPods Max at the moment. Although actually, I have settled on the AirPods Max, and there's a reason. There's a reason I've settled. Do you want to see the reason I've settled on the AirPods Max? Briefly. Wait. It's because right now, for various reasons, I have not one, but two. Because, right, these are the ones I've got from the Apple Store to try, which I'm returning, which were like 550 quid, and I'm returning. And these are the ones I got from Amazon Business for like £400, which is still a lot of money, but significantly less. So I'm returning these ones and replacing them with these much cheaper ones, which are exactly the same. Which was sort of my intent if I was going to keep them. And I was going, for that price I'm not, but then I'm more comfortable with them for less money, is the thing. Like, I wasn't comfortable with them for the level of money they were costing. Because 550 is a fuck ton. I mean, 400 is still a fuck ton as well, but like, it's close to the price I would pay for headphones, for like nice headphones. Like my current headphones are about that price. So that's how much if I were replacing headphones. Like the other wireless headphones I were looking at were about that price. And I tried the AirPods at the premium because I was like, oh, I want to try them, see if they work, you know, because they're in the Apple shit and blah, blah, blah. Give them a try, because I'll just return them if I don't like them. And, you know, they're not perfect. And I'm like, I don't want to pay the fucking 150 quid premium if they're not, they're going to, you know, awkward. But if they're the same price as the other ones, I'd buy them. 400 is much less than 550. Yes, it is. You can get them on a good sale. Actually, weirdly, because I couldn't find them I could find them for cheaper in the UK. But it turns out because Amazon Business, which is because Amazon do have a business site, they offer business pricing on some items, and for some strange reason, the AirPods Max they offered ridiculously cheap business pricing on. Like, if you go on Amazon, the RRP of these, like the price that Amazon sell these for is the full 550. But if you're on Amazon Business, they list the business price. It's like I got 400. I'm like, what? All right, I'm not complaining. So yeah, I've literally replaced them with an identical pair. I like them, honestly. I like them. They're not perfect. For the odd occasion, I do have to switch back to my old wired headphones. But if I'm using these 95% of the time, that's fine. Because, the wireless is so fucking handy. Holy shit. And the ANC is really fucking handy. And the transparency one's really fucking handy. I'm a fan of them. You know, I'm getting a new Mac Pro. Like, I swear, at the moment, I'm replacing all of my tech. I haven't replaced any tech in a long time. Like 4 or 5 years. And this is apparently the couple of months I'm replacing everything. Because loads of stuff came out. And it was all the stuff I was wanting and waiting for, basically. And I've kind of had an attitude with it all that I've made a point with basically everything I've bought. And I'm going to buy the best one that is future-proofed properly, rather than... Because I was looking at them going, I could get this one, you know, I could get it in this configuration, you know, the MacBook I was looking at. I was like, I can get it in this configuration slightly cheaper. I'm like, no. Pay the extra, you know, 300 quid or whatever, and have it last another year or two, for me, was my thinking. Because it'll be cheaper in the long run. And I want to, like... My attitude towards tech, I mean, back when I was younger, I really liked getting new tech. Granted, it was a bit easier then because tech wasn't as ludicrously expensive as it is now. You know. Oh, I got to 100. But as I've gotten older and more environmentally conscious, like, it's very wasteful to keep getting new tech. I never got new tech every year. I was never one of those people, but like, I want to just have my tech, and especially now, the advancements in a lot of tech are kind of diminishing. You know, like, a new iPhone or a new smartphone is going to be very similar to a smartphone from 4 years ago, outside of a few, like, things. Whereas, you know, back in, like, you know, 2012, whatever, like, 2 years of smartphone advancements were, like, huge. Like, suddenly your phone could do significantly more than it could previously. Whereas now it's diminishing. So I've just basically now kind of decided, oh, I'm just gonna get exactly what I need and better, and I'm gonna I've bought I got this phone, this 13 Pro Max. I got the 1 terabyte one, which is ridiculous. It's a ludicrously expensive phone. But I've got on it with the intention of keeping it for 6 years at the bare minimum. 6. Not 4, 6. 6. I'm going to keep it for 6 because that's about the amount of time Apple tend to support their old devices software-wise. So I'm going to keep it until they stop updating it, basically. Which is my plan. And they offer a monthly Apple Care on it, which is nice. Because I just give them like £5 a month or something. And I can just do that indefinitely, and it just means that if there's any problems or if I smash it or whatever, they'll just fix it, which is good. Yeah, the repairability is a problem with them, like trying to do third-party repair. Is a problem with them. But either way, even if it was easy to replace stuff myself, I'd still be buying the effectively monthly Apple Care because it's handy for me. It's just handy. My thing is, I didn't want to upgrade the tech I had previously. Until it was stopping me from doing stuff. Tech is a tool. I mean, I'm an enthusiast, and previously it was both a tool and a toy, and it's kind of a toy still to me. But it's 99% of it's a tool that I'm using for a specific purpose. So it needs to be able to do the things I want it to do without compromise. And I was having problems on my old phone with a lot of stuff just because it wasn't anything with its age. I mean, it needed a battery replacement. Because the battery health was at 80% or whatever. But even at full battery, even at 100% battery, the battery wasn't good enough for me, even if it did have a brand new battery. And I went, and it was I was struggling to do a lot of performative tasks that are more CPU intensive that I wasn't doing many years ago. And I want, so I did it. I went, oh, this is fine. And yeah, Apple could totally build a product with a replaceable battery, an easily replaceable battery if they want to. I mean, again, they've shown how well they could do that with the old MacBooks. The first MacBook I ever got, the old plastic MacBook, on the bottom part of the case was a bit of plastic, had a little screw that you unlock with a coin, and then the battery just came out as part of the case. Had a button on it, which showed you the charge in a little light, pulled it off, and then underneath that battery thing, you had access to the RAM and the hard drive. So on that device, you could hot swap batteries in and out on the go. And also, you could replace the RAM and the hard drive without any tools. That was a fucking great machine. And that was beautifully designed. I love that. I loved that. When I used it. I get why they're not going to do user replaceable. I mean, on a practical level, the way they've moved, because the Apple Silicon SoC, everything's fucking built into the chip now. You can't really replace the RAM if it's built into the fucking A10 chip, whatever the fuck. But batteries are consumables, and always the new MacBooks have relatively easier to replace batteries because they have sticky tabs and stuff on, but you still have to disassemble half the fucking machine to replace the damn thing. It's not really user replaceable. Just slightly easier. Because part of the thing is, Apple, whenever they design anything with repairability in mind, it's usually repairability for them. One of the things Apple does with their devices, which is quite notable, is the way you access them. Because on these devices, there's 2 screws in the bottom, and you heat up the sides to get the glue off, and then you pull the screen up like this, and then you have access to the battery. And the idea there is that it means that to do a screen replacement or a battery replacement is the easiest possible repair to do for Apple. They just have to take the screen off and then put a new one on. For them, it's easy. and it helps them get through because obviously the most common repairs are screen replacements and battery replacements. But they never really like commit to making it easy for the end user to do it. And I get for some things making it maybe not making it easy, but I get why some things are more difficult for the end user than others. Like, the end user's not gonna be able to replace the fucking, certain components are just gonna be they're so integrated into the system you can't really. Like, I mean, the Fairphone's a good example of how you can make a nice phone with modularity. Granted, it's not very performative, but it's modular. There's a laptop, the modular part as well. I like shit like that, I hope we get more of it because I think there's a valid choice to be had. Because I make the compromise on customizability and repairability on my devices for the performance and strong integration that Apple has. I'm making a trade-off there, and a trade-off to me that's worth it to me in my use case. But that should not be the standard. It should be an option. An option that I don't want to go away because there's definitely positives to it, but again, it shouldn't be the default because frankly, most people don't need a lot of the stuff. Like a lot of the performance gains that a lot of these things technically do, most people don't need. Like, and a lot of stuff's done with this idea of like, oh, we have to do it because we have to keep the phone waterproof, which is a valid argument. A lot of people say, oh, why do I need a waterproof phone? I'm not going in the sea with it. But the most common break, and especially for iPhones, was water damage. It's one of the most common fucking problems. So making it so your phone can't really get water damage is a really big deal, I think, because it means that you have to do a lot less repairs all of a sudden. But if that makes less repairs, but then you have another thing that makes more repairs, I imagine there's less repairs overall, but still, you can make a waterproof phone without it being so impossible to get into, sort of thing, There's a middle ground there. That Apple choose not to do. Annoyingly. And they've shown how well, I mean, you look at the new Mac Pros. I say relatively new Mac Pros, the towers. Oh my god, it's the nicest built modular tower I've ever seen in my fucking life. When Apple want to do modular user replaceable shit, oh my fucking god, do they knock it out the fucking park. That Mac Pro is insane. In how it's designed. Like, it's just stunning. And they've just made it so easy and so nice to replace the components in it. And I'm like, oh, you know how to do this well. Like, do it for more things, please. Thank you. Hang on. That's interesting. They've changed the design of the thing since I last got it. Huh. They don't have the print on them anymore. And they went with a different thing design. Huh. Don't know if I like that. I need to test them. That's a slight annoyance. There's no non-recycled version. It's exactly the same product I bought last time. They've just changed it. Which is slightly annoying because I bought them because of how good the previous ones were. And I bought them in significantly large quantities of bulk. Which... The old ones. See, I quite liked that they had this printed on them. But yeah. And then plastic. I don't think so. It looks like a waxed paper tape. Exactly the same construction, like below that point. Like they're the same. They've just changed the flap, and they're just not printing anything on them anymore, which I guess is cheaper. Interesting. That's quite. Yeah, they're exactly the same. Like they're the same size. They're exactly the same. Like structure, as I say, they've just changed the tab. They've just changed the seal. They've just changed this bit because the other one goes to there. So I mean, they use less cardboard. I imagine they're cheaper to make because they don't print anything on them. And they use less cardboard. And I guess the pull tab's a bit better. I mean, yeah. I don't know if they're necessarily better or worse, but they're different. Yeah, I imagine they're probably a little more eco-friendly because of that. I guess. Don't know. What? So weird that they changed it in the month after I bought them. And they're definitely gonna be easier to ship because you can see how much because they're not folded down when they're being sent to me. They're like that. So they're less space to ship. They're just as rigid. It's the same GSM paper. Actually, that top bit that's even more secure because look, this cardboard here now goes all the way to the top edge, whereas this one didn't. I did really like this seal though. I will say I did really enjoy how fucking it felt really secure. I like how these looked. I like that saying that, but I suppose if you buy them on Patreon, you already know that. All right. All right. Okay. Fine. Right. That. It's interesting that I only just noticed that. I literally have them side by side. I noticed, which I suppose is a good thing. I just kind of wish wish the website would just say, "Hey, we've slightly changed the design of them." I like being informed about my purchasing. I don't like stuff being changed without, telling me. Especially if I'm buying 1,000 of the fucking things. Well, I hope these are fine. It's a bit late now. Bit late to do anything about it now. Okay. Hopefully they're fine. Hopefully. I really want them to make, and I've asked this when I inquired about custom ones, I really want them to make a version of this that's a bit smaller. That's a normal size letter, because if they just shrunk it down, like, height-wise, a little bit, but if they shrunk the height down by 2 centimeters, it would be a normal size letter rather than a large letter. And the prints can fit in if it was slightly smaller. And I much prefer these. The compacts we're using for international shipping, they're nice. They're really nice, but I do prefer these. But we have to use the compact for international shipping because they're slightly smaller. And the cheaper ones that were slightly smaller were just really cheap feeling. I didn't like them. So I went with the more expensive ones. But these are a good price. Like, these are actually quite cheap and affordable. I prefer that they're brown. I like the I like the raw cardboard feel of them, whereas the other ones are like white, so there's a bit more production involved in them and stuff. I like these. I really like these. I hope they make a slightly smaller version, because if they make a slightly smaller version, not only will I switch the UK ones over to it, but also I can switch all of the prints over to it. And I say I've inquired about custom ones, so maybe I can get custom ones made for an affordable price. They're these, but slightly smaller. And with potentially custom, because the ones they were showing as an example of the custom ones were like complete printed all around like custom stuff. You know, you can make really fancy mailers like that. Really fancy ones. So I don't know, seeing, because potentially it might be if we're buying them in bulk, it actually might be quite cheap. It might be a nicer thing than like a physical stamp, and it'd be easier to manage. It'd be easier to do on my end as well. I wouldn't actually have to stamp, or I wouldn't have to put stickers on anything. I wouldn't have to stamp anything. So we'll see how that goes. I imagine they'll be really expensive. I have a feeling they'll be really expensive. But the question is if it's cheaper overall. Because even if the envelopes themselves are more expensive, if let's say I'm buying, because I'm buying about 500 a month I'm using, but I'm only using 250 of these a month, and I'm using 250 other ones, well, maybe about 150, whatever, close enough. If all of them were the same ones, because the other ones are 80p each, these are 20p, if they average out, even if they're all like 40p each, for example, and because we're not putting the stickers on them, they might work out cheaper overall. Like the actual total cost might be a bit cheaper. And as I say, we'd be saving money on these postage. 30p a package. But again, it might offset any higher cost of custom ones. Yeah. Packaging is a whole thing. So the post office will do this for me. Like they offer a service where I can just put a bag full of mail without postage on them, and just basically have a thing on the top which says what's in it. Like, oh, I go, there's 250 identical envelopes, and they all need second class large things, and they'll do this. But yeah, like putting the stamps on them is one of the easiest parts of the process. So like, it's not really something I particularly need to save time on. Also, I quite like having the how much the service cost? Nothing. It's called Drop and Go. What they do is they where's mine there? It's from an account. So rather than you buying postage, you put like, you know, you load up your Royal Mail account with like £1,000. Then you give them the manifest, then just £1,000 gets withdrawn, like, you know, £500 gets withdrawn from the account. It's just a service they offer for businesses. Although it's more meant for like if you're shipping parcels, like small volume parcels. I'm not really sure if it's designed for this type of thing. I mean, the post office was saying they could handle it. It's just I don't know. I like getting the stamps as well, because it means that if I ever need to repost one out, for example, like, oh, if you go missing, I can just take these to a letterbox. I don't need to go to the post office to post them. I'm having to take them to the post office because there's so many of them. That's the only reason I'm taking them to physically to the post office, because, you know, I've got, like, I can't fit all of them into a post box physically. But I just like the ability to be like, oh, I need to post another one out because someone's lost it, one hasn't arrived, or whatever. And I can just quickly package one myself, put a stamp on it, and just put it in a post box. And I like the flexibility that stamps like this provide. You know, I did literally, one of the solutions I was going to attempt, well, it wasn't what I was going to attempt, but it was I had a lot of options when I was like planning this. Originally, one of the options was me taking them in sections to the post box, like every day, like taking like 50 a day to a post box over a week. So I didn't overload it, and I went, that's stupid. That is stupid. So I'm not doing that. Just a bit of a faff taking them all to the post office. I still have to take them to the post office in a few rounds, because all of them together weigh about 50, 60 kilos. Well, no, that's not right. For a month's worth. The prints weigh about, all the prints together on their own weigh about, I don't know, 15, 20 kilos, and then all the packaging, I think, weighs another 30 kilos. So, yeah, it's about 50 kilos all in. And last month, I took most of them to the post office all in one go. I took about 30 kilos all in one go, which is a fair amount of weight to just carry for like 20 minutes. I hurt my shoulders doing it. Make a shopping trolley. Literally, right? So a wheelbarrow shopping trolley. I could get a little thing. It's kind of where I live, it's somewhat impractical to use something with wheels, let's say. For many reasons. The practicality of using something with wheels isn't really there. So I basically will just take them in 2 runs. Last month I took all the UK ones at once, and then I separately took all the international ones at once. But obviously the international ones weigh a lot less because there's 100 less of them. So what I'll just do in future is I'll just do all of them together, halve it, and then just take, 25 kilos in one go and 25 in another. Do that in a day. It's fine. We're talking about public post boxes. Because remember, in the US, you have mailboxes. Everyone has a mailbox. I think in your mailbox in the US, you can actually put stuff to be collected, can't you? We don't have that in the UK. We have big royal post boxes, big red post boxes. Oh, with the stamp of the Queen, I tell you. Razor flying. That's neat. Yeah, hey, you can't do that. Here you can't do that. If you want something posted, you go to a red post box, or a post office. You cannot post stuff from your own home. Well, actually, you can. You can arrange a collection by Royal Mail, but it's not something they just do. And the main reason for that is because most postal workers over here, because we're a small country relatively, people aren't driving around delivering mail. Most neighborhoods, if you see a postman doing the rounds, they'll just be walking and have a bag. They'll have a bag full of envelopes and they'll be walking. And then packages are usually done separately. So a person just walking with a small bag can't really pick up mail. It's quite funny because to get Dan and Rebecca to post all the prepackaged prints to me, I arranged that through Royal Mail. It's a reasonably affordable price, and I trust them with deliveries. That's a reasonably affordable. It costs like 40 quid. I arrange a pickup for it, but apparently the first time we arranged it, a postman arrived to pick it up, and they just presented it with this 20 kilo package, and he went, "I'm walking. I don't have a car." And they're like, "Oh." And he's like, "I didn't know it was gonna be that heavy." And I went, "On the site, we didn't have to put it was 20 kilos." And he's like, "Yeah, they didn't tell me that." So that was quite funny. My postage. I mean, some posties over here have some. Oh god, some in. Oh no! I'm not gonna fix that. I finally fucked up a stamp. Did you force him to carry it anyway? No, I'm pretty sure he went away and someone else came back and collected it later. There we go. All right. There we go. Fixed it with some tweezers. It's an island. Postal work is an island. Oh yeah, no, it's in America. It's spread out between suburbs. Yeah, that's what. There's that game where you play a post office, a postal delivery worker. Lake, I think it's called. And I found it really annoying because I'd have to drive. It'd be like, oh, there's somewhere around the corner, but then I have to get back in my van and then drive around the fucking corner. I'm like, Jesus Christ. But yeah, America's too spread out. Also, Americans just hate the idea of walking. Apparently, there was a poll or something that was like, have you ever walked? Would you say a kilometer is a long walk? Well, a mile is a long walk, and a surprisingly large amount of people said yes, and I'm like, okay. Or would you ever walk a mile for leisure? Everyone was like, no, how ridiculous. And I'm like, okay. America. Right, it's in 20 minutes. I mean, there was obviously disagreements there. It wasn't 100% of America, but it was a really high number of Americans say 1 mile to long walk. Like something like 60, 70% or something ridiculous. And I'm like, hang on, what? You can be arrested for walking inside everything. Yeah. I mean, apparently there's the stories of like, you know, Europeans like being in America and just like going for a walk. And like people pulling over and like asking them if they're okay because they're walking. And it's like, okay, and there's loads of places that don't even have like sidewalks. It's really dangerous to walk, and I'm like, okay. Far too many people who are like, America. We've got to the Matt hates America portion of the stream. Welcome everyone. Okay, do you measure the length of walking distance or time? Both. Like both. I mean, I don't know. I always ask for the length rather than distance. Although I just think in both. I used to think in. Oh, my stamp. Where'd it go? Oh, I dropped it. Scooby-Doo, where are you? Where'd it go? Where did it? What the fuck? Oh, there it is. Ah, thank fuck. It fell into the box with all the other envelopes. That's almost 2 stamps in a row I fucked up there. Ooh. It is £1. It's a whole pound. Thing is, when I get any, like, all of this process, right, both stamps and envelopes and prints are bought with a margin. They're bought with, like, an idea that there's an expectation that, some will be damaged or whatever. So, right, I've done 210. Now I need to do another 50, but I'm going to count up. I need 128 in each box. That's going to get confronting American sentiment. Oh, no, it's not an anti-American sentiment, to be clear. It is a hatred of American sentiment. It is stronger than an anti-American sentiment. I hate America as a country. 1, 2, 3, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 35, what was that? 35, 40, 45, 50, 55, 60, 65. 70, 75, 80, 85, 90, 95, 100. 100 in this one. Yeah. They come in boxes of 100, and I kind of stupidly repackage them because the box is slightly too big for them, and you can fit like way more than 100 in a single box. I was like, oh, I'll just save space. Well, I shouldn't have done that because it just makes it hard for me to count. At least I did that with the UK one. I haven't done that with all the smaller ones. I like to have accidentally come to the 256 number for the amount we're shipping. I put all the small ones in. That's 5, 10, 15, 20, 24. Another 4. Please. 24. There we go. Right. This way, it just makes it easy because I'm gonna pack them. I have them in future just so I can grab one and put all the stamps and not have to think about it. So effectively, I'm getting most of the work out the way this month. Is my plan to make it easier in future, which I think is a reasonable plan. Right, 128. Where's my Sharpie? Sharpie. Right. Let's count out the other ones. The Caribbean pedestrian. Oh god, people are talking about jaywalking is where you walk across the street, not on a pedestrian crossing. That's green. Like if you walk across the street at any other time, aside from on a pedestrian crossing that's green, it's jaywalking. In a lot of places, it's legal. It's illegal in a lot of places in not just America. It's legal in China. There's a great article of a journalist who visited Shenzhen, and when they went there, they jaywalked at one point without realizing it, and immediately their phone buzzed, and their phone buzzed immediately, and literally within about 10 seconds of them jaywalking, their phone buzzed, and it was a message on WeChat alerting them to the fact that it was the Chinese government, that they had a system had seen him jaywalking, identified his face, found his WeChat, automatically fined him, and automatically withdrew the money from his account within 10 seconds of him doing it. China. Didn't like that. Oof. Oof. Big oof. Big oof. Big old oof. Right. Fine, right, innit? Shenzhen. That's 5, 10, 14, 15. 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, 55, 60, 65, 70, 75, 78. 78. How off was I? 78 there. Actually. Wait. What, 200? 204. Okay. I have 204 there, my count is at 210. That's 11 now, but... How did it get so off? Oh, whatever. Close enough. Right. Right. More envelopes. You'll notice these are pre-stickered with the Nerdcube sticker, which is what we did in the last stream. I was going to pre-sticker all of them. But I ran out of stickers, which is why Rebecca has ordered me more. They've got some. Oh yeah, China have income tax. China's terrifying. China's terrifying. Right. Let me check up. Where's my thing? There's my thing. Oh, it's in my pants. Oh, that's where it belongs. um, let me scroll up the oh god, where's the channel? Let me scroll up. There it is. Wait. You know, I've just missed some stuff. It's fine. 205. I think my counter is while it might not ever be, even if I fuck it up a little, just at the bare minimum, it just gives me a vague indication of how many I've done, even if it's only accurate to like 5 or whatever. I did years ago. There was a thing I wanted to do before I became more tied to where I live. I just own a lot of shit now, and it makes it hard to move. I've got like desktop computers and all that. But years ago, when I was like younger, and all I had to my name was just a laptop and some clothes. I liked the idea of like moving to different cities and countries for like 6 to 12 months at a time. That's enough time to get a temporary visa, and just go there and just live in a place for 6 months and just kind of see what it was actually like to live in a place. So I thought that was just an interesting way to explore the world, because holidays are always, I don't really like holidays, but if you're living somewhere, you can really get engrossed in the culture for like a period, but you don't actually have to properly live there because you're not, fully emigrating. I thought that sounded like a fun idea, especially because at least can't really now, but at least back then I could work from anywhere. And one of the places I kind of liked the idea of doing that for was New York. Not because I particularly like New York, but obviously New York is so revered, and I wanted to see what it was actually like to live there. But as I've got older and I've come to hate America more and more, I could not imagine anywhere I'd rather live less than New York. So I've been to New York. Oh god. You've been considering rack mounting my PC in one of those road cases so I can take it anywhere easily. Well, it's not a bad idea. It's more just like moving just a faff. Now, got these 2 PCs, loads of monitors and desks and furniture and shit. And Lego and fucking toys and instruments and art. And so when you get older, you just accumulate shit. I like that minimalist life. I used to be into that, but I mean, me replacing my iMac with this new MacBook Pro is trying to at least grab a little bit of that flexibility back, which it will. Oh my god, it really will. I mean, New York's interesting to visit, but again, I just kind of disliked it. I remember, like, I was there and we went, like, with the person I was going with, we went to the museum. We went to, like, the Natural History or the Science Museum or whatever. And we got there. And there was, like, a big line. And we had to wait in line. And then we got to a thing and they were like, oh, that'll be £20 or $20 per person, please. And I'm like, but you have to pay to go to a museum? I'm like, of course you have to pay to go into a museum. It's America. You have to pay to do it. Like, I've been rewatching DS9 lately. And there's like this little thing that anything in Ferengi culture, like, when Quark is on Ferenginar and he gets to like a kiosk desk, and he's asking the person for help. Like, he can't just ask the person for help. He has to put a bit of Latinum in like a little coin slot and then the person will help him. And it's just America. It's like, yeah, it's just America for real. Like, the stamp is not on the fold. Zach. That's where it's folded. Right, 227. Yeah, 227. I need another. I know. I mean, it's 35 quid to visit the Buckingham Palace per person. Yeah, but the Buckingham Palace is in a museum. Yeah, a lot of tourist attractions cost money in the UK. But our museums are free. Like, if it's an actual museum. Museums are free. Libraries are free. Or mostly. There's a couple of exceptions. But if I ever plan to go to a museum, I never over here, I'm like, oh, I have to pay money. Like, there's some private museums. specialist private museums you might pay some money for, but that's the thing. For the most part, especially the big museums, they'll all be free. At least the big museums like that one, like that natural history museum, the big one in New York. Like stuff like that will always be free over here. Like, pretty much. I also find it weird. Like, whenever I was getting a cab, like, you'd get to the end and like the fare would come up on the little screen at the back of the cab, and it would say how much of a tip do you want to add, 15%, 25%, or like 40%. There was no option for zero because it's America, isn't it? And everyone relies on tips. And I'm like, well, what's the point? It's not a tip if it's part of the fare. It's just the fare. Like, what I don't understand. That's why I don't understand. If it's so inherent to and necessary, then why is it not just make like if it's part? If I have to pay it to get a cab, then it's part of the fare. Why is it? America. We don't pay for museums and taxes, so visitors have to pay to stay open. I mean, you can donate to museums over here. I always find it weird, America, because they have like all the money, and the taxes are fairly reasonably high. Like America, like on a personal level, right? Like you as an American, like if you pay taxes in America, you're paying more, in tax for healthcare than we are in the UK. Even though for that we're getting free universal healthcare, whereas America obviously not. America's just very inefficient with how it spends its fucking money. It's because it's really corrupt. And also they just like, oh, let's fucking have the most overfunded military in the world who literally get beaten in every fucking war games test by everyone else. Let's do a war games test. Oh, how is anyone going to defeat our fucking trillion-pound aircraft carrier? Oh shit, a tiny Swedish submarine did it on its own. Oh shit, we're doing war games with the UK. Oh shit, one small team of SAS operatives fucking defeated an entire battalion of fucking American troops. Oh shit, let's do a war in a country where we're only fighting insurgents with old rifles and who have no real military equipment. Let's fight them for 10 years and then lose. Oh, what's that? We need to we need to invade a country that's made in the jungle with our really expensive military. Oh, let's lose. Oh shit, it's Korea. Let's fight. Oh, we've lost. Like it's just somehow they spend all this money and then don't really get anywhere with it. And I never understand that. I just don't know how you can be so inefficient. It's just corruption, innit? It's just corruption. That's all it is. The American military complex and corruption. Classic America. Well, what's this about war game tests? There's always war games. There's always war games. Like if you keep up on this kind of stuff, you see constantly because war games are done like several times a year between America and with lots of other allies and stuff like that. They're a regular thing, but like in most of them, America always like. America always tends to get like beaten in a lot of things by just like a single small thing from a different country. Like an entire because American aircraft carriers, they operate. I mean, all aircraft carriers basically, but especially American ones, they operate in a fleet. They don't. An aircraft carrier doesn't operate on its own. It operates with a bunch of support ships, right? And it's like 7 ships. And like one tiny Swedish submarine, like not just a normal, not even a nuclear powered submarine, just a small Swedish submarine, like got past the entire thing, and would have and in the war games would have sunk the aircraft carrier. This one very cheap Swedish submarine defeated an entire fucking aircraft carrier group, and I'm like, all that money's been put to good use, isn't it? I'm like, okay. Like, they spend more money on their military than, I think the next 9 countries combined. Like, China, India, Russia, the United Kingdom, France, Germany, Japan. Well, Japan doesn't tend to have military, but let's say Korea. Korea. Like, I'm trying to think of the full list of 10. The point is, all those countries put together spend less on their military, together, combined, than America does. Like, America's military spending is higher than that of the combined military spending of Russia, China, the United Kingdom, Germany, France, Japan, and India. What? Insane. Absolutely. Madness. Right, that's 100. I think that's 256. That. That's 256. Right. American troops are far too tech dependent. No, Americans are just sucking shit. Soldiers, country, their laws, how they treat people, generalized culture. The older and older I get, I literally every day I resent America more and more. I say America as a generalized term, not Americans. America. Because fuck me. 5, 10, 14. Uh, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, 55, 60, 65, 70, 75, 26, 6, 77, 78, 79, 80, 90, 85, 90, 5, 100, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. Right. Oh, yeah. 127. Wow, one off. One off. Right. There we go. Right. That is a month of them done. So I'm getting all the stamps out of the way, and just gonna. It's this is fact now. I don't need to do all this now. At this point, I could just start packaging the prints in them. But I'm going to do all of them in one go because I want it all out of the way because it's annoying the shit out of me. It just means in future I can just grab and go, you know. All that optimization, innit? Way round. Matt, what are you doing? This is no, I mean, are you here to be entertained? I'm going to be doing this for like 10 hours. Welcome to my life, everyone. Yeah. And then weird, the same number. Right. Where's my Sharpie? Right. 1, 2, 5. 1, 2, 8. Yeah, 1, 2, 8. Right. 2, that's 128, and they're pre-stamped. Right. Pre-stamped, pre-done. They all have fucking Nerdcube stickers on. So all they need is the address label stuck on them, and they're good to go. The address label stuck on them, and the print put in them, then they're good to go. Which is significantly easier. Right. Let's do. Oh. Okay, so how long did that take me? Oh god, an hour and a half. That was 250, and I've got another. That's 2 boxes. I've got another 6. And there's just the UK ones, right? Well, you know, I'm not going to count these ones going forward. I'm just going to put all the stamps on them, and I'm going to count them afterwards. Fuck the counting. Right, casually having to be business, innit? Welcome to having a business, and just having a weirdly large, having weirdly large expenses, and just it being weirdly casual. You know, like the amount of times I've made like a very large, like maybe not a large purchase, but like, you know, like bank transfer, like a big bank transfer to like an accountant or something. It's like thousands and thousands of pounds. And I'm like, God Almighty, business, business, innit? I'm just gonna fix every single stamp that I have here. All of these large letter ones. So there is how many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So that's 550 stamps, or 575, counting those. For context, in the past hour and a half, I went through 3.5 sheets, and there were another 11. Let's fucking go, baby! Tedium. It's gonna be a long day. It's gonna be a long day. But as I say, this is the advantage. I'm getting it all out the way now, because I won't have to do the stamping then for like another 3 months or 2 months. 3? Yeah, 3. That's it. I bought enough stamps for the UK ones for 3 months, but I only bought enough for international for 2. Because I say I don't know if the ratio is going to remain the same. Of rest of the world to Europe. So I'm just airing a caution. Also, they're really expensive, the international ones. Holy shit, there's so much money. So I'll save that for later. We don't have that much money just hanging around in the bank. Can we have a time lapse of this? You know, I would love a time lapse of this in my real life, just like press one. You know, like in Click, the Adam Sandler movie that I actually think is very good. Give me the fast forward button from Click, and I'll just be done. You know, your boring time lapse. Yeah, it's not. This isn't as interesting as the Rebecca actually doing the art time lapse that we put out on Patreon yesterday. That's a lot interesting. You should see Rebecca like fucking drawing loads of shit and like cutting out like bits of plastic to like mask stuff and like, spraying it with like fucking this magical like fucking Copic marker spray paint thingy, and then using light box and it being like, oh shit, drawing. And this is just me repeatedly doing this for 10 hours. I want to die. I want to die. I will be taking some breaks during this as well. I say I'll probably be doing more tomorrow. My goal is because I'll be going to Dan Rebecca's later in the week. And I want to have this month's prints shipped before I leave, all of them. I say want to, I will. Like this is. I will have them shipped this week. By the 10th. Which honestly puts us on goal, because I've realised I was under the I had in my head that the ideal point we'd want to ship them would be like, you know, within, like, on the first or second, like, ship them immediately. But I've realized because Patreon's payments get processed, like, some people's so the way it works, you might not actually get all the money till like the 3rd or the 4th, so, or the 5th, or the payment doesn't come out till the 5th for us. So really the goal is to get them out as soon as possible after the 5th. So on this month, we're actually on track. Oh, you have click on your stream point watches, do I? That makes sense. Takes money if you do. Yeah, like, they just do it a bit weirdly. And it's a bit annoying because Patreon seems to work on the basis that, like, anyone who's getting a benefit, like, you're shipping it immediately. Like, could you imagine if I was having to do this, like, several different times a month, just awkwardly in little stops and starts? No, I'm just going to wait to the end of the month and ship them all at once, because logistically, it's just going to be a pain in the ass to do all of them in one, like, separately. So, fuck it. So it means on the on the last day of the month, I have to go into this Patreon backend and download the list and then mark them as completed. Because I mark in the backend, I mark them as completed when I print out the address label. So that effectively just means that on a computing end, they're done. So I just have to put the labels on and they're out. I already printed off all the labels this month. I bought about £60 worth of label spools. Like, I literally, like, last week, I kind of, because I'd figured out how I'm doing all this now, I went, fuck it, I'm going to buy, like, 3 months worth of supplies in bulk, which was really expensive, but the idea being that I won't have to make that expensive the next few months, and because I'm doing them all, it just, over the next few months, it's just going to, you know, this is better, basically, long term. I could have done this for a year. Like, I could, like, bulk-wise, there's nothing stopping me on a technical level buying them in bulk for, like, 6 months or whatever, but, because of the price of the stamps, we basically have to input our entire business account to pay for that amount of stamps, so that's not really doable. Yeah, and, like, there's a bit of a thing. I'm gonna have to reword the Patreon credits on the videos as well, I've decided, because a lot of people are confused, because a lot of people have been like, why isn't my name in the credits? I'm a Patreon. And it's like, no, it's part of the credits tier. So I'm gonna have to reword it to, like, you know, extra special thanks to these Patreons rather than just thanks to our Patreons type thing, because it's just unclear. I'd feel a bit weird making it a separate tier, but the fact is, like, it wasn't something we did. Like, everything we've added in the newer tiers is stuff that we didn't do before. So, like, the base tiers, like, it's literally everything it got before, and everything else is extra on top of that. I'm gonna reword the wording so people don't get confused. And every time I explain, and everyone's like, oh, okay, but it's clearly it's not clear enough that it's a separate, like, tier. I want to point out, it's still like 1,000 names. Like, it's a problem when I'm rendering, because I could pre-render the text out and, like, just drop in the pre-render, but the problem is, because I change for every video, I change it. I change, like, the font, and I change how it works and stuff, like, to theme it. I can't pre-render it, and it just fucking makes my computer just shit itself. Just dealing with that many names. Which is another reason I'm excited for the new fucking computer. So hopefully it won't shit itself. Who doesn't know that? I like just casual viewers. A lot of people just view casually. That's the thing. A lot of people just give money on Patreon casually and aren't keeping up on, like, you know, if we put a video out explaining Patreon changes, a lot of people on Patreon aren't watching it. A lot of people on Patreon aren't even, like, listening to the podcast or anything. A lot of people just give us money because they're just, like, passively supporting, even if they don't watch. Like, I give money to people on Patreon who I don't even watch, or I very rarely watch, just because I like what they do and I kind of want them to keep doing it, even if I'm not watching it, because I think it's inherently valuable, even if I'm not consuming it. So I'm not always up to date on stuff, you know. I'm glad people. I make a very specific point to give a lot of attention to detail in the credits, and I go through and manually edit it as well. The actual because, like, because I'm doing it at the start of every month, so I did it for this month. But every time I get the list, because it's in 2 rows, some people's names are so long that they cut into the other side, and I manually edit them so no one's names are overlapping and stuff. I always try and make a bit of a custom ending for stuff. Sometimes I have it really short. Like the Bullseye one, I made the ending look like the credits from the actual show, which is why it looks kind of shit. But it's supposed to look like the actual credits from Bullseye from the 80s, which is why it looks shit. And then for others, I just like the Sonic, not the Sonic one, the Super Monkey Ball one we just did. The credits in that are really long. And it's because I decided to right, they're the last of the ones with the stickers on. So I'm gonna separate them out. 5, 10, 15, 20. Five, 30, 5, 40, 45, 50, 55. Write that on it. Wow, I'm actually making notes. Future. It makes it easier to sort of mentally manage in the future, because then all the ones I need to put stickers on are separated out. White envelopes. Right. I was hoping to have the stickers by now, but they've been delayed, so I can't put them on today. But honestly, it's gonna take a billion years anyway, so I can. You've been doing this for only 2 hours. Yeah, no, I said it's gonna take me at least 10, probably longer. Well, it's gonna be 10 today at least, I'm expecting. No, the credit themes, like the Super Monkey Ball one, it's longer than it would be normally, and it's because I synced it with the song. Like, I've made it the length of the song. The Super Monkey Ball theme song. And the only reason I left it that long is because in the background is just the unedited cut of Dan repeatedly trying to do the level he got stuck on. It's just like 4 minutes of him just repeatedly failing, because in the video I cut most of it out because it's very monotonous to watch. And there's like way more footage of him just like failing that one level. Like I said, it's a little Easter egg I put in it. You planning streaming? Well, I'm gonna stream while I do it. If I'm doing it for 10 hours, yeah. I like streaming while doing it. It helps keep my brain focused. I find it easier to stream while doing it than just doing it on my own. So, yeah. It took me an hour to do 150-ish. I've got another. No, it took me an hour to do 3 sheets. I've got another 10 sheets. So, and these are just the UK ones. Keep in mind that I have the international ones as well that I need to do. So, you know, a lot of work to do. A lot of work to do. How fun. What a fun time we're all having. I know, it's just rivetingly interesting, isn't it? Right. I know this is a gauge thing, but I just, helps keep me engaged, and clearly some people like listening to it. So I know a lot of people like listening to Twitch as like a background thing while they're doing other stuff, and I can't really concentrate if someone's talking to me. But apparently I like the opposite. I find it I like doing Twitch while I'm doing other things. We're playing GameCube. What are you playing on the GameCube? God, I never on a GameCube. I really want, like, I found great joy in collecting all the different Nintendo controllers that they've been doing as part of the Switch Online thing, because I really like the ones they've been putting out, these, like, really nice Bluetooth USB-C charging controllers for like the NES and the SNES and the N64. I really like them, and I desperately, because at this point now, I have Bluetooth. The only one missing is the GameCube controller. And you can use a GameCube controller on the Switch because they sell a little adapter, but it's for Smash. It's for wired ones. I want them to sell a wireless one. I want them to sell a proper, like, one of the same vein as the N64 one, but they're selling them in conjunction with these little virtual, the Nintendo Online Virtual Console thing, and I'm not expecting a GameCube Virtual Console anytime soon on Nintendo Online. But I hope they do a GameCube controller, because I like them. I like them. Like, I like the N64 controller is really high quality. Terrible controller, but it's a really high quality replication of it. I tried when I was at Dan and Rebecca's. I tried because Rebecca has a ton of old consoles, and I kind of held it. I held it next to an original controller, which was a lot more beat up, obviously. But I held it next to an original N64 controller, and it's exactly it's perfect. It's a perfect replica, like in every way. It's brilliantly done. Nintendo are very good at making high quality devices, I will say. Do have that for them. Right. Day of Reckoning 2, and then my left is supposed to play Mass Effect 2, and then Alex Loves Metallica is doing a GTA Online heist. Well, there's your problem, Alex Loves Metallica. You're playing GTA Online, which is your first. That's your first problem there. You know what? Like, I've never hated GTA Online. Like, as a thing, just I always find it annoying, but kind of whatever. But like the longer it's been going on, and now because effectively Rockstar's put all their engine, it's GTA Online is Rockstar's version, is Rockstar's Call of Duty, right? Like Activision's put every fucking developer they've ever bought on Call of Duty, and Rockstar's just done that now for fucking GTA Online, and I resent it now. I resent it. Because, like, you see stuff like this GTA collection that they're putting out. It's not being done by anyone at Rockstar. It's being done by a third-party developer who's they usually farmed out the mobile ports too. And I think that's why it's kind of shit. Because, if Rockstar North were doing that GTA trilogy collection, if they were actually in charge of it and had a lot of reign to do it, they would have made something a lot better. They would have either done a proper remaster, a full remaster, a full remake. Or they would have just done a nice remaster instead of this weird thing they got going on. And it annoys me because I know that the only reason the GTA trilogy collection exists in the form it does is because Rockstar are fucking slimy bastards. It's the only reason. Either they didn't want to spend money on it because they couldn't be bothered paying for it, or they didn't want to divert any of their teams off GTA Online. Or more likely, both. Me and Daniel were talking the other day that apparently there was a leaked list of the songs that were apparently removed for this version, and we're not sure if it's legit. But like, I was reading it, and it's the list of the songs, because a load of songs were removed, have just been removed from San Andreas and Vice City, and even 3, and 4 as well. Just over time as the licenses run out. As they're like 10, 15-year licensing agreements for them run out, and they update them for current stuff. They just get removed for like recent patches and stuff like that. And Woman to Woman was removed from San Andreas. Like Joe Cocker's Woman to Woman. And like Billie Jean was removed from Vice City and stuff. Like really big song. And the list we were looking at has some even bigger ones removed. And honestly, what annoys me about it was that it doesn't sound out like I read that list and went, that's absolutely ridiculous. But it doesn't sound like I feel like it's something Rockstar would do. Let me try and get the list up. Where's the list? One song was removed from 3, which whatever. But Vice City, I mean, some of them were already removed, obviously, like Billie Jean stuff removed, but like Hall & Oates Out of Touch apparently is removed, according to this list. Out of Touch! Like Ozzy Osbourne's Bark at the Moon, Iron Maiden's 2 Minutes to Midnight, Foreigners Waiting for a Girl Like You, Africa by Toto, Atomic by Blondie, I Ran But here's the biggest one. Here's the biggest one that annoys me. Here's the most egregious. This is a rumor again. Rumor, but if this is true, there is one specific song which I'm really annoyed about most of the songs already, but there's one song which is so far and above worse than those, right? Because there's loads removed from San Andreas. And a lot of them have already removed, you know, in updates. However, one in this list, the rumor list, is Freebird. According to the rumor, they've removed Freebird. Freebird! That song is San Andreas, like, fucking woman to woman, and, like, express yourself and all, like, express yourself by and all that. All of the songs being removed is already ridiculous. But Freebird is just, like, that song is San Andreas. You know? Like, and according to the rest of this list as well, you know, Green River's removed, Hold the Line by Toto's removed, Running Down a Dream's removed, which is already removed, White Wedding is removed, Hellraiser by Ozzy's removed, and obviously James Brown songs have already been removed. Welcome to the Jungle? Freebird! You can't remove Freebird from San Andreas. Some of the rumors say that they're basically putting in a new soundtrack. Like, some of the rumors are pointing to the fact instead of renewing all the old licenses, they're just going to replace them with different songs. And the thing is, it could be a case of this release could come out and it have all the original songs in. That's possible. It's doubtful, but it's possible. It's also possible that they could have just removed those songs and not put anything else in. However, like, what especially annoys me about it is Rockstar have all the money in the world, right? They could have renewed all those licenses if they wanted to. You're leaving me pre-order. I mean, I've got it pre-ordered and I'm trying it. There's two reasons I've tried. I'm trying it as like sort of games reviewer personality thing. That's part of the reason I'm trying it. I feel like a lot of people are very curious about it, and I'm trying it on Switch as very much like a hey, I'm trying it so you don't have to type of thing. I'm gonna give it a good thing, because those like Vice City and San Andreas, like San Andreas especially, is my favorite game ever made, and so I'm gonna fucking like tear that thing to shreds if it's shit. It does cost money, but you know, if it stops other people spending money that they don't have to, you know, because it would be a better thing. But the thing is, so the original songs, right, on PC, you can roll it back. You can roll back the updates to before they remove the songs, and it will have the original songs in. It's just updates that were released after they lost the licenses. They're gone. But in San Andreas, that means you have to roll it back so far that it doesn't support Xbox controllers anymore. Which, or to have the original songs, you can do what I do, and what Daniel is doing is just playing the original, you know, I'm playing the original Xbox version, Daniel will play the original PS2 version. And, you know, and potentially, you know, emulate them. You know, you could emulate the PS2 version on a PC, and it would just have all the originals, everything in. I don't know. I'm not looking forward to I'm very curious, because it gets like, you know, San Andreas is my favorite game of all, literally my favorite game of all time. Well, it's my favorite game of all time, sort of tied with New Vegas. Like, if Bethesda released a New Vegas remaster, I'm gonna fucking try it. You know, even if it was a Fallout, like, online thing. If it was like, oh, we've got New Vegas, but it's integrated into 76. Like, I'm gonna hate that, but I'll try it. Well, hey, Rebecca. I just noticed. I don't know how they're doing this, because I don't expect the new ones to have cheats in or anything either, remember, because, like, it's a new engine. They're moving it to Unreal. And the Xbox 360 port didn't have the original cheats in. So I don't expect this version that's even bigger of a port going to have cheats in. Actually, I don't know if the Xbox version had some cheats in, but it didn't have the original. Like, I don't know. I can't remember how they did it. There's still a Fallout 4 mod. I mean, yeah, but there's two Fallout 4 mods. John's covered one, like yesterday or something. There's two. One is Project Mojave, and one is Fallout 4 New Vegas. And Project Mojave is basically, it's a new story set in the Mojave at the same point in time as Fallout 4. So it's like canonically, like, you teleport from the Commonwealth to, you know, Mojave, and everything sort of changed 6 years after the original. And then there's Fallout 4 New Vegas, which is them just recreating Fallout Fallout New Vegas and Fallout 4's engine, which I think is a much loftier goal because they've had issues with licensing, and the biggest problem they've had is that they weren't allowed to use the original sounds and voice acting. So rather than doing what some mods do when they just pull the sound files from like New Vegas or whatever, they are having to remake every voice line and every sound effect from New Vegas for their mod. And I'm gonna be honest with you, it's gonna ruin it. Like, I don't care how good it looks and how well it plays because it's Fallout 4. If you have different fan voice actors doing all the voices, it's honestly, I think, going to be a worse experience. Because the voice acting in Fallout New Vegas is obviously very revered, I think. They have a lot of very famous voice actors doing a lot of very good work. I think it would take away from the game quite significantly. Why do games even have song licenses that expire? No, so it's not... Because effectively, right, any song license, the studio will be buying for the period of where they're selling it. At least for a game. But games generally, at least back in 2001, stuff like that, 2000, there wasn't this expectation that you'd be selling the game forever. The song license is expiring. Again, it's not having to... if they put out a new update to the game, if they're still selling it, they have to remove the songs. Like, if they're selling it and they don't have the license for it anymore, they have to remove the songs, but only from that version they're selling. And if they update it, they can't have the songs included in update because they don't have the license to sell it with those songs included anymore. Like, it's different for games than it works on movies or TV. Like, the process is different. The way they work is different. I think a good voice actors, it might not be that bad. I don't care, even if they have good voice actors. The fact is, I think a lot of that game, you know, because Mr. House played by Odo is very important. Fucking Benny being played by fucking Matthew Perry is important. You know, you have Raoul is played by Danny Trejo. Like, Felicia Day plays Veronica. You know, like, I don't think you can recapture a lot of that. Some of you might be able to get close, and for a lot of stuff, I don't think I'd notice, but for some of those main characters, you're not, you know. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if there was an unofficial mod that's like, here's the original files. I'm not sure why they couldn't figure out a way to, effectively, on your own computer, after you install the mod, have it rip all the voice files from the original game, so it's not like, it's not being distributed with those voice files, it's just sort of taking them on your computer. Obviously, they've probably... I don't know what they've definitely probably looked into that, and they've definitely spoken about it. I don't know why that is, because I haven't looked into it that much. But but it wouldn't surprise me if someone else comes up with a solution that is a bit workaroundy and shit. But actually, all these mods, I don't know. Like, there's been a goal to like port Oblivion into Skyrim, and it's been going on for like years and years and years. And I don't know if they'll ever come out. You know, they kind of get 60% of the way done, and then you know, I see part of the charm of those games is like New Vegas. The jank is bad, but I kind of find it charming because that's my memory of it. Like San Andreas is janky as shit, and the map's tiny. It's not very realistic or anything. But just because of how it is, it's that's why I don't really like them remastering San Andreas. Because I think the game's a bit too old to just do a remaster for. Like, they could have just said, oh, here's the game. It runs at modern resolutions. It supports Xbox controllers properly. We've updated the UI to run at higher res, and we've ported it to modern consoles. Like, that would have been fine. But, like... It's not like a first... Like those GTA games are so open, and especially San Andreas. I mean, 3 and Vice City, you might be able to get away with it, but San Andreas is supposed to feel massive. It's supposed to feel like the state of California. Like, it's supposed to be the whole state, you know, and it has 3 cities in. But that map is pathetically small. Like, it's tiny, but it's... The technology at the time gives you the illusion and feel that it's massive, but that's just... That entire game is just limits of technology. And like when I'm worried this port with the higher draw distance is gonna look shit because you're gonna be stood in Los Santos and you'll be able to see Las Venturas and fucking San Fierro. You know, you'll be able to see them if the draw distance is increased. So really, that game needed a full remake. Like if they remade San Andreas, they'd have to, remake the map from scratch to be way bigger. Like they would have to fully remake it, like fully from the ground up as a new game, and make it way bigger. You know, make that map way bigger. Or at the bare minimum, make the distance between each city bigger. Like even if you just put more padding in between them, more desert, more fucking forest, in between them. At the bare minimum, you'd need to make it bigger for a modern sort of feel. And that's the only way you get that's the only way you get the sense of scale with modern sort of graphical sensibilities, because it was made 2003 4, and it was so limited for what it could do. GTA 4 had a bunch of songs removed as well, by the way, in some updates. It removed a bunch of songs from GTA 4 as well. People always sort of forget about GTA 4 a bit, which is a bit disappointing. Because for all its faults, I do quite like GTA 4. It's got a different feel to the others, which I enjoy. And I was always quite annoyed because they ported LA Noire to the Switch and they never ported GTA 4. And I was always annoyed because GTA 4 was sort of in that same era, where it looks it's more graphically modern than, San Andreas and Vice City, which are really blocky and old. And performance-wise, they could get that running on a Switch very comfortably. But they haven't. I'm also kind of worried because they've put all these graphical upgrades on the upgrades on the new version. Like I'm confident the Switch version is gonna. I say confident. I'm pretty sure the Switch version is gonna run at 30, which, it's fucking San Andreas. Like they could run that game at 120 on the Switch if it had a 120 hertz screen. Like that game is fucking simple as shit and old. Like they could fucking fix it. They could, but I don't think the port's going to be very good. And I can play those games comfortably at 30, but it's like, what's the... You put them at fucking 60, Jesus Christ. They're really old. EXP Cookies made a point. Yeah, Driver San Francisco got removed because the music license expired, yeah. And Deadpool had a similar thing, the Deadpool game, because the problem is, a lot of video games weren't made with the idea of digital sale in mind. They weren't made with the idea of, we'll still be selling this game in 10 years. New. Their expectation was, they'll be selling it, and then the console will die, and then all the games will be secondhand, and that'll be it. They don't have to, in 10 years, they didn't think they'd be selling the game still. And the music licenses were bought with that in mind. They're not going to pay for long time music license if they don't have to, because they're expensive. They're expensive. And I get them not renewing them for some updates. Like, them removing them from the updates annoyed me, but I understood. See, I understood them not wanting to pay millions and millions and millions in licensing for just effectively a small update. So I don't mind that. For this remaster, or the remake or whatever, it's like, come on, you're selling it new as a big upgrade, effectively for 55 quid. It better have the fucking songs in it. Jesus Christ, you better pay those fucking licenses, and they probably fucking haven't. I'm holding out hope that they have done. Because again, everything so far has been rumors. And, leaks, but rumory leaks, So I'm kind of holding out hope that they will have just paid the licenses and put the original songs in. But I am not expecting that. Yeah, removing vehicles from race. Yeah, that's the thing it's the problem with a lot of games. That's why games preservation is such an important thing, especially in the modern era, because, it was easier back in the day, but now when a lot of games are digital only, and, they're all DRM'd, and they all require online checks to make sure it's allowed to play. This is why, cracks and stuff, I think, are really important, even if you're not pirating a game. Cracks are really important to be able to preserve a game properly. It's been annoying as well, because a lot of cracks... I've had to install cracks on some games that I have bought, because sometimes the DRMs Or the DRM in some games is just so aggressive it makes the game worse. And I'm like, so I have actually installed cracks to games I own just to get them to work properly, which is ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. God, that's so many stamps. Absolutely scandalous. Forza Motorsport 7 was released in 2017 and got removed from sale this year due to car licensing. Yep. It's a common problem. See, the Deadpool game, there was a Deadpool game that was released that was very good. It was only on sale for like 6 months or something ridiculous. It only had a 6-month release window, and then they just took it down for sale because they lost the Deadpool license. Like, why would you spend all that money in time? Oh, God. Almost went to tit. You spend all that money and time making a game, and then you only get a license to sell it for 6 months? I'm like, okay. 6 months? God, like, I can't understand, but like, wasn't there like a couple of years maybe, but 6 months? Like, if you release a game in March, you can't even sell it at Christmas. Like, you know, ridiculous. You had to crack your legit copy of NHL 9. It's fine. It fell in the box with all the other mail again. You know, I've almost fucked up a few stamps, but the fact is, all my almost fuck ups have been almost fuck ups, not actual fuck ups, which is reassuring. Not stop dropping them. Do you want to fucking come here and fucking put fucking 1,000 stamps in envelopes? You're welcome if you want. Fucking telling me what to do. I wish these came on. Like, I wish I could get a like a little stamp machine with a roll of these, and I could go clunk, 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 rather than have this like sheet that I have to, you know, peel them off, put them down on. But you know, stamps aren't really designed with scale in mind, because they kind of expect you to scale up to do it with like an automated stamp labeling system. But we're not big enough for an automated labeling system, but we're not small enough that they're reasonable to do at scale. So, mother bollocks. There was a thought, by the way, because you know, we're not planning on scaling it up, but you know, we're leaving the option open to potentially like do more a month, because obviously they sold out like immediately, and the only thing stopping us really from doing more is like the practical limitations of doing them at that scale. And it's hard to know how much we could scale them up, but there's like a certain point of scale where you can get someone else to do it effectively. Why do I get a franking machine? Well, again, I don't want to pay loads of money for a special machine to do certain things when I can just put stamps on them. And also, if you have to use frank stuff's a bit weird. Like, Royal Mail processes it slightly differently. This way is the easiest. It's a bit of a faff, but it's the simplest logistically, and that's what I was going for. Like, I just want this way. I just do them, and I bring them to the post office, and I just walk away. That's the end of it. I don't have to faff around with special machines or special fucking software or anything. I don't have to have any weird special accounts on different back-end services. I don't want to faff too much. I know this seems like a lot of faff, but it's simple faff. And that's the difference. Simple faff. I'll take faff as long as it's fucking, you know. Okay, let's count these. It's 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 45, 50. Stop that. 50 inch to make it even. Right. Yeah, 50, 5, 60, 65, 70, 75, 80. I did debate, right, Snub Halfway, whether it was even worth having a webcam for this. Because like, it's not like it really matters seeing what I'm doing, right? Like, but I just, fuck it. 85, 90, 100. It just gives the option for me to like, do all the shit or show off random other stuff if I ever feel like it. 100. I want 128 in this box. 5. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 28. You can buy like, yeah, see, 80 quid, that's the thing, like, even if it's cheap, I can't bother. There's a simplicity to just buying a thing of stamps and just sticking them on. As I say, they don't take that long. Like, this is taking a while today, but that's because I'm doing 3 months worth in one go. Like, if we scale this up any further, I will look into different solutions. But on the current scale of us doing, what, like 500 a month? I'd rather keep it simple. Easy to sort of manage in my head for the time being. Right, 128 in that. 1, 2, 8. I like how I'm accidentally doing it in computing numbers. That is 6. Well, there's 6 there. Right. Unopened ones. No, that's open. I was like, oh, there'll only be 100 in this one now. It's opened up, definitely. Yeah, I put more. Ah, shit. Right. More death. Let me die. I hope watching these reveals the often tedium of some of the things I do. I spent 10 hours yesterday doing bookkeeping, which is just going through and just getting receipts and putting them all in a big spreadsheet. I say put it in a big spreadsheet. I actually often find it easy to just open a PDF of all the transactions on my iPad and literally just cross them out with a pen or a pencil, like digitally, just scratch them out. Spreadsheets are fair. Right, there's enough for an indicator because I can still save it and search it. Oh, whatever. Hey, Rebecca, are you still here? Doomcake. Oh, wow, Doomcake. I can't believe you would forget me. Little old Matt. Hey, Rebecca. I just thought I pointed this out earlier in the stream, Rebecca. I obviously bought like 1,000 of these mailers. They've changed them since I last bought them. I mean, this is what I've already opened, but they've changed them. They've got rid of all the printing on them, and they've made the actual thing smaller. Like, they're exactly the same in construction of the main bit, but like the fold is different. And they don't have any printing on, and they use less cardboard, and they have a different pull tab now. Which, as far as I can tell, they're actually, if anything, better, right? Because there's less production involved in them. There's less cardboard on them. They're just different. And instead of having this like cardboard pull tab, they have this sort of wax paper pull tab. Like I just thought that was interesting. Worth noting. Threw that away. Worth noting. If you're curious. Because Daniel and Rebecca hadn't seen the actual envelopes that I was using until like a week ago. And I was like, these are the envelopes we'll be buying 1,000 of. But no, they're slightly different now. Slightly different. But oh well, I hope that they seem fine. I hope they're fine, because I have 1,000 of them! Maybe when you order a mask, they don't bother with the printing. They're not made to order. They're not made to order. I just think I just think they've changed the production of them. I think they've just changed how they make them. I think they just happen to have done it. They just happen to have done it when in between me buying the last ones and me getting these ones. I think it's just a fun coincidence. You can actually so they sell these in boxes, right? And each box is 100 in, but you can either buy boxes or pallets. I love the idea of just buying a pallet of like this huge amount of like. I can't remember how many boxes are on a pallet. It was either 60 or 600. Where on earth would you keep an entire pallet? Well, that's why I haven't bought a pallet, isn't it? Also, they're really expensive because it's a lot of fucking envelopes. Like, I'm doing these in bulk, but I'm not doing them too far in bulk because if at some point we stop doing this for whatever reason, not that we're necessarily expecting to, but like, if for whatever reason we like stop doing this, I don't want to have just like thousands and thousands of mailers just in my fucking house. You know, I bought 3 months in advance, and I'm gonna kind of going forward buy about 3 months worth in a go of everything, like stamps and envelopes and blah yada yada, because that's enough that if for whatever reason, you know, it's most likely 60 boxes unless they're really small boxes. I don't know how big a pallet is. It's probably 60. It's probably 60. I could check. You know what? I'm just gonna check. Gonna go on the website check. Oh no, it's doing the fucking thing. Sometimes my keyboard, right? Sometimes it just acts like the command key is held or the fucking Windows key, and it just is stuck on like in software. And then I start typing, it just types fucking. Sometimes I open Windows and I start pressing buttons, and it just does a lot of random shit. Thinks I'm like pressing Windows key W and that's it. And on the Mac, whenever I do, it doesn't do any weird commands, but it does just like make me type a lot of weird things. Let me go into here. Cardboard mailers. Right. Oh. Huh. So it turns out they haven't changed them. They haven't changed them. They've sent me the wrong ones. But they're exactly the same. That's interesting. Huh. That's odd. But no, that can't be right because they're different. No, they're not those. They do something called mail jackets, which. Hang on. Wait, they can't be those. So confused. Yeah, that's like, yeah. MJ. Mail jackets, not. They're exactly the same. They just have a different thing. They're about the same price, almost exactly the same price. How odd. I mean, they're exactly the same, but like, it's not like it fucking matters really, aside from this thing. But like, okay. Well, they're slightly more expensive, but the other ones are on sale at the moment. So how odd. Whatever. Whatever. The best thing to say. Yeah. And it's not like I put the order in wrong because I redid the order I did last. I just increased the quantity. All right. Fine. Oh, all right. And they still plastic free, recyclable, made from fully recycled. Okay. Are they fully recycled? Yeah. Oh, wait. They have thicker card. These are 400 GSM and the others were 350. Alright. Oh, actually. Ooh. That would have been a big problem if I was selling these internationally, which I'm not. These weigh 12 grams more each. For large letters, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter for these. This label doesn't matter if they're 12 grams heavier. For international, it would, because, yeah. That's interesting. Yeah. How do they weigh 12 grams more? No, they have more. These are thicker. They have 400 GSM with thickness cardboard, where these have 350 GSM. So while there's less cardboard on the thing, it's thicker cardboard. I need to make sure they're right, because I've just put fucking loads of stamps on them. That's why I'm double checking. Brown. Annoyingly, their eco score is 1 lower. And I'm not sure why. Because they're not listed as using sustainable materials. But in the description, they are made from fully recycled card. And they're obviously exactly the same. Whatever. They're fine. It's just... Point is, the pallets are 65 boxes. There we go. 65 boxes. I thought it was 60, and then there's 100 in each. It's 6,000 envelope, but 6,500. It's 6,500 envelopes. Maybe it's a wax pull. I think it's wax paper. You can see it's wax paper. What's the eco score out of? It's out of 5. There's 5 elements. Are they recyclable? Are they biodegradable? Are they plastic free? Are they using sustainable materials? And are they climate neutral? These have 3 out of 5. They're listed as being recyclable, being biodegradable, and plastic free. But they're not listed as having sustainable materials, which I don't know why, because they're made of fully recycled materials. And neither of them are listed as climate neutral. But the other ones, the column packs, the ones we use for international shipping, have a 5 out of 5 rating because they're also climate neutral. But they're also 4 times the price, which is why we don't use them. Yeah, maybe it's the wax. Assuming that is wax. It's not plastic. The list is plastic free, so that's not plastic. Alright. Well, they weren't exactly my first choice, but they're completely fine. Thankfully, they're almost completely identical. So it's not the end of the world. They might actually be slightly better because they're thicker. And they're still made from fully recycled card, and they're still fully recycled and biodegradable. They're plastic free, so. Are these cheaper or more expensive though? I think they were about the same price. Close enough. I did buy the other ones. I'm not going to contact them. Well, if these are more expensive, I'm not going to contact them. If they're cheaper, I am going to contact them. Be like, hello, can you refund this? They are They're more expensive. These are 20p each. The other one's worth 14p each. Although the other ones are 14p each with 5% off. They're on clearance. Oh. They're on clearance. Maybe they're replacing those ones with these ones. Because their code, right? This is MJ1 and the other one is MJL1. So clearly they're basically whatever. I'm just double checking because obviously I've only noticed now. It's a bit late. I've already put stamps on a 500 of them, and they're clearly fine. I didn't notice, but the other ones are called eco mailers, and they have the printing on to communicate to like customers that we're eco friendly, basically. Whatever. Yeah, they're slightly more expensive, but so if anything, this might be better. I mean, honestly, no, I was a bit worried about it then, not because, I mean, if anything, they actually seem a bit higher quality because the card is thicker. But I was worried about them like being made from like non-recycled cardboard or having plastic in or something like that. That's why I was double checking there. Like I say, they're not rated as using sustainable material, and I'm worried this like wax. It's not gonna be beeswax. It's got some sort of like this the thing, the palm packs, the ones we use for international shipping. These have a climate rating of 5. And these use the same type of pull strip. And these are a 5 rating. These are climate neutral and yeah. I'm double checking these things because to be clear, a lot of thought and care has been put into exactly what packaging we're using, both from a protection point of view, but also from a sort of an environmentally conscious point of view, and that's very important to us. Very important. So thankfully these are fine. How does that rating system work? Well, it's just there's 5 tick things they can tick. And it's whether what out of those 5 it has. But they're still fully recycled, they're still fully recyclable, they're still fully biodegradable, and they're still plastic free. I don't know what the sustainable materials thing means exactly. I don't exactly know what that's referring to. Because I'm assuming these are made with the exact same process as the other ones, they're just slightly thicker card. I imagine it might be to do with the sourcing of this specific seal, but yeah, whatever. I've got them now, and I've put stamps on most of them, so fuck it. Fuck it, it's fine. As long as they're not lower quality, that's the main thing. God, watch, I'll try and put a fucking which is like, I bet my luck I'd try and put the prints and they wouldn't fit. Yeah, they must be just made in the same facility, just with the same machines or something, just with slightly different material. So they haven't changed them since I got them. They're just a different mailer. but almost identical. Not a problem. Thankfully. Glad to check that. Thanks for asking me about the palette. I wouldn't have noticed that. I went into the website and checked. Interesting. I know it's not that interesting, but it's relevant. If you were to say put one of these mailers in the compost bin, how long would it take for it to break down? I have no idea. I don't have a compost bin, but it's cardboard, so imagine the same time as any other compostable, biodegradable cardboard. I imagine not long, it's just cardboard. I imagine these ones would probably take a little longer because they're thicker card. These ones probably take a little longer than the other ones. With this stream, you have lost the right to call John Boring on the podcasts. This is my job. Like, I'm not like, oh, I'm really into mailers. I'm really enthusiastic about mailers. Like, I'm being conscious about it because it's my job, and we have standards of quality and standards of care and standards of being ecologically conscious. I'm not sat here being like, oh my god, every year I get a different cardboard mailer for Christmas. Every year I'd want a new, sexier cardboard mailer than last year because I'm super into cardboard mailers. Wow. I'm just so enthusiastic about cardboard mailers. Like, look at me. Like, I'm not doing this because it's not like I'm doing this as a hobby. I'm not like, I just love looking into cardboard mailers and putting stamps on them. Oh, that's my favorite thing to do. This is boring as shit. I'm doing it because it's work. Like, out of all the streams I do, this is the only one that's explicitly work. Like streams that I do for fun and a hobby. Even Nerdcube streams, while it's a job, it's still kind of fun. This is proper work. Yeah, John chooses to be into clocks. I mean, clocks are interesting. And the mechanics of clocks are interesting. Clockwork's kind of novel. I like watching. You know, those videos that you see occasionally on YouTube that are just like someone quietly restoring something. There's videos of like someone like quietly restoring watches, and it's such a delicate thing, and it's very calming. Nice thing to have on in the background sometimes. But I can see that being interesting. Like, oh, there's a new sexy clock for Christmas every year. I'm like, a new wall clock every year for Christmas. Oh, I love John. Bless him. I know. The thing is, right, at least 50% of the work I do is boring shit. That's kind of mostly what I'm paid for, is doing the boring shit. So, Dan can focus on creating shit. That's the whole point. You know, I handle I'm not the accountant, but I liaise with the accountant, and I do all the bookkeeping, and I pay everyone, and I make sure we're paying our pension contribution on our national insurance contribution. I make sure we're paying our payee. And I do all of our bookkeeping, and I do all of VAT registration bookkeeping. I make sure we're doing customs correctly. I source logistics, and I'm, dealing with the post office every day, and I'm dealing with banks and calling banks and budgeting and trying to save money here and there and fucking paying everyone. And now this. There's a lot of just logistical shit and just stuff that you have to do as both an adult and an adult who runs a business. Several businesses. Gonna make it work, because that is my job. Do a lot of video editing. Back in like all the metadata and titling and scheduling and stuff for everything. I basically just do a lot of busy work. Which I'm good at. Because I'm good at just doing shit and figuring it out. Is my skill. Clocks are interesting. I wouldn't watch someone talk for 2050. I mean, yeah. I'm not talking about clocks. I'm doing work. If you want to watch me do work, you're welcome to stay. And if not, fuck off. Like, I'm impressed that 76 people still here. Because that's the thing, isn't it, with any sort of online creator, and that most time people are just there for them, not whatever they're doing. Not like the game or whatever. That's why people have played to, you know. People use games as a stage or a fucking prop. They're not a thing. A lot of unlisted videos forget to put sometimes. It's not that I forget. How they work is basically Patreon, for them to go early up on Patreon, they have to be unlisted, and you cannot schedule from unlisted, so I have to manually put them live. And I schedule tweets about those videos to go up at about 9 p.m, which is, you know, about 4 minutes past 9 is when I usually do it, which is just after when they're supposed to go live. But if I don't put them out exactly on that time, they'll still go out on Twitter and they'll just be unlisted, but people can still click and watch them, which is by design, so that the people who actually care can still go to Twitter and get them. But I will always basically put them live within half an hour of that. Sometimes I'm up to an hour late, depending if I'm just really busy or doing something or whatever. But they always go out, even if they go unlisted on Twitter briefly. That's by design, because it just means that, people who are seeing it on Twitter can still fucking watch it. It's not like it's going out and they click it and they can't watch the video, you know. That's the point. That's why it's a scheduled tweet, not a manual tweet, because it means people can still watch it. Which is a whole thing. Daisy, I don't know, Derpy. I'm going to have surgery next month. I don't know when it's going to be, because the NHS is battling me now. For all I know, my surgery could be in fucking February by this point. You know, I was on the fucking emergency list to get my wisdom tooth out. The emergency list. I was put on the emergency list in fucking 7 months ago now. 7. Finally saw a consultant. And she says, you get a scan in like a week or two? At least I could get the scan was the end of this fucking month. Then after I get that scan, then I'll have the surgery at some point after that. But I don't know how long it's going to fucking take. I could get the scan, they'd be like, the others, we can book you for surgery. It's like another fucking, 2 months away. The NHS is just so backed up at the moment. Due to Conservative cuts and Brexit and COVID. So I've just got to wait, which is a bit annoying because, like, I'm not bothered about getting the surgery done. It's just there's like a week or 2 recovery time. Like, I can't really eat. You can't really eat solid food in that recovery time or anything. And like, won't really be able to talk in that time or anything. So it's like I need to plan for that. And it's really annoying because I don't know when it's. I thought it was vaguely going to be like I was expecting. They said a month. They said, I'll get the scan in about 2 weeks, a week or 2, and then the procedure will be a week or 2 after that. But I got told that 3 weeks ago, and the scan's not going to be for another 3 weeks. So, it could be fucking any time at this fucking rate, which is just annoying because I can't plan around it, which is very frustrating. And if I get the date, I can like reschedule the date if something, if it overlaps with something really important. But like I don't want to reschedule it if I don't have to, because then I might have to wait even fucking longer. And I want to get it resolved sooner rather than later because my wisdom tooth fucking hurts all the time. The whole fucking point of me getting it out. So I'd rather get it done sooner than later. I also don't want it hanging over my head as just a thing I need to get done. I'd rather just get it out of the way as soon as fucking possible and then just get better. I've had a lot of medical shit this year. And I kind of just want to get it fucking, tick it off and be done with it. And they don't have to deal with it or think about it. So that Shakes will be your friend in this situation. Yeah, damn it, Shakes. It depends on even what's because I don't even know exactly the kind of surgery they're doing because depending on what the scan shows, they either remove the whole. There's a brief thing on wisdom tooth surgery. If you get your whole wisdom tooth removed, basically you have to make sure a blood clot forms where your tooth was and have it stay there for a while, and then it heals over and basically just fills it in. And you can't dislodge the blood clot, so you can't eat. You have to be very careful with foods. You can't use you can't use straws or anything because of the pressure difference. But there's also a different type of one where they will basically cut the top of your tooth off and then sew it over with gum if the root is too like in the way of something. So you basically just take the top of the tooth out and leave the root in. And if they do that, it's a different kind of treatment because then it's sewed over and it's less, the recovery is different. So I don't even know what fucking type of surgery I'm having yet, which is kind of which I can't even prepare for the recovery because I don't even know what fucking specific type of surgery I'm getting. Which is annoying. Very annoying. Thanks, Boris Johnson. That's what my mum, dad, and sister are all NHS nurses, and they've been saying that over the last few months. The backlog patients have been going up very. Yeah, it's ridiculous. It's going up really fast, and causing loads of problems. Causing a shit ton of problems. Right, open all those. Right. Entire box. I'm getting a bit faster now because I'm not counting them with my counter app. It's getting a bit quicker. I'm counting at the end anyway, so fuck it. The idea of the tooth basically still being there, everything sort of freaks me out. Freaks me out a bit as well. Apparently, it's problematic in a different way. It's better to remove the whole thing because there's a chance of infection if you leave it there. 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40. Oh, wait. Didn't have stamps on. What? Oh, they don't have stamps on. Missed two. But the reason they would not remove the root potentially is some people have so your back wisdom tooth, for example, my one is really, really close to a nerve. And it's possible that wait, they do have stamps on. What? I'm confused. Whatever. How am I losing that? 40. Right, hang on, sorry. Losing focus. Get distracted. Focus to this bit. Right. 40. Right. 5, 50, 55, 60, 55, 70, 75, 80. 80. 80. Right. 5, 90, 95, 100, 105, 110. I feel like these bits where I'm counting are the most riveting bits of the stream. You know, I'm like, shit. I get the number right. 10. 115, 20, 125, 126. Oh, wait. 127. Are you kidding? I have 127. I'm one off. God damn it. Really? Happened to be exactly one off. Yeah, that's you know, I find it interesting that 75. To be fair, it's a Sunday, and I imagine a lot of people have not much else to do. Let's get where is my Stanley knife? Where's my Stanley knife? Here's my Stanley knife. It's going to be 99 in that box. 99. Right, 128. In that box. Wonderful. Right. 1, 2, 8. Then it means every month I just need It's 2 boxes per month for the UK, which is a nice, easy to deal with logistical thing. I've got 300 left. Well, I've got 299 left, so I'll have like an extra 50. So that's fine. Right. It's a live podcast. It's basically what it is. So no, the wisdom tooth thing. So effectively, the root of a lot of people's wisdom tooth is like, for example, mine is next to a nerve that runs along your jaw. And for some people, the nerve is really, really close to the tooth, or it's sometimes wrapped around the root, or sometimes it's touching the root of the tooth, or sometimes the root of your tooth is hooked slightly or whatever. And oftentimes, that's what the scan's for. It's to check exactly how the root looks like in 3D and what it's next to. Because obviously, if it's, for example, wrapped around a nerve, removing it will cause you permanent nerve damage. And it's always better to remove the whole tooth. However, if removing the whole tooth will cause it more damage, it's better to just leave it in. And that's what they do the scan for. So I don't like the idea of having the root left in and sewed over, because again, it's a bit. Well, it's not riskier, but there's more of a chance of it getting infected and stuff during healing. But obviously, I'd prefer it to permanent nerve damage. Here's hoping I can just get the whole thing removed and I'll be fine. That'll be the ideal solution: just get the whole thing taken out, have it heal over, a bish bash bosh, then you're done. You know. The problem is how my wisdom tooth's grown in. It's grown at 90 degrees, facing forward. So it's not like they can pull it out. They have to physically, they have to basically drill it off piece by piece. Which is why I have to be under general anesthetic for it. Not local. I have to be asleep, apparently. Russia DK. Russia Fuck it. Having to amend out mid-December, not thrilled about the disclaimers about permanent review. Yeah. I mean, a friend of mine had hers out, and she has nerve pain. She says though the nerve pain's not problematic. Like, it's just a bit. Sometimes she has like a bit of a sharp pain in her jaw, and it just goes away. This is not the end of the world. Like, it seems that the pain she has is significantly better than the pain I have from my wisdom tooth. So I'm like, either way, it's an improvement. I mean, preferably you don't want any nerve pain, but what an improvement. That's the goal. Improvement. And so I can eat hot and cold foods again without my face hurting. Which is the current issue. I'm also excited to get over all this, because this year's just been a lot of medical shit, especially after the fucking blood clot. Really, I had the same thing, but it was localized aesthetic, and they cut open the gums and cracked the tooth and picked it out. Maybe mine was used again in the end. I don't know. It's just because of how it's grown in. It's very invasive. I'm told it's very invasive, and I can't practically keep my mouth open comfortably. And they're just going to do it under general. It's easier. It's still a shorter procedure, but they just do it under general. At least specifically the one I'm getting, just because of how the tooth is there and grown in, because it's so it's 90 degrees and it's touching all the teeth. So it's fun. It's fun. It's fun. I haven't been under general for a long time. Just over 10 years. I know. I can't remember the year I was under general, but I know the date. It was fucking bonfire night. I have a distinct memory of being driven home as a child. Young teenager. Maybe like 12, 13. Can't remember. 13, 14. Can't remember. I just remember being like really drowsy and just fireworks going off everywhere and me being in pain and drowsy. This chestnut, I had a bunch of teeth taken out when I was 10 years old. I can't remember why, but I think it's position stuff. Oh, I've had teeth taken before. I had my I had all 4 of my incisors taken out, my child ones, because for whatever reason, my like when my adult teeth were trying to grow in, it wasn't able to push them out the way, so they had to be removed so my adult incisors could grow in. I had all 4 of them out. That was under local, because they were right at the front. That wasn't too bad. They were being weird. I remember humming to myself the whole time to keep myself distracted, and I was on is it Valium? The gas they give you? Charlie bit my finger gas. That was interesting. Thing is, so like both bits of I've had both types of anesthetic done before, so I kind of prefer the idea of general, honestly, because then you don't have to mentally deal with it. It's not even the pain; it's just because under local you have to sit there and watch it happen, whereas under general you just like, you know, you count back from 10, 10, and you just wake up and you're in pain and it's done. And I'm like, cool. I prefer that. I prefer not having to literally face it. How many stamps have I gone through so far? It says, one, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 and a half. 9 and a half. So that's 450. Oh wait, no. 10 and a half. 550. 550? Whatever, close enough. 500 plus. Yeah, it's better than those to be. The first symptom. Fuck it. I have my top 2 wisdom teeth taken out under local, bottom 2 under general. Much prefer the general, keeping my jaw open for that much longer. Yeah, that's the thing. Keeping your jaw. I just at the front, I wouldn't mind, but even just the process of having to keep your jaw open that much, I don't want to deal with that. Don't want to deal with that. Like, I don't have to get my top wisdom teeth taken out. They're in absolutely fine. The top wisdom teeth. My left wisdom tooth's a bit wonky, but it's nowhere near as wonky as the right. So they said it kind of could be taken out and easier, but I should just be able to deal with it. I was half debating, being like, hey, can you take both my wisdom teeth out in the same op? Because I feel like if I have to get both taken out at some point, I'd rather than both at once. But they're sort of like, it's fine. You'll probably be fine never having that left one taken out. And also, taking out both at once is a bit of a problem because then it makes it even harder for you to eat. Because at least once the thing's healed and you can eat solid food, you can at least eat on one side of your mouth. But you can't even do that if you get both taken out. And they're like, you probably don't need the other one out at all. So I'm just gonna have one out. How do you get in the topic teeth? Because it's an op I need to have. It's about me being free next month. Just because I don't know, because I need to have an op and I don't know where it is. Miss Chestnut, the only 2 things I've been to the hospital for was teeth taken out and having my eye corrected because of lazy eye. That's an interesting one. I've never really had any medical problems in my life. I'm very healthy generally. Like that me having a blood clot, that was the first time I'd been to A&E, like for me. I'd never personally been to A&E for something that was wrong with me before. So that blood clot thing was the first time. And I didn't even go for that was the weirdest part of it. I'd never been to A&E before, and I only went because a doctor told me to. Came to my house, was like, you need to go to A&E, and I'm like, okay. None of that happened. Alright. I'd say some literal teething trouble. Grand. Absolutely grand. Pom, I've had surgery on one side and 2 taken out the other ones, confirming it was a pain. Yeah. I think the thing is, if I get the one tooth out and then the other one's causing me problems in future, I can just get it taken out again, and it's not causing anywhere near as much problems. Like, effectively, the one on my right side, because it's a 90 degrees, the actual crown is not accessible for me to actually even clean or anything. So just sort of there at an angle, just completely inaccessible. And apparently it's got a little hole in it, which means it's really sensitive, so kind of like cold or hot stuff, without it hurting a lot, and it just hurts all the time. I'm excited to get it out, is my point. And be done, because it's like the last outstanding medical thing. Like, I was on obviously loads of drugs this year because of the blood clot, and I had the fucking stomach ulcer and shit. Because I was so stressed with the blood clot. There was like a period where I was on about 25 pills a day. 25 pills a day, and now I'm on 1, which is just my amitriptyline for sleep. And at this point, the only outstanding medical thing is the wisdom tooth. Well, that, and I've got to go. I need physio for my hand, but that's not really. That's kind of different. That's kind of different. My hands are causing trouble. But I was planning to just go to a private physio for that, honestly. The NHS are taking so fucking long, and physios are fairly accessible privately, and they're not overly expensive. So I was thinking of just going private for my hands are now, because this one's causing problems as well. This may be off the teeth topic, but have you watched the last episode of Lower Decks? I did it as a watch party, actually, the day it came out. I did a watch party, a drinky watch party on Twitch, and as it finished, it was out, and I said fuck it, and I just watched it on stream. I liked it. I like Lower Decks a lot. They've just Eaglemoss. Finally, they've announced Lower Decks fucking models, and they're starting it out with an XL Cerritos, which, thank fuck. Oh my god, thank fuck. I want normal sized ones as well. Like, I want an XL Cerritos, but I want normal sized ones as well to go with the other ones, because I want a Parliament class, and I want a Parliament class. I don't know if there was I don't have a USS Titan Eaglemoss model. I don't know if they made one though. I don't think they ever did, but I want a Titan, and I want a the new ship. The what was it called? I can't remember. The one that looks like an Excelsior, but with new it looks like an Excelsior, but bigger and sovereign class and cells. And I'm excited. I've only got a couple of. I never really got the XL Eaglemoss figurines or models. I never got them. I didn't have anywhere to put them, and I kind of liked all my ships being about the same size. But I started to get some XL ones. I've got 2 XL Eaglemoss models, and because I don't know, I didn't. If I collect something, I kind of either like what I want one thing that can stand on its own, or you need in a collection. And I felt like if the problem with the Enterprises, it's like I have all my Enterprises, my Eaglemoss Enterprises, on like a little display, and they're all in a thing. So you've got the NX-01, the NX-01, the original Enterprise, the Enterprise refit, the Enterprise A, B, C, D, E, F, and J, all in a row. And I kind of wanted off the XLs, but the XL models, because I got a little Orville. But then I was like, the Orville can stand on its own, so I got myself a big Orville. And Joe, that's 20 quid. That's 50. And I enjoy how like they're really nice models. They're really nice models. So, and I honestly I didn't realize the XL ones were so much bigger. I know it sounds a bit silly, but like I knew they were bigger, but like I just didn't really have a sense of scale for them until I held them. And weirdly, I'm keeping both of these. I was gonna just keep, because originally I bought normal sized. I got 2 ships. I was gonna get normal sized ones, and the second ship I have, to be clear, is the Discovery version of the Enterprise, which I fucking love. The Discovery version of Enterprise, I think it's gorgeous. I have a bit of point of contention about these swept back nacelle pylons, because the original Enterprise had straight nacelle pylons, and the Enterprise refit had them swept back. And I think swept back looks better from a design point of view. However, the designers, when they were designing it for Discovery, they did make them straight, and you'll see in background shots on the bridge, like the overview, they are straight. But apparently, the last second, they decided to sweep them back, and they all like the look, so they made them swept. And I kind of wish they weren't swept back, just for because I think I like every other thing they've done to this, like design wise, but that is the biggest, most obvious change they've made versus the original. And I wish they hadn't swept them back, honestly, because I don't know, I don't think it would have made it look any worse. But I really like small thing, by the way, when they were designing this, the one for Discovery, they took loads of cues from the NX-01 design to make it fit in better with the NX-01 lineage. So like the nacelles have more of an NX-01 vibe than the original Enterprise did, which I think is wonderful. But I originally bought I thought I originally bought 2 normal-sized ones of these. However, it turns out Discovery ones, the ships from Discovery, for some reason, they're not to scale. They're not to this scale. I say to scale. They're not to any sort of scale, but they're all like this length. But the ships from Discovery are like, they're 30 quid instead of 20. And I thought they were just more expensive because of licensing. But no, they're slightly bigger. All the Discovery models, the normal size ones, they're not to this scale that all the other Star Trek ships are. They're, if anything, closer to this size. They're just they're a little smaller than this. They're about, I don't know, 80% the size of this. They're big. And then I got really annoyed because I got the Enterprise one. I went, well, it's not big enough to fit in with the XL ship, but then it's not small enough to fit in with the other ones, which is this weird little middle size that I hate. So I sent it back and I got this one instead. And I really want some more XL models because I really like them, but they're really out of stock. I want an XL Enterprise D and stuff. And I keep the Orville little one because I keep it on my desk. So honestly, the Orville on its own on my desk, I like the Orville. I think it works on its own, unlike all the other ships where I feel like they look like they should be together, whereas the Orville can stand on its own. Where is it? The stand fell off. Literally. They put all the money into making the models, and you can tell because the models are exceptionally good, and their stands are just absolute fucking dog shit. I cannot express to you how dog shit their stands are. Where the fuck? The little clear plastic plexiglass bit fell out, and it fell to the floor. I don't know where the fuck it's gone. It's like pinned off somewhere. And they don't fit properly into the bed. Oh, shit. Their stands are just so. Well, I wish I could pay an extra like £2 and get a better stand with them because they're just shit. Where the fuck? Oh, fucking ping. The other side of the fucking room. Right, let's put these back. Literally, like, it's a bit of plastic like this. The slot into this, but like that's in fully, and look how wobbly it is. Like that's in as far as it can go, and it just wobble. And then like it fits in like that, and look how much it wobbles around on the stand. Like it's not very secure. And then if you like try and take it out the stand, half the time you pull this out and it pings off. Right. You 3D print a better stand. I don't have a 3D printer. And every single ship needs a different stand. And the stands are important because the thing is, all the stands have details at the bottom. They have like they have the registry number and shit on. So annoying. That's my biggest complaint. Oh, I have a weird Enterprise model. It's meant for a fish tank. I found it in a pet shop, but I really, really liked it. I just really liked this like broken sunken Enterprise, so I got it. And it's just. It's meant, if I ever get a fish tank, I'm putting it in it. Also, actually, while I'm here, while I'm taking this brief intermission, not intermission, this brief moment of like, oh, look at my things. You need to look at my Batman. My Batman are very important. Okay, so I got this Batman. I got this Batman who's rad as shit. Look at him. Look at him. Look at him. Look at him. He's like death metal Batman. He's got a fucking very bendy necked guitar because it has to fit to his hand, and they made it bendy. Look at him. He's got a big fucking fancy coat, got skulls on his fucking. Look, he's got bat fucking shaped knee pads, spikes and shit. Excellent. It's an action figure as well. He's posable. He's not very secure. That's down, but he's cool as shit. Also, weirdly, it's from a collection, and it comes with like every figure in the collection comes with like a piece from a bigger figure. So if you get all 5 figures, you can make a 6th figure. And he came with 2 big legs. So you got him and like 2 big legs, just 2 legs. I know what to do with them. So Rebecca has them in the drawer. And just these 2 random legs. And I also have. Very importantly, I saw these in a Forbidden Planet ages ago, and I meant to get them, and then I didn't. And I was really disappointed because I really wanted them. And I finally found them online, cheaper. These are Batman Black and White statuettes, designed by Gerard Way of My Chemical Romance fame. So like, that's why they're so emo-y, because they're literally designed by Gerard Way. And I just find something really stupid. Like they just look ridiculous. Like they're such a weird design. They're such a, look at that Batman. Look at him. He just looks like he's wearing heels. Excellent. Stupid. Excellent. Excellent. Stupid. Oh, they're numbered out of 5,000. Wow. Pretty sure the left one is Gerard Way. That does look a lot like MCR era Gerard Way, doesn't it? This one is 1,567 out of 5,000. Oh, nice. They're nice statues. DC do a load of like statuettes, and something that's really fun about Batman, like one of the reasons I like him so much, is that it's like you can redesign Batman in literally any way, and as long as he has like the key elements of Batman, he's still Batman. So taking a drink. So you get loads of weird Batman designs all over the place, and I think that's the funnest thing about Batman. Is you get loads of different ones. And DC are really good at making figurines of them. And you can just buy figurines of just Batman, but like of every single type. Like when Dan and Rebecca went into the Forbidden Planet in London, and I got a picture from them of there's an Adam West Batman statue, like a big statue of Adam West Batman, but like on a surfboard in his little like swimming trunks doing his little surfing competition with Joker. And it's this beautiful model, and it's this beautiful. It's just like a statue. It's a beautiful statue, but it's like 250 quid. It's impeccable. It's impeccable. But I just love. DC are really good at doing collectibles. Shit, doing films, but they're pretty good at everything else. And Batman just has so many different. Because as long as you just take the core element of Batman, just the Batman cowl, you can just make whatever thing you want. And it just means you get loads of really cool designs, or really different designs that are just all over the fucking place. You know, do you want Batman in fucking? Do you want samurai Batman? Do you want fucking Victorian ghost Batman? Do you want emo fucking My Chemical Romance Batman? Do you want Batman but he's the head of a death metal band? Do you want Batman but he's on the beach having a nice surfing competition? Like you know, that's why I like Batman so much. You know, I think he's fun. Actually, I got a little Lego set the other day as well. Small Lego set. They're doing a tumbler again, like you know the Dark Knight Batmobile tumbler. They're doing a big UCS version, which I have the UCS tumbler. It's basically the exact same as the one they released, you know, a decade ago. But they're also doing a little one, like a small one, about that big. I got it. It was like 30 quid, and it's a really nice small model of the tumbler. Because I like getting small Batmobiles. Actually, I'll show you some of my Batman Lego after I'm done with this pile. This pile of 99. I used to collect every piece of Batman Lego. Like I made a point to. I just liked Batman Lego. But then the Lego Batman movie came out. The Lego Batman movie came out, and then they released like fucking 50 sets to go with it. And because I used to collect every Batman set, and I used to collect every Batman minifig, which was reasonably attainable. And then they were like, "Oh, the Batman movie's out. Here's like 60 billion sets with 60 billion bat Man minifigs, and I'm like, oh, yeah, I can't afford all that. So I stopped bothering, and I also was going to sell a load of my little Batman sets because they just take loads of space, and I like them, but they just take loads of space. I don't really care about them. I just kind of kept my big boys, my big nice Batman sets that I really liked. But I like collecting the main Batman. I like Batmobiles, movie Batmobiles. Movie Batmobiles, especially UCS. Like I own all the UCS ones. I own every UCS Batman set that's ever made, including there was a weird Batcave set, which was not a UCS set, but it was like the price of a UCS set. It was massive. It was clearly for collectors, and it was just this like, it was always like a play set, but it just had like a load of small Adam West Batman vehicles. Like it had the Bat Chopper and the Bat Bike and the Adam West Batmobile, like a little one, and like the entire like Batcave. It had all the like the reactor. It had the minifigs of every single person. Like it had Batman, Robin, and Bruce and Dick, and it had like 66 Joker and 66 Catwoman. It's a fun set. How's the sack? Unchanged. Nothing got done in the past 6-7 months because I was ill. You'll notice since I came off the blood thinners, I have been doing more things. I've been streaming more, and I've been more active, and I've just been more alert. It's just because I was when I was just I was on the blood thinners. I just felt shit all the time. I just wasn't doing anything. Couldn't focus. Felt like shit. Couldn't focus. Felt like shit. So, and also, especially early on, I was just in pain all the time. I'm still in pain a lot now, to be clear. Like I still get chest pain. There's a weird, by the way, there's a smell coming off these, which I can only describe as soily. Like soil or dirt. Like, smells like outdoors. I suppose makes them feel more eco-friendly, I suppose, in a sense, doesn't it? They smell like trees and plants. Yeah. Weird. Nice smell. Not unpleasant smell. It's different. Let me just. 99 in there at the moment. So I need another 29 more. Which I'll do in a second, but I'm going to quickly grab the so I've got I like collecting the little Batmobiles. So I've got they're dusty. Ignore how dusty they are. It's just flying off. This is like the Batman v Superman Batmobile, and this is the Adam West Batmobile. They're little ones. And I really like the little ones. I really want a UCS, a Batman v Superman Batmobile. I want UCS Batmobiles. I want UCS versions of both of these. And I would quite like a UCS animated series Batmobile as well. But I think these ones especially would work really well in UCS, especially the Batman v Superman one. Or the modern DCU one. But then I also have, I've got this, which is really close to the 1989 Tim Burton Batmobile, but this wasn't. It isn't supposed to be that. It's just supposed to be a generic It's from a generic Batman set, but it's really close to being a small one. And then I bought the UCS. Oh yeah, UCS is it's Ultimate Collector Series. They're not actually called UCS, but it's for a very specific type of. It's a really big set that's meant for like clearly adults who are putting it on big display. It's only used in Star Wars sets, but like you get other sets from other things that are clearly in the same thing. They're not called UCS officially, but they are. Like if you wanna see it, but like let's say. This is very dusty because I've had this for like 10 years now. But this is the UCS tumbler. God, it's really dusty. Like big cunt, big cunt, big fucking cunt. It's not to any sort of minifig scale, but it's a right big cunt. This breaks constantly because all these little things ping off. They've just released a new version of this, which is basically exactly the same. It's a little different. Like on the front, it's got a different thing and a sticker on the front now, but it looks basically almost exactly the same. Looks like they've taken basically exactly the same design, you know, modified it very slightly. Oh no. Awesome. I'd show you my 1989 Batmobile, but it's um, all of the address labels for the prints live on it. They live on its hood because it's actually quite convenient place for them just to sit. It's got little divots, and they just sit in there quite comfortably. So, where all the labels are living. Twitch informed you you're going live on Twitch. What? With a little. I used to get all the figs. Like I've got proper Dark Knight, Batman, and Joker. Heath Ledger Joker and Batman. And I've got, of course, I should have like every. Where's the other boy? Where's the other boy at? Somewhere in my pile of mini things. I don't know. But I have every movie Batman as a minifig. Aside from the Joel Schumacher one, which everyone likes to try and forget, much to my annoyance, because they're still Batman, right? Like, we have original 1940s Batman, 1950s Batman, the very first live-action Batman. This was in, like, a minifig set collection. He had purple gloves, like, really old 40s Batman. Then we have Adam West Batman. And then we have, here it is, 1989 Michael Keaton Batman. Then we have Christian Bale Batman. We have Lego Batman from the Lego Batman movie. And I do have a Ben Affleck Batman as well. I've got a bunch of them, actually. All right, let me find it. It's annoying me that I'm showing them all off. I have I have this ridiculously large pile of Batman minifigs. Oh my god. No. I've got a lot. I'm just gonna start bringing different Batmen over. Oh my god, Rob Ducky Batman. There's having a nice time with Paul Batman, Death Metal Batman. There's more. We're at the waste point. More. There's more. We have a different kind of Batman minifig. We have Tutu having a nice time with the ballerina Batman. We have old school Batman. We have baby Batman or Batboy. We have electric Batman. We have like Wolverine Bear Batman. More in the helicopter. More. There we go. Okay. We have Scottish Highlands Batman. We have underwater breathing toxic Batman. We have small Batman. We have Batman on a roller disco rink. We have there's Ben Affleck Batman. There he is. We have a Ben Affleck Batman in his Batman v Superman suit. We have Buccaneer Batman. We have Ice Batman. We have there's another Ben Affleck Batman. I saw we've got a few of them. identical Batman here, but the same ones that were already there. Another Batman. Please. Another Batman. Another Batman. Two of them aren't Batman. Well, the Joker's in the corner. Fuck, look. Well, okay, that's Batboy, I guess technically. There's another little Batman with little legs, little leg Batman. There's another animated There's another like a Batman. There is a New 52 Batman. There is Batman under the sea with a harpoon. That's Bruce Wayne. Ooh. Oh, there's more Batman. More. Yeah. I definitely have more Batman than this. There is that's a different comic Batman. There's another little Batman. There is Desert Batman. There is another Batman v Superman Batman. Oh, do I have more Batman? I definitely do. Batman, where are you? There's another Batman. Oh, there's another Batman. I've got loads of Robins and Batgirls and everything as well, but Penguins and Jokers and Riddlers. There's another two Batman I can find. Then I have one of them is Catman and one of those Look, it's close enough. There is Clown Batman, and here is Barbarian Caveman Batman. Got a lot of Jokers as well. Like, oh shit, it's 1989 Joker. Oh shit, it's Heath Ledger Joker. Oh shit, it's fucking Lego Batman Joker. Oh shit, it's oh shit, it's original 1966 Joker. There's fucking 1989 Joker, but in a different outfit. Here is what honestly looks like like Dark Knight Returns Joker for a random Joker set. Got a lot of Batman. Put you. Where's the shit? I need to put you back on your little stand. There we go. Little stand with you. There we go. Excellent. I've got a lot of Lego Batman. They live in a little pile. Currently. I have a lot of Batman minifigs. Like, this is just this is the Batman. But I have loads of, like, Robin and I have every kind of Robin minifig and every kind of... There's way more Batman minifigs than this, because after the Lego Batman movie, they just released loads, but loads of them were exclusive to the big sets, and I couldn't afford them, so I just didn't. But I have a lot of them. Put them in the pile. Like, the little sets I don't want anymore. I want the minifigs still. Even if I don't want the sets. So, there's your Batman. There's my Batman. Also, I have this tiny micro scale I have this tiny micro scale tumbler. Wow, isn't she pretty? The normal size one I have downstairs. I'm not going down to get it. I have the UCS 89 Batmobile and the 89 fucking Batwing, but the Batwing is huge. Anyway, I think you do. Honestly, I want more. Literally, that was the one thing I was like, I'm going to collect. I'm going to collect Batman minifigs. That was the thing I was going to collect. And I had all of them before the Lego Batman movie came out. I had every single Batman minifig that they'd ever made, every single type. Aside from an ultra rare one that was like from 1 year of Comic Con and it sold for like 500 quid. Didn't have that one. But I had all the others. And then the Lego Batman movie came out and they were like, oh shit, there's like 60 billion now. And I'm like, oh. Because they had like, they had the minifig like blind bags. They had 2 series of Batman minifig blind bags, which is where a lot of those Batman came from. But then they also had all the different Batman outfits from like all the Lego Batman sets. Because some of those sets came with like, the Batcave set, for example, came with 4 different Batman outfits. And every single one came with it. And I was like, oh god, to get all these fucking Batman outfits, I would need to spend like £1,000. And I'm like, no, man. I don't care that much. I like the idea of collecting minifigs, because I feel like minifigs are they're not that expensive. You know, a minifig blind bag, just as a blind bag on its own, is like £3. And you can get minifigs cheaper than that. And I thought that's a reasonable, like, as a thing to collect, that's a reasonable price. Like, I'm not paying like £3 is for one thing, is like a reasonably attainable level of things to collect, right? I need 29, so yeah, but I just gave up when they released all the sets, which was great because I want more Batman sets. But it was just so overwhelming, and they were like, "Here are 30 Batman sets," and I'm like, "Oh." Here are 30 Batman sets, and then what, like 40 different blind bags, and I'm like, oh. The mid-sized tumbler is really nice. No, but I have a what I was going to say is I have that mid-sized 1989 one, but the 1989 the UCS 1989 one, it came with a free gift, which was a mid-sized 1989 Batmobile, and a proper one. And I've got it in a box, and it was one of those things I looked at, and I'm looking at it going, that's going to be something that's worth a fuck ton, right? Like, there's some Lego sets like that one, which was like a rare thing that you only got for that like month if you bought like a certain amount of stuff, and I'm like, and it was probably like, it wasn't like a random thing, it was like a properly nice boxed 99 one, and I'm like, I want to build that, but also I just feel like that's going to be worth hundreds of pounds in a few years, and I'm going to kick myself if I open it. So I haven't opened it yet. It's just been sat in a corner, looking at me menacingly, and taunting me. And now I kind of want it because I've got the I've got all the other main Batmobiles now to that same scale, and I'm like, oh, it's missing. Open it. Who cares about value? I don't normally, but when it's something I got for free that could be worth hundreds of pounds. Oh. That almost came with a free matte hair. I desperately, because UCS Batman sets have done really well, clearly, because they've released 3 of them. So I'm hoping we get a UCS 1966 Batmobile, like an Adam West one. And after that, I really hope they do a UCS Batman v Superman one. I know Batman v Superman, Ben Affleck one. I know Batman v Superman is like, and Ben Affleck Batman's, but I honestly, the design of that Batmobile I think is beautiful. I would love a UCS version of that Batmobile. Love it. And I hope they release at least some small sets of the Joel Schumacher ones, because I know the Joel Schumacher films are very contentious, and, you know, we don't like to talk about Batman and Robin, and we, you know, fucking Batman Forever is a whole thing. You know, I like the Joel Schumacher films, even though they're shit. I like Batman and Robin. It's a shit film. It's shit, but I like it. You know, Batman Forever is just shit, but also fun, because you got Tommy Lee Jones being Two-Face, you got fucking Jim Carrey as Riddler, and you have the stupid Bat credit card, and like you've got the fucking and then you got fucking you got the line, "Holy rusted metal, Batman," and then Batman turns around and goes, "What?" And he goes, "The metal, it's all rusty and full of holes," and he goes, "Oh," and then continues on. Which is a fucking stupid joke, which I really like. Fuck's sake. I just really delightful. And honestly, the The Joel Schumacher Batmobiles are really, 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 really over the top. Like, it's like they took the 1989 design and they just fucking were like, what would this look like in 700 years if fucking aliens abducted it and fucking turned it into a fucking mass, you know, they're insane. And then, like, Batman and Robin is the George Clooney one, which has every problem in the world. And the bat nipples, which were supposed to be ridiculous, to be clear. It's not like he put them in being like, oh, this is serious. Like, he put them in because they thought they were funny. Like, Joel Schumacher, when he made those films, he was doing them with a lot of self-awareness. He made Batman and Robin to be stupid. That was the point. It was meant to be stupid. And I respect that. People didn't really have the appetite for that at the time. Right. 5, 10, 15, 20, 24, 29. 5 more. How many here? Oh, 5 exactly. How convenient. Oh, I pulled one off accidentally. Although the Joel Schumacher Batmobiles, I'm a bit about. I don't really like them. And I honestly don't know if I'd buy a UCS set of them. But I would buy a UCS. I would buy a UCS Ben Affleck one, and I would buy a UCS Adam West one. I don't really go from there, really. The Tumbler, like, the UCS Tumbler that they've re-released, I'm a bit disappointed at, because, like, it's not a redesign, they've just, like, changed, like, a couple of components and, like, put some stickers on it. Which is annoying, because it's got so many problems that they clearly just haven't fixed. You know, it's one of those sets that if you blow just near it, it will just, you know, bits fall off. I've lost so many bits from it over the years, and I've had to just replace them with other bits with other things. Which is annoying. Box. 8. Get in there, you. I like that in these boxes, 128 just fits. And I mean just, like, it's a really tight squeeze. Pen, please. Thank you. 1, 2, 8 in that one. Wonderful. Right. More. You like Batman? I like Batman Forever. I like every Batman film. Like, the thing is, I'm just such a Batman fan. I just like Batman. And honestly, I kind of like whatever people do with him. I just think at the bare minimum it's interesting. Like, Batman v Superman's a shit film that I like. You know, Batman and Robin is a shit film that I like. Like, you know, Justice League is a shit film. Full stop. I don't like Justice League. You know, the Snyder Cut is better. Still don't really like Justice League. Yeah, it's a thing that I think is bad that I like. Like, I like that, you know. I will say, whenever I rewatch Batman movies, I used to try every birthday. Like, my birthday, what I always like to do on my birthday is have everyone leave me alone, and I want to build Lego, and I want to watch Batman movies in order. I want to watch, like, all the Batman movies. And I'd always like going chronologically. Like, I'd go, you know, 66, 1989, Batman Returns, Batman Forever, Batman and Robin, then the Dark Knight trilogy. The problem is, though, after, like, it got to a point where I'm like, because I like Batman Begins quite a lot. And I think The Dark Knight's a good film, but I like less the older I get, honestly. The older I've gotten, and I rewatch The Dark Knight, and, you know, not frequently, but I rewatch it every year or two. And every time I rewatch it, I like it a bit less than the time before. I don't know why. I don't know if my appetite for the overly serious nature of it sort of put me off a bit, and it's like overly realisticness. I think it's a really good film. I don't know. I've come to be like, I want fun. Time. Nice have time. And I don't like the Dark Knight Rises. I don't like the Dark Knight Rises. I've only watched that a few times, and I don't rewatch it. It's more like the only Batman films I don't rewatch is Dark Knight Rises. I just don't like it. Batman Begins I really like, because Batman Begins is like it's Nolan trying to make it serious, but he's still got like elements of 1989's Tim Burton style in there, which I really enjoy. And actually, something I really like is that little tumbler I got recently. That's branded as the Dark Knight trilogy, but it's specifically the one from Batman Begins, because it comes with a Christian Bale Batman, but it also comes with a what's his face? It comes with Scarecrow. It comes with the Scarecrow from Batman Begins, not Joker. It comes with Scarecrow, which I really like. So I've got a Batman Begins Scarecrow now. Which I really like. But I want I don't know. I just like them less. Batman v Superman is stupid, but I don't know. It leans a bit more into the stupidness of Batman. Oh, that's weird. These new AirPod Maxes I've got. The sliding mechanism for the ear cups is a bit less smooth. It's catching. But I tend to, if I rewatch Batman films now, I go 66, 89, Batman Returns. Then I do either Forever or Batman and Robin. Usually Forever. Then I go to Batman Begins. And I usually skip the Dark Knight now. And then I go to Batman v Superman. Then Lego Batman's in a bit of a weird place, because it's sort of a live action Batman film, but it's also an animated Batman film, but it's got the reverence of a live action Batman film, so it's always in this weird little middle ground where because I watch there's loads of animated Batman films, fuck tons, and I've got loads of them, and they're all really good actually. But Lego Batman sort of sits in the middle of the live action. I mean, canonically, it's actually a live action one, I think, because when they're like, oh, here's all the pictures of you, and it's all pictures from every live action Batman film in Lego form. So it's like, he's canonically live action Batman. But, yeah, whatever, fuck it. I like Batman. He's fun. He's got that same thing that same thing a lot of people like about Doctor Who, in that you can do a lot of different things with Doctor Who. You can have different actors, and you can have a different showrunner. They can just be completely different, but it's got the same basic lore, and it's got the same core design elements. You have to have a TARDIS. It has to be a blue box. And you have to have a sonic screwdriver. And that's kind of about it. The same with the villains. You can redesign Daleks and Cybermen and whatever. As long as you keep the basic features the same, you can kind of do whatever you want with it. It's not as extreme as the Batman differences. Fucking the two most different Doctors are way closer together than the two most different Batman. But it still has that same sort of appeal, that you can just change how it works and do different stuff with it. And I think that's a really interesting thing to work with. James Bond has that a little bit as well, but again, even less so. James Bond is like this, let's do something different with it. But it's still, James Bond is still James Bond, You can change the fucking actor and stuff, but it's still the core thing. Batman is just Batman is such a simple character. At its general core, he's Bruce Wayne. He's a very rich man. His parents were killed when he was young, and it turned him into a vigilante who dresses up like a bat. And one of his arch nemesis is the Joker, who's a big clown man with green hair. That, and those basic elements you can literally run with and just change completely. And even you can change those basic elements. Some was like, oh, some Batmen are where Bruce's parents didn't die, or some where Bruce's parents were killed in a different way, or some are It's not even Bruce, you know. Like, I just think it's fun. Hey, Uniquets! Uniquets. Uniquets. I feel like I've said that wrong several times before. I should know the difference now. 64 people still here. That's impressive after 4 hours. Oh my god. I'm like... How many sheets have I got left? Oh my god, I've only got 2 sheets left for the UK ones. Thank fuck. Then I move on to the international one. Yeah. Yeah, international. Eh. Thing is, with Doctor Who, I don't watch Doctor Who. A lot of people ask me what my opinion was on Doctor Who. What do they think of the recent Doctor Who? I don't watch Doctor Who. I don't like Doctor Who. I've never really liked Doctor Who. Well, no, actually, I take that back. I did like Doctor Who. I liked Eccleston Doctor Who. I remember really liking that when it was airing, and I still like it now. And I've rewatched that series like in the past few years, and I still think it's really good. But outside of that, I don't know. I never really I just kind of fell off it. Although interestingly, it seems I fell off it when Chibnall got more involved. So maybe when Russell T Davies fully comes back, not Chibnall, Moffat. And I seem to mainly like it when it was Russell T Davies's thing. So maybe when Russell T Davies comes back, I'll be interested in it again. The vibe of it I've never really quite got on with in recent time, because I feel like Doctor Who special effects look shit all the time. Like, because I was at Dan and Rebecca's when the Flux was airing or whatever, so they had it on in the background. To be fair, I did fuck off for a while after, when it started, to go have a shower. But like, you know, the special effects at the start, it's like, it just looks shit. It just always looks shit, and it's like bad VFX just are distracting. You know, they become distracting, and it annoys me because, you know, the stuff I tend to like, you know, even that early Eccleston season of Doctor Who, it didn't really bother with special effects a lot of the time. It just sort of put it in situations where you didn't really see the special effects, and that's what early Star Trek did as well. Early, you know, I say not early, like TNG. TNG avoided needing to use special effects in the first place because they would have looked shit. And the rare time it does use them, they look shit, but it's so rare that it's not really a problem. Whereas Doctor Who almost goes out of its way to be like, let's do a special effects shot here, even though it'll look shit, and they just do it all the time. All the fucking time. And it just distracts me completely. And it seems no matter how much budget they have, it always looks shit. But that first season, that Eccleston season of Doctor Who, it didn't really have much special effects. Like, the first villain is just some plastic mannequins. They went with practical effects a lot of the time, and it looked better. The second they started bringing CG into it, it just looked like shit. Which actors played Alfred do you like most? Ooh. Weirdly, I really liked shit, what's his name? Fucking Ben Affleck's one. I really liked him. I mean, the Alfred that was in the four 90s films. Can't remember his name either. He was very good, but I don't know. I like a more active Alfred. I like a bit of a younger Alfred. The one in Gotham was good. I like the Alfred in Gotham. I didn't watch all of Gotham, but I liked him. He was good. Well, he was fun. I like that odd, you know, the harder, less posh Alfred, the more kind of odd Londoner Alfred. I don't know, there's something I find a little more charming about it. Jeremy Irons, yeah, I really like Jeremy Irons, Alfred, because I don't know, he had that line between being posh enough, but also you could kind of tell he was a bit hard. He was a bit hard, you know. I like he kind of towed the line quite well. And Michael Caine, but I mean, Michael Caine, I liked Michael Caine as Alfred, but I don't know. I liked him. It doesn't really feel that distinctive to me. Alfred from Gotham was played by Sean Pertwee. Pertwee? Son of John Pertwee. I don't know who that is. I thought he was good. I mean, I thought Michael Caine was very good as Alfred. I just... There's something about the Dark Knight films I'm put off with now. They don't feel very... They don't feel like they have much personality. At least, the Dark Knight and the Dark Knight Returns don't feel like they have that much personality. Weirdly, John Pertwee was the third Doctor. Oh, don't know much about Doctor Who. 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40. Yeah, my entire like Doctor Who knowledge basically consists of like Eccleston's run, maybe like the first season of fucking Tennant's run, and that's like it. And the rare bit I kind of get from osmosis from Dan, and that's literally it. I don't like Doctor Who. I don't really care about Doctor Who. I'm not invested in it. I don't watch it. I don't keep up on it. It's just not something I care about. Which is a bit weird because everyone I know is into Doctor Who, and I'm just not. How many did I say was in that? Fuck, 40. 49. Shit. Yeah, 40. 45, 50, 55, 60, 65, 71. 71. Right. I'm gonna write that down. There it is. I like Gotham because it was Batman before he became Batman. Mr. Chestnut. I mean, thing is, I don't think Bruce Wayne's very interesting. Like, I don't think he's very interesting. I just don't really care that much about Bruce Wayne. And like Gotham, I remember watching Gotham, and I had it on the background. The thing is, I like Gordon. I really like Gordon. I think Gordon's a fun character. My favorite, actually, out of everything. So, The Dark Knight doesn't have my favorite of anything Batman-wise. I like The Dark Knight, but like, it doesn't have my favorite Batman. It doesn't have my favorite Alfred. It doesn't have my favorite Joker. Like, my favorite Joker is Jack Nicholson. I think Jack Nicholson is really fun. My favorite Batman, probably Michael Keaton, actually. But Gordon, played by Thingy Thing. Got his head in my fucking see his face, but I can't remember his name. I thought he was great. Yeah, I thought he was a fucking fantastic Gordon. He just fucking did it brilliantly. Absolutely. I don't know. He just told that line between being very sympathetic and clearly very hardworking, but hard, but panicky. And I don't know. I love the way he played Gordon. I mean, fucking J.K. Simmons played Gordon in fucking Justice League for like a minute, which was just, you get J.K. Simmons to play fucking Commissioner Gordon, and you use him for like 2 minutes. What? Ah. Oh, my headphones have died. Did they die? No. Oh. Oh, I pressed a button on them. It's fine. You really like Cobblepot and Gotham. I mean, Penguin. I've always been a bit about Penguin as a character. I mean, Danny DeVito's Penguin, I thought was definitely Danny DeVito's Batman. 1989 Batman was exaggerated, and everything was very gothic and very exaggerated. But it was like, it felt very grounded still. It was just a bit silly. Whereas Um, Danny DeVito's Cobblepot in Batman Returns. Like Batman Returns is a sillier film, and Cobblepot in that film is very silly. You know, he's a penguin man. He's literally a penguin man. He was raised by penguins. He eats raw fish, and then the movie ends with a load of penguins with rockets strapped to the back. And I'm like, that's very silly. I like it, but it's a lot sillier than the first film. I don't know if I've ever seen. There's not been many. There's a few. There's obviously Joker's been done a bunch. There's a few characters that just haven't really been done live action more than once. I mean, because Mr. Freeze. I mean, outside of the original, obviously, but Mr. Freeze, Riddler, have only been done like once outside of the original Batman series, by Jim Carrey and fucking Arnold Schwarzenegger, and then I had a couple. We had a few Two Faces. We had Thingy Two Face from Batman Forever, and we had also what's his face. God, I'm bad with names in The Dark Knight. There's Two Face in the original series as well. So we had a few Two Faces. We've had two Cobblepots. And we're getting Riddler. We're getting another Riddler in the Pattinson film, which I'm excited for. I'm excited to see another Riddler finally. We've had so many Jokers. Like I know why. It's because Joker's fucking, Joker's as recognizable as Batman. We've had so many Jokers. Have we had more Jokers than Batman, live action wise? Because we had original series Joker, mustachioed Joker. We had Jack Nicholson Joker. Actually, no, because in that era of Batman, we had three Batmen, even though it was technically one canon. Because remember, the Joel Schumacher films and the Tim Burton films, technically all four films, they're all sequels to each other, technically. Because Alfred's the same in all four of them, and Robin's the same in three of them. So yeah, no, that's. But then we obviously had the Joker film. And we had Zach Galifianakis Joker in the Lego film. We obviously had a lot of Mark Hamill Jokers animated wise. We had fucking sad fucking stupid Joker from fucking the current DCEU thread. What was his name? Jared Leto? Right. Jared Leto. Yeah? Yeah. At him. He was like, I'm gonna be Joker. I'm just gonna be Heath Ledger. I'm like, okay. Whatever you say. He's gonna be like, I'm gonna be crazy. And I'm like, no one's played Joker as a crazy man before. Whereas Jack Nicholson just kind of played them as this really eccentric man. I really enjoyed. And Cesar Romero in the original series. I mean, Cesar Romero kind of played him like this very normal man who would just have these bursts of eccentricness, which I really do. He played him like Willy Wonka, more so. Cesar Romero, and also the fact that he just had a mustache the whole time was just excellent. Last sheet, everyone. Last sheet. Nicholson Joker's second best Joker. I don't know, Hamill Joker's best Joker. Yeah, I can agree with people saying Hamill Joker's best Joker. But I think I just really like Nicholson's Joker. I think he just did such a good job. 1989 Batman is just my favorite Batman film because I think it just perfectly balances the silliness of Batman with it being more like serious and darker. Because even Batman Returns gets way sillier. And obviously the 66 films are really, really silly, which I really like. I really like the silliness. But it's just, you have 66 Batman who is literally running around a pier with a bomb, with a big silly bomb with the word bomb written on it, and running into like fucking marching bands. He's like running around with this bomb looking really silly and has to do with like a dance off. And like, it's just full silly. And then you have really aggressively serious, grounded Batman in the Dark Knight. And they're completely the opposite of each other. And I'm glad both of those can exist. But I don't know, 1989's one, it just had this perfect balance where he was darker and it just has this brilliant score. and Michael Keaton does a fantastic job with it, and I think this sort of Tim Burton's just style of everything being like weirdly exaggerated, I thought was beautiful for it. And then, in the film, every character feels kind of like they could really exist, even though they're exaggerated. But they're still exaggerated, but they're kind of just very eccentric. They're realistic but very eccentric, whereas modern Batman is just, mopey. I thought it was just perfect. It's one of my favorite films ever, 1989 Batman. Where'd you put Joaquin Phoenix's Joker? Yeah. The more I think about Joker, I always forget Joker exists. And every time I think about it, I'm like, oh. My immediate reaction to thinking about Joker is, oh. It wasn't even a bad film. Everything around it kind of put me off it. The Joker film puts me off in the same way Rick and Morty puts me off now. Because, like, a lot of people watch Joker and are like, oh my god, it's the best film ever made. And they were all people who had never seen a film. Like, they were all people who, like, never seen this, like, high caliber of, like, Oscar-style film. Which Joker was that style of filmmaking. It's just like, oh my god, watch more films. It was fine. I thought I thought it was a fine film. I thought his Joker was fine. Better than Jared Leto Joker. But, if I were to rank them, it'd go Nicholson. I mean, if we're going to include Mark Hamill, I'd put it Nicholson, Hamill, Ledger, Romero, Joaquin Phoenix, and then Jared Leto at the bottom. Like, he's fine. It's just he's trying to fill big shoes, and I don't know if we need. The problem I have with the Joker film is I don't really feel like we needed a Joker film. I just felt like the film was a bit. I liked it. I just felt it was a bit. I watched it in the cinema when it came out, and I've never felt the urge to rewatch it. It's fine. It's very stylistic, which I enjoyed. I enjoyed it. I enjoyed them making it a period piece. But I mean, actually, if we're including, because we obviously have to consider then, if we're including Mark Hamill, we also have to consider Zach Galifianakis. If we have to include the Lego Movie, we're including Hamill, right? Like we have to include Zach Galifianakis and I can't remember his name. I'm just gonna say BoJack Horseman. Who I like him. I think he's fun. I actually like him more than Joaquin Phoenix. Zach Galifianakis' Joker. I thought that was a fun romp. That's what I like about Batman, is that you can have the really serious Heath Ledger and really fucking serious films like fucking Joaquin Phoenix's Joker, but then you can also have like Cesar Romero on a surfboard with the fucking white painted over his mustache. You can have fucking Zach Galifianakis just crying. It's why I love Batman. It's just because you can just do literally anything with him. There's also John DiMaggio for Joker. Yeah, well, there's lots of people who voiced Joker over the years in animated things and all that. But like, if we're just going with the main boys, like, I was going to say Hamill's a main boy, just because he's just so prevalent as Joker in the same way. I think he's really prevalent as Batman from the animated series, and has done loads of animated work as Batman. But there's lots of people who've done Batman over the years who aren't him. But I'm just going to include those two as the spokesperson for the animated Batman. Will Arnett. Thank you. Will Arnett's the Lego Batman. Bad with names today. Bad with names. But, yeah, I just like Batman. How was the big boy? Yeah. Kevin Conroy. Yeah, that's it. Kevin Conroy. I really like Mark Hamill. I really like Mark Hamill's Joker. I think he does such a fun job, and he's clearly having a really great time. If you ever see any footage of him voicing it. He looks like he's having a fantastic time anytime he's doing a line for Joker. Every time he's reading a line for Joker, he looks like he's having the time of his fucking life. You know? That's the thing. That's what puts me off about like Heath Ledger's Joker a bit, and Joaquin Phoenix's Joker, and even Jared Leto's Joker in that. See, the Joker, when I always imagine the Joker, I imagine the Joker's having a really good time. Like, the Joker will be doing horrible things, but having a really, really good time doing it. Like, a great time. He'll just be, he's getting so much joy out of being a dick. And you know, Jack Nicholson's Joker and Cesar Romero's Joker and Zach Galifianakis' Joker and Mark Hamill's Joker, they all seem like they're having a really good time. Like, they're deranged, but they're having a good time. Especially, that's what Jack Nicholson's Joker is deranged, but he's having a great time. He's having a lot of fun. You know, whereas Heath Ledger seems like he was having a bit of fun. You know, but not really. Jared Leto's Joker never seemed like he was having fun. And Joaquin Phoenix's Joker also kind of never seemed like he was having fun. Outside of the times when he was just kind of derangedly laughing, which doesn't look like he was having fun. It just looked like he was fucking having a mental breakdown. Oh yeah, Kevin Corey. Yeah, I saw Kevin Corey played a live action Batman. There was in the Titans show. There's a guy who plays Batman in the Titans show. In the Titans like live action show, they do have a Batman. Ian Glenn plays Batman in it. Ian Glenn, who plays what's his face in thingy. So, Batman names. He played I'm gonna get the name. In Game of Thrones. Jorah. He played Jorah Mormont in Game of Thrones. Now, I haven't watched that season of Titans. I remember watching the first season of Titans and going, this is fine, and then I haven't really went back to it because I haven't cared. But I like Ian Glenn as an older Batman, like, you know, a Batman Returns Batman. I'm like, yeah, I could see that. I could see Ian Glenn doing a really good job with that, honestly. I mean, I don't think he actually puts on the suit in the show. I think he's playing Bruce. But Ian Glenn, I thought that was a good choice for Batman. But I don't know whether like as a cameo as Bruce Wayne on a single couple of episodes of TV is really proper levels. I mean, he looked like he was having a good time. Yeah, but Jared Leto's Joker, it's like he was laughing a lot, and it just seemed like he was deranged. But like, he didn't like he was laughing, but that's not. He didn't look like he was having a good time. He just looked like he was laughing, which isn't the same thing. Whereas, you know, he was just like, you know, when Jack Nicholson is just on the big parade, just having a dance around, he looks like he's just having so much fun. He's having so much fun. He's just, you can see it in his eyes. He's just having a fucking great time, you know? And Cesar Romero looks like he's having a great time a lot of the time. And it's just I don't know. It's Jared Leto's Joker just never looked like he was having fun ever. And laughing isn't fun. Heath Ledger's Joker never really looked like he's having fun. But that felt very intentional. And Heath Ledger's Joker was definitely a different take, which was interesting. But that's what everyone's copied going forward. Like Jared Leto and Joaquin Phoenix just sort of followed the Heath Ledger formula of going, I'm going to be deranged. It's like, no. That just became Joker now, is like deranged man rather than deranged man having a really good time. Because I would say the Joker is closest to like Willy Wonka. Like, he's theatrical and silly, but deranged, but theatrical and silly. And those two elements are important. Theatrical and silly, having a great time. And Heath Ledger's Joker had that a bit, but most of when I imagine Heath Ledger's Joker, he seems just like he's annoyed. He just seems like he's annoyed. Which again is the point of the character, but you know, doesn't really appeal to me. That's 74. No, 75. 75, right. 75, 80, 90, 100, 5, 10, 12, right, 110. 110. 110. 115. 120. 125. 130. 135. 140. 145. Right, 145. And I ran out of stamps. Which annoys me slightly because it's still some whatever. Right. 145. So I'm gonna take off. I'm gonna make it 128 still. 145. So let's take off. Right. 5, 35, 30, 28. Right. Get those ones off, put them in this other box. Overflow. Right. Unless this was honestly, I think the best way to write Joker is Joker who chooses to be deranged. He may be perfect insane, he just doesn't want to be because acting like a clown is so much more fun. Yes, that's the good point. And he is insane, but he's just this like I don't like Arkham Joker very much. I think Arkham Joker, even though it's Hamill, I just think he leans a bit too much into the deranged element of it. This is what I mean about like Cesar Romero Joker. He's a clown, but that's what he is. He's a clown, and he's very much leading into this sort of like Comics Code era of Joker, where it's like he's just a funny clown having a time, rather than him being a criminal and like insane and like genuinely psychotic. And it's just Jack Nicholson. It's just a perfect balance. Jack Nicholson's Joker. It's just a perfect balance. Right, 128 in this one. Right, 128. So that's 2 months worth. Well, actually, it's 3 months worth. 3 months worth. So this month's and 2 months after that worth, plus just a bit of overflow, which is what, like 5, 10, 22 with stamps on, and then another 5, 10, 15, 20, 21 without. So it's like another 50 there-ish. No, 40, 42 there-ish. Their overflow, that's fine, because they will cover potentially any extras that we need or any overflow, and they just go into flow to next month. So that is them done. Right. That is. Oh, almighty. Oh, right. Right. How many? I'm going to calculate how many put stamps on. So that is plus 21. So I've put stamps on 789 envelopes today so far. That's 4 hours. That's not too bad actually. That's not terrible. Not bad time. And that means I won't have to put any stamps on them, any UK envelopes for the next 3 months. Which, oh my god, yes, saves me so much work in the future. Excellent. Because I want these to be quick to do in future. I kind of want to get the prints, be able to just get them out like really quickly in a day, to avoid delays, but also just to make my life easier. Right, so there is all of the things. We're not done, Snub Halfling. Nowhere near. We're nowhere near done because international ones next. Then I've got to actually package all the prints for this month. So still got a while. Still got a while to go. Might take a brief break, but so I've already done international ones to a certain degree for this month. So I'm just going to count them up now. So I've got 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 29. 29. All red. 29 blues and 5, 10, 20, 5, 28 reds. So I've got about. So they're pre-done. For this, so these ones are a bit more complicated because it's not. I know that all of those other envelopes that I was doing, all of them are going to be going to the UK. There's nowhere else they're going. The problem with these ones is they could be going either to Europe or America, and the ratio can change. It shouldn't change that much, but obviously there's a possibility that 10 people from America might stop backing, and then 10 people from Europe might back in their place. So I don't want to stamp them too much. For this month, I need 47 ones going to Europe, and I need 131 to the US. So I'm thinking what I'll do is I will double those numbers and package double them, and then keep the rest just undone, and then do them in future. Because it's not so bad to have to do these ones in future, and I also want to say I have to sort of. I'm just assuming it's 47 European ones this one, but it might be fucking 70 next month or something. I imagine it's not going to change very much, but I don't want to count on that. I don't want to have a load of fucking envelopes with stamps on that I can't use. There's 29 of these already said, so I need another 18 for this month. Let's do that first and foremost. Let's get 18 out. Let's get one for this month done, and then 5, 10, 15, 16, 17, 18. Okay, let's get these ones done for this month now. Put them aside. And then, I've only got these 4 sheets of these blue ones. Surely if it's not next month, it's more that, for example, if I put all, what? 100 of these stamps on. I mean, they could be used eventually. I just don't want to end up with basically a load of envelopes like this that have blue stamps on, but I might need them for red stamps, for example, or vice versa. I don't want to have ones with red stamps on that I should put blue stamps. That, I don't have to waste postage. I might change mine next month, but for now, I'm just going to be a bit overly cautious with it, honestly. Problem is with these, the other stamps I were putting on, they were £1 each. These ones are 170, and the red ones are 250. So this is a lot more money wasted if they're wrong. So I am being more cautious with them. Like it's more money wasted if they're wrong, and they have more of a chance of changing, whereas the other ones just simply don't at all. It would be a bit easier if we had 3 tiers, like a Europe tier and a rest of the world tier, because then we'd have a set limit for all of them. It'd be the same, but we're not doing that, so it's whatever. It's such small scale, relatively speaking, because the other ones, we're sending like 260 a month out to the UK, but like these European ones, it's like 47 this month. So having to do it individually isn't the biggest deal in the world. It won't take me very long at all to stamp the international ones. At least the European ones. The US ones I'm willing to, or the rest of the world ones I'm willing to use a bit more. Because even if I'm a bit over on that, I could ship one of those red stamps I could ship to Europe. It's just I can't ship these to the rest of the world. These blue ones won't cover postage to like, if I need to ship one of those to like New Zealand, for example, this won't cover postage. Where if I have a red one but I need to ship it to Germany, I'll just spend an extra 70p. It's just the stamp's just been overpaid. It's not actually. Why is it that some are sent second class and some first? There aren't any sent first class. these aren't first class stamps, Moshnik. These are £1.75. Sorry, £1.70 stamps, and these are £2.50 stamps. These aren't first and second. These aren't first and second class. These are for international. These are £2.25. These are for international. So these 170 ones are for Europe, and the red ones are for the rest of the world, because postage to Europe is slightly cheaper. I mean, they're not explicitly for international. They're just postage stamps with that value. But yeah, that's why there's a difference. Originally, I thought if these were lighter, like if the envelopes were actually lighter, if they were under 10 grams, 20 grams something, then they'd all have the same price. But there's no way we get it under that amount. Like, the printer their own way more than the minimum, than the threshold, which is a bit annoying. Because it would have been nice to be able to just use the same stamp for all of them, but alas, I couldn't. Right, let's put them aside. That is that's 48. I'm gonna do 50. Another 50. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Oh, wait. 30. There's some overlap. 30. Come on. 35. 40. 40. Right, I count these. Why almost not the same woman? They do. I wish we could have used some special stamps, but they just don't do special stamps at this value, annoyingly. Because they're doing Star Trek stamps at the moment, like Star Trek first class stamps with like Picard and Kirk and fucking like Cisco on. And God, you know I would have fucking shipped these with fucking pictures of Picard on if I could have. Like, oh, I so fucking would have. 10, 15, 20, 25. 25. Come on. There we go. 25. 30. 35. 40. 45. 46, 47. Yeah. Okay. Cool. That's the right amount. Yeah, I'll do another 50. Actually, how many do I have here? Save these. I'll do that many. So no, that's like 50. Mercer says, how much more for you to ship my first class Star Trek stamps? It's not a question of price. It's that normal first class stamps on the because the ones we're selling in the UK are large letters, so they need large letter stamps, which are more than that. They cost more than first class. Normal stamps, normal size first class stamps cost less than second class large letter stamps. Yeah, in theory, I could put two for it's no. No, it doesn't really work, practically speaking. These right. Because I wish I could use these for UK shipping because these are normal size letters, and these would be cheaper. Like, I could send these with normal stamps, which are 30p cheaper than the large letter ones. But these envelopes are 60p more expensive, so so I'd be spending 60 extra p to save 30. So it'd still be 30p. Yeah, it's my problem. Right. So that's money just stickers. I know, right? It's terrifying. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. It's 30 there. And then there's 450 there. Okay, I'm going to do all these ones now. Because I want to have as many, because I don't have enough stickers for this month. So I'm going to, I will in a few days, but I want to get as many done as possible now that have these stickers already on. These ones are the scary ones, these ones. these 250 ones, because, oh my god, like, these ones are more delicate than the large letter ones as well, and they're obviously worth significantly more. Like, what's terrifying about this is what, like, this single sheet, like, like, those 4 stamps are a tenner. So, that's 25 times 25. I'm having a brain aneurysm. No, that's 10. 20. It's 25 quid. No, that's wrong. Wait. No, it's 50. Wait. I'm going insane. That's 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 65. Or 62. 62 pounds. This one sheet is 62 pounds. 62 pounds. Human pounds. They're worth 255 each. Or 60-ish. It's just terrifying. This is worth more than a £50 note. This small sheet of stickers. And it's more delicate than a £50 note. Which scares me. That's as hard, I know, right? Doesn't help that I'm tired. Been a long day so far. 4 hours, 4.5 hours of this. See, effectively, these stamps, right? Modern stamps, they have. So you can't pull them off with like thing. They have these 2 little tabs. I don't know if you can see. You can't. It's overexposed. There's basically these 2 little tabs under it that have a different type of glue on them, so that when you if you try and pull them off, it will rip these 2 little tabs. So you can't reuse it. But sometimes they pull up a little bit when I pull them off the sheet. You can literally see there. But then sometimes, like, there's a few of these that I've put on that I've accidentally folded them over slightly. So I'm gonna be a bit more delicate with them because you don't want to break these. See there, look. See, look, I'm pulling that one up, and that bit's stuck down still. I need to try and pull it from this angle and be a bit more careful. Human pound stands it cannot flesh. Well, no, it's, you know, ants don't use pounds. Human pounds, British pounds. I don't like saying British pounds because makes me sound like a fucking gammon, doesn't it? My British pounds, where I spend my Queen's English. Oh, why can't we use British imperial measurements? Oh, now we're not in the European Union anymore. We can go back to the Queen's imperial measurements because fucking measuring things compared to like how long fucking 3 seeds are is fucking the best way to do stuff because we're British. Ugh. Fucking wankers. I'd prefer to measure things based on the size of 3 pennies next to each other, then divided by the length of the sun's rays on that day, and then we put the measurement. We write the measurement on a piece of paper with an ink and quill, and we put the paper into the river, and we slosh it around a bit, and then whatever. And then if the smudge is fucking clockwise, then we fucking fucking go. Oh, it's actually +7, and then if it's counterclockwise, go. It's only +3. And that way, and then you let the paper dry out in the sun, and then depending on how much it shriveled, then that's the price of a threepenny, and then you fucking hell, fucking imperial measurements, man. Fucking America still uses fucking stupid fucking. God, I hate America. You know what? God, I saw a thing the other day on like Reddit or somewhere. I can't remember, and it was like. Because you know how America's like the only country in the world that goes month, day, year for their fucking dates for some goddamn reason, and everyone was like, "Oh, that's stupid." And then you got Americans coming in going, "Well, actually, it's because you say March 7th." Okay, people like, "Oh, but you actually pronounce it. If you say it out loud, you say March 7th, 2021. So obviously that's the best way to say it." Everyone's like, "No, we say the 6th of March." Fucking Americans. Oh, he's right. We can never be wrong, even if everyone else in the world does it a completely different way. Well, they're the wrong ones. Oh, America has to be right because we've all been indoctrinated to think America's the best fucking country in the world. Because you say it every fucking day. We put our hand on our fucking hearts, wear our Pledge of Allegiance to the fucking flag because we're an indoctrinated fucking country full of fucking imperialist motherfuckers. And then we're like, oh, North Korea's bad because they do that even though we do it. And we're pieces of shit. And we spend all our money on fucking horrible infrastructure and we give it to fucking billionaires because we don't want to support our fucking poor. And we spend all this money on the fucking military to bomb fucking poor people in fucking countries that we don't want to have any involvement with, even though we spend loads of money going over there. And then we'll fucking tell the entire world what to fucking do. And then we'll fucking impose our fucking will on everyone else. We have the terrible fucking food standards. And we don't support our poor, we don't support our fucking homeless. We make people fucking die on the streets if they can't afford it because we're a horrible country filled with horrible fucking people. Welcome to America. Fuck you. Oh, we're police. We kill people on fucking sight because we're fucking American police and we fucking justice. Who's that? What's that? We're all corrupt. Oh shit. Oh, how many fucking videos do we have to see of fucking black people being shot to death by fucking police officers? Before you'll admit it's a fucking problem. Fucking America. Oh, we signed a $1 trillion infrastructure bill. Wow, look at us. We finally fucking doing the bare fucking minimum that any fucking country will do because we're a piece of shit. Hi. No punctuation. I know, right? So these are folded over, right? And sometimes like one gets caught like that, like so that's two, and sometimes it gets caught on that side, so it looks like one, and so there's a couple that aren't. I know they make you say the Pledge of Allegiance. It's horrible. Absolutely horrible. Absolutely fucking disgusting from a country that considers itself to be the leader of the free world. Fucking assholes. Get all the ones out of this pile that I haven't put a stamp on because they got caught up in each other. Stamp. Like, we don't have time for all. Yeah, like, we don't have time for all. We're Americans. We're too busy fucking desperately working to pay for us to fucking just the bare minimum of living. We have to work. Oh, we're too busy working 12 hours a day to earn fucking $10 to fucking pay for my mother's fucking lung replacement operation that I'll be paying off for the rest of my fucking life because we're a fucking backwards, uncivilized fucking country. That's cruel and unnecessary and fucking... Oh, you know America has a higher prison population than a lot of fucking countries? Because America's got the highest incarceration rate in the world by a huge margin. And you know what? Prisoners can't fucking vote in America. 1.5 million people can't fucking vote. Fucking land of the free my arse. And slavery's allowed if you're a prisoner. That's allowed. That's written into the fucking Constitution. That slavery is not allowed unless you're in prison. In which case, fuck you. Prisoner, you're enslaved and you can't vote, and also we're going to fucking arrest you and imprison you for literally minor offences. And put you in an overcrowded prison system that literally is full of corrupt people who are just going to fucking abuse you. Because we're America and we're a piece of shit. And yeah, the death penalty. Because they're a fucking country that still thinks capital punishment is just appropriate. Let's murder someone! Horrible. Fucking horrible. This is the thing. When I talk about America, I'm always like, oh, I hate America. I always say it in this sort of like sense, but like, genuinely, I hope you can hear it in my voice. It makes me genuinely furious. I think America's fucking disgusting. Like, I think it's an absolutely disgusting country because it's the attitude that annoys me. That they do all these horrible things. And they're like, oh, we're the best in the world. We're doing it the best. And I'm like, what the fuck? You know. That's the ignorance. Like, you know, fucking in China, like, you know, everything's so controlled in China that I don't blame people for not knowing anything else. But in America, they have access to fucking everything. And like, now we're the best. I'm like, oh my god, shut the fuck up. Oh, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. I'm sorry if you're American. It's not your fault. 5, 10, 15, 20. Oh, okay, so these compacts, they come in bunches of 20 in these. I want to point out, by the way, I'm pretty sure this catch here is plastic. I'm pretty confident that's plastic. And these are the ones with the eco rating of 5. Even though they come in plastic, I think. And it's only these little things, but like, still. Still. So I know they're 20. Excellent. How many do I have here? I have 5, 10, counting about this time. 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, 53. 53. Is it recyclable plastic? I mean, all plastic's technically recyclable. But I don't know. It doesn't have any markings on it or anything. Just find it odd. It's like, oh, it doesn't come with any plastic, and it fucking comes with plastic in the packaging. Yet those other ones that are made from fully recycled cardboard and don't seem to have any plastic anywhere on them only have an eco rating of 3. So I don't know if I'm overly convinced with their eco rating system, I'll be honest. But these ones are carbon neutral. I don't know exactly what that means in the context of this. I don't know how they make them carbon neutral, but apparently they're carbon neutral. I don't like that they're white. I'd rather just have like raw, brown cardboard color. Whatever. Yeah, they are the world. Yeah, America are the world's largest economy, aren't they? It's hard to notice sometimes when you see how much suffering people go through in that country. How much suffering and how bad their infrastructure and education system is, and their healthcare system, and their public transportation systems, and fucking literally everything. America. Recycling some forms of paper cardboard not that eco-friendly. That's true. Their rating is it recycled or not? Yes or no. That's all they say. It's a bit hard with packaging because we're trying our best with it, but a lot of it's very obscure and it's like, is it, it's the best. Bye, Magnus. Enjoy your food. Wolfish Ghost, yeah, we're falling apart in the US. If that implies it was ever held together to begin with. Which it isn't. We're a country that allows people to shoot each other. We have the highest murder rate in the fucking economically developed world. Look at us. A country so free that everyone's fucking dying and in prison. Great, yeah. Wonderful. What do you want to go to the military? Well, a lot of you want to go to the military, but as I was saying earlier, Americans pay more in taxes for healthcare than we in the UK do. And we have universal free healthcare. So it's just America are really bad at using their fucking money because they don't regulate anything. And they're just fucking all the money just goes to a big fucking blender. Fucking America. Fucking America. Hey, Ox Flynn. Flick. Yes, Matt, but they have cheap petrol. No, they have cheap gasoline. Oh my god, there was the fucking gas simulator video and Daniel makes the comment of like, why do Americans call it gas when it's a liquid? And oh my god, so many people took the fucking bait. And there's these massive debates going into the comments going, actually it's short for gasoline, which is the correct word because it's not petroleum, like you British people. I'm getting really annoyed at this like really throwaway comment that Dan made as a joke in the video, which is very funny. Overly privatized systems. It sure is that. Also, lack of any regulation. And also, massive corruption in every sector of government. Oh. How convenient. The exact right number of things. Right. Right, that is, that's 20. Wait, it's 20, isn't it? Yeah. 5, 10, 5, 10, 20. Wait. That's 20. You did spend a lot of money in the military last year. You should be more than the next 9 countries combined. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, 53, or 73. double that-ish. I'll keep that in different piles. I have a lot of these sheets because British and Irish politics never had any corruption. Oh, most politics is super corrupt, but American politics especially is incredibly corrupt. Super ridiculously so. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I don't remember ordering that many. 12? 12? Oh, it was about 150 a month. 30 a month. I love all. If any of you have ever read into Irish politics, there's a load of really fucking stupid stories about fucking bribery and shit going on in Ireland. Incredibly transparent and stupid. Right. Do these. I'm gonna keep going. I'm gonna do 20 by 20. There's 47 in that pile. It says 47 in that pile. 48, 40, whatever, around that, around 50. And pounds 20, so I need 131. So I need another. Yeah, I'll just do another 2 of these. That'll be fine. Yeah, healthcare that's paid for by taxes. Yeah, because Medicaid and stuff, innit? Our America. Legal bribery. God, I just hate them. And every day I'm more angered by it. You know what's really annoying, right? One of the places I most want to visit in the world is well, I say one of the places. It's not the places, it's what's in the place. I desperately want to visit the Smithsonian in DC, right? It's the biggest collection of a lot of stuff. It's just all the different Smithsonian museums are just incredible museums with lots of stuff. And the Air and Space Museum just has a fucking space shuttle in and loads of cool planes, made for horrible purposes, but cool planes. And one of the things I really want to do is I really want to travel to DC on my own and just spend a week just literally going to museums and doing nothing else. Like, I'm not there for any of the fucking stuff about DC. I'm not there for any of the fucking the president and visit the cat. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck about the American indoctrination shit. I just care about the museums. But the problem is that involves me going to DC. And when I was years ago, and I was looking at like hotels, one of the cheapest hotels overlooked the White House, and I'm sort of going, they definitely do the Secret Service definitely do a security check if you're staying in a hotel that has a window overlooking the White House. And then I sat there going, oh fuck, if they do a security check on me, all they're gonna find is me on the internet going, I hate America, it's a shit country. You know. And no. Like last time I went to America, New York, they took my retinal scans and they took full handprints from me. And I'm like, all right. This felt very intrusive. Love that. My retinal scan. Like, what the fuck? Thanks, America. So somewhere in America, my fucking retinal scan and my handprint are on file, which is wonderful. Love that. Love the American government having that. 10 out of 10. That's just on top of that, you're Irish. That automatically means you get checked if you ever shown any interest in the IRA. I mean, I think that's how it works. I don't think they racially profile people because they're Irish. I mean, now saying that. The American border security is incredibly intrusive. Super ridiculously intrusive. All under the justification of, oh, well, we don't want another 9/11. It's like, that's, yeah, sure, right. You're not going to resolve the issues that led to 9/11 happening in the first place. No, you're just going to be incredibly fucking Authoritarian, but okay. Sure. Biometric data is meant to be secure, and I do not trust the American government to keep it that way. No, me neither. I don't trust the American government to do anything. I didn't know, Hendleton, I didn't know this, but apparently America used to be super racist. Most of the world used to be super racist toward Irish people. A lot of places would not. They'd have signs on the doors that said, no N-words, no Irish, no dogs. The stereotype of the Irish being drunk and lazy is a racist stereotype. I've had racism towards me in the UK for being Irish, hilariously, by Orange Order members, which is a closest comparison is to the KKK. Imagine like imagine a KKK, but it's for Protestantism, like, and you know, against the Catholics and the Irish, filthy Irish dirty dogs, who march through the streets of Scotland and Northern Ireland, singing very horrible songs about the Irish coming over and raping all the women and how they should fuck off because they're horrible, rapist, dirty Irish bastards. You know, songs including "The famine is over, why don't you go home?" I got called a bead rattler, which is apparently a fucking Catholic slur. I'm not a Catholic, but I'm Irish. Obviously, that was comparable. Ridiculous. You get hating Catholics by the Irish. So the Orange Order was formed. So the Orange Order is talking about King William of Orange of the Netherlands, who helped fight in the Battle of the Boyne and quelled Irish independence. Effectively, it is Unionists versus Irish Republicans. Unionists being those who support unification with the United Kingdom, loyalists to the Crown, and Republicans who support a free Republic Ireland. And back in Irish Revolutionary days, so in the early 1900s, it was a big, fierce thing. Because effectively, the British sent Scots over to Ulster when they were, so they're called Ulster Scots. They sent the Scots over to Ulster centuries ago to basically colonize Ireland and make it more British. And that's why Northern Ireland is still part of the UK, because it's full of Ulster Scots who are historically British and sympathetic to the Crown. Bead rattler, yes, rosary beads. That's what it means. 60, 50. Yeah, and the Orange Order do marches every year. On the 12th of July, the anniversary of the Battle of the Boyne, which is the battle. King William of Orange, against, I can't remember. I've been to the Boyne as well. I've been to the place where the Battle of the Boyne was. The Boyne, which is the river. And they celebrate it every year. The Orange Order. They do big marches. It's a big problem in Belfast, and Derry, where they march around and they'd sing songs, but they'd use like famous songs, right? So they would like but you know, they'd be doing songs like that, but they put their own lyrics over them, like "The famine is over, why don't you go home?" But then they were told to stop singing all these hateful songs, and they don't. They just play these. They just do an instrumental of it, and then they're like, "You're doing it," and it's like, "No, we're just playing this famous song because we like it." Are they considered a hate group? So when talking about stuff like that, especially in Northern Ireland, the general attitude has been to just sweep it under the rug. They're not considered a hate group. No. Ridiculous. They are honestly the closest comparison I have is genuinely the KKK. The Orange Order have like, they do the Grand Wizard thing and they fucking have lots of levels and they wear a big orange sash. Which a fun fact. So the orange, which is William of Orange, which is Netherlands. The Irish flag, which is orange, white, and green. Green, white, and orange. I always forget the way it goes around. The orange is meant to represent Catholics. Protestants. It's meant to literally, the orange is representing that, Protestants, and the green is representing Catholics and just native Irish, and the white is meant to symbolize peace. The flag of the Republic of Ireland is meant to symbolize peace between Protestants and Catholics. And people in the Orange Order don't get told that, and they get told that it's actually a hate symbol, and the Irish hate you, and the Irish fucking are all dirty, filthy bastards who just want to fucking destroy the crown because they hate Britain. And they need to be ruled because they're fucking idiots. It's really racist. There's a weird thing. There's a weird thing with the Irish in that in Europe, in sort of westernized Europe, the Irish are Western European, but obviously historically the Irish have never been a great power. They've never been a great power compared to the rest of Western Europe. So even though the Irish are Western Europe, they've always been this weird minority that people have been really racist towards historically, which is weird. It's why it's the Irish fall into this weird place where they are definitely white Europeans, but at the same time are historically very marginalized and had a lot of racism towards them, which is weird. So weird. Well, Ireland was part of the UK. Well, Ireland as like a nation. Ireland was a colony. Like Ireland itself as a place was never a great power. It was colonized by the British. It was colonized by the British in the same way India was colonized by the British, or Pakistan was colonized by the British, or most of Africa was colonized by the British, or Israel was colonized by the British, or America was colonized by the British. But like the identity, the Irish, like independent Ireland, like Ireland itself has never been a great power. They've always been a subservient power to the British, and the Irish have always been very resilient to that. The Irish have always generally been very against British rule. That's why there was a war of independence, and that's why they are independent now. Because they've always fought it. But Ireland themselves, as a country, like independently, have never been their own power. Scotland's their own identity; they were never a great power. Well, Scotland has never been a great power, but they've always been a very. I say you've never been a great power, but they've always, at least, they were when they were a power. But Scotland respectively colonized the British. But like the Irish were always seen as this other. They were always the Irish were this like genetically inferior dogs. The Scottish had power. The Scottish had the merging of the crown. The Scottish had royalty. The Scots had a long, noble history of royalty and links to the rest of Britain. Ireland never had that. Ireland were a lot of peasants. And some, small noblemen in probably small areas and sort of feudal. Outside of that, never. Never been a power outside of that. Never been an independent power. They've been subservient to the British for a very long time. And the Irish were just seen as just this subservient, inferior race. Like, it's interesting how the culture of Ireland, how Irish have been seen in the past 100 years, have just flipped completely, especially in America, where a lot of people are really proud to be Irish, even though it's like historically, like you'd be barred from getting jobs in America if you're Irish. Gary D, and I've heard this and recognized it in a good phrase with the Irish and the Black. Literally, so there's a comment that's been made several times. And it used to be a racial, like people used to call Irish people the white N-words. That was a thing that historically has been said a lot about Irish people. And it makes talking about that Irish racism stuff a really weird subject. because it's obviously not the same thing. But the Irish are enslaved, and they've had a lot of racism over the years, and the British effectively caused a famine to the Irish. The Great Potato Famine happened because almost everyone in Ireland was a peasant. They were all poor, and they were entirely reliant on the potato as a crop because every other crop was basically exported forcefully by the British Crown. So the Irish were entirely reliant on the potato crop, and then a blight came and basically destroyed the entire potato crop of Ireland, which the peasants were entirely reliant on, and they started starving to death. And the British kept exporting all the other food and just let the Irish starve. A third of the entire country of Ireland was either killed or left the country. That's why there was a huge amount of Irish people going to the United States. Huge. A third of the entire population of the country. And the population of Ireland still hasn't recovered to this day. The population of Ireland is still lower than it was before the potato famine. Your country never recovered. Like, I'm quite proud to be Irish, and it's just an incredibly weird rate. Like, it's a bit weird. Sort of thing, because it's just so that's 80 plus 50, 30. Well, I was gonna say that's 80 there. 80. Yeah, a lot of the thing is actually. No, a lot of people don't hear about the racism towards Irish people. It's kind of a historical thing that doesn't really hold a lot of bearing in modern times. But it's historically a massive thing. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, 53, plus 80. I'm gonna have to write these down because I've just right. Because some of these don't have stickers on, so you can't really put stickers on. Right, that's enough. Overflow. Pendleton, apparently, Ireland has almost 2 million less people than it before the famine. Sure does. Thanks, Britain. There's more Irish Americans than the Irish. Yeah, it's why, like, a lot of Americans just consider themselves Irish because they're fucking great-granddad was Irish. Whatever you say, buddy. Whatever you say, mate. These okay. So the other boxes, I put the other ones in. There's a lot of play in them, and I can fit about an extra, an extra 30 envelopes in those boxes. But these white ones, they're super tightly packed into their boxes, and I can't fit any more than 100. It's annoying. Whatever. That's the US. There. Yeah, there's about 8. I need 80 stickers to put on those US ones. So I'll post them last. I can post the rest of them Monday, hopefully. Right. I want to do another. Wait. Moment. Yeah. So they're all the ones stamped for this month. Now, I have all these stamps left. So what I think I'll do. How many more of these? Actually, I have another 320. So 320. How many stamps do I have? say it's not an exact science because I couldn't buy the exact number of stamps. They always come in these sheets of 25, so I will have overflow. So I've got 70. I've got 82 of those, and I've got 9 times 25 is. Hey Siri, what's 9 times 25? No. What's 9 times 25? No, not 45. 25. What's 9 times 25? Yeah. 225. Thank you. 225. So. It's not quite enough for 3 months. It's more than for 2 months. So what I'll do is I'll do another 50 of these. I'll do another 100. 25. Do that many American ones. Do that many European ones. Which will cover. Do that many European ones. Which will cover next month and a little bit more. There's a bit of overflow, and it's fine because then that'll still be fine. Right. Chance to and Siri. Yeah, but there's a delay. Siri had already answered by the fucking time I saw your chat message. Right. Stamps on these ones. So I was going to do 100. That's 50, and then that's what? That was 100, wasn't it? Yeah, 100 and. So yeah, 3 boxes. Well, the 3 boxes I've got. Okay, cool. Has Matt figured the excess post dates into his plans? Excess posting dates? What? No. If you buy your prints in November, they're the Christmas ones, and they will get shipped at the start of December. So, like the ones you buy in December will be later than usual, probably because it's the start of January. But like, not really consideration. I bought a battery charger. I don't use rechargeable. It's a really random aside, but I bought a battery charger and rechargeable batteries. I don't really use normal batteries ever, like normal beer batteries. I don't ever use them outside of a couple of things. But the rare things I do use them for, I get really annoyed every time. The rare time I have to change them once a year, and I have to throw batteries away. So I decided I'll just buy rechargeable batteries for them. At the start of the stream, I put a 9-volt battery, a 9-volt rechargeable battery in the charger. So it's been charging for 5 hours now, and it's still red. Like 190 milliamp hour battery as well. It's a tiny fucking thing. I'm like, what? Bye, Fox Sleeper, to play some underwater hockey. What the? Underwater hockey? Okay. Bye, Fox Sleeper. Dardy, I mean, would you prefer an American who says their heritage is Irish or an American who says their heritage is white? That's a valid point. Well, it's not that I have a problem with Americans saying they're Irish. I just find it interesting that a lot of American culture is so kind of deeply entwined with Americans saying like, "Oh, I'm actually from a different culture." I just find that interesting. I just find that interesting. I just find it interesting that I'm actually 1/30th Cherokee, or I'm actually 1/8 Irish, or I'm actually two fucking 20ths Italian, 2/20ths 10th. I just find it's a uniquely American thing, and I find it very interesting. I guess it's just because American national identity isn't as historic as but I find it especially interesting because obviously America's, by its very nature, is a kind of a country of immigrants, and I find it really interesting how much anti-immigrant sort of sentiment there is there from people who will proudly be like, "Oh, I'm actually fucking from Irish or part Italian or German or whatever." It's like you, right? It's just that they don't like the brown immigrants. That's the real reason, because they're racist motherfuckers. Racist motherfuckers. Fuck America. I wonder how many stamps I'd need to put on my desk to actually post it. Like, what's the value of the postage on my desk and how many stamps would I need? Because, you know, the amount of stamps I have at the moment, maybe not right now, but before I put them on, I definitely had enough to post my desk somewhere. You know, just put like 60 billion stamps on it. It'll probably get there. It's covered in stamps. Joke, isn't it? Just like getting a package that's covered in random stamps. Right. Oh, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna finish doing all these stamps. Then I'm gonna take a break. I'm gonna come back. I'm gonna package the prints for this month. And then I'm gonna put the address labels on them, which I will do off camera. I'll turn the camera off at that point and do them. And then I'll be done, and I can ship all the ones for this month. Tomorrow, I want to try and ship a bunch of them tomorrow. I want to ship all the some of those American ones won't get off till Wednesday because I'm waiting for more stickers. But most of them will be off. The stickers I get on Wednesday, I'll do them the second I get them, and I'll try and post them on Wednesday. So they'll all go out in the next 3 days, is the plan. Way more ahead than last month. Wow. Probably out of everything. Yeah, I imagine posting the desk wouldn't cost £3,000. That was a little excessive. Considering the desk was significantly more than the value. That's what's scary. I have this constant fear, right? So this desk is like an IKEA desk, but it's the fancy IKEA desk with wood. But the one to my right is like the really cheap one. You know, the one that's like a 15 quid desktop. And what's scary is at the start of this stream, not only did it have £3,000 worth of stamps on it, but it also has an £8,000 iMac. Which slightly terrified that really cheap desk is supporting quite a lot more than it's worth. Was the posting figured in when the prints first planned? Oh yeah. All of this was figured in. We didn't know exactly how much the postage would be, but we sort of I took the high estimates of everything. Yeah. Like when we started planning all this out, Rebecca costed all of it. Rebecca's been very good at costing all of everything to the penny, which is frankly more than I need, but appreciated. I couldn't cost in all the postage because I didn't know exactly how much the postage was going to cost because I didn't have the prints in hand, and so I didn't know how much everything was going to weigh. I didn't know exactly what sized envelopes I'd need or whatever, so I couldn't cost everything properly until I had it. But I just kind of took the estimate of the price of sending large letters everywhere. I'm sticking the stamps on. What do you mean? Yeah, no, see, that amount of stuff on it. That I don't like this cheap IKEA desk. I'll be honest. I like this desk. This desk's nice. The cheap IKEA desk next to me, I fucking hate. But it's a 2 meter one, and you can't really buy 2 meter long desks. Like made of nice wood, you know, high quality stuff. So I'm just. But my plan is I've got a 2 meter desk, like. Oh, thanks, Tristan. I've got like my 2 meter desk is like that, and then I've got the desk that this computer's on here, like here. So it's like an L shaped, and then the desk that's 2 meters is there, and this one I'm on is like 160, but then this is a 40 width, so it's like 2 meters, 2 meters, like a 2 meter by 2 meter L shaped desk. Got a big fucking desk. But my plan is, because I hate it, it's massive and I hate it, but it's just because I've got 2 computers. You could have one custom made. I did look into the custom made, and it was just so ludicrously expensive to get one custom made. But my plan is, because I'm getting this new MacBook, My plan is, it has been my plan for a while, but it's been limited by the fact I can't get the monitor I want. Because in an ideal world, I want a big ultra wide on this desk, big ultra wide, a big high resolution, high contrast, high frame rate ultra wide. I want like I want a really good mini LED display with a really high pixel count and can do 120. All the specs of the display they've got on the new MacBook Pro, I want that in an ultra wide. You can't get that. That's not a thing. But I want one of those, and I want to have like a few, like 2 or 3 little monitors above it, up side or whatever. And the intent there is that I dock my MacBook, and I'd use that display as my main monitor, and I'd switch it between Windows and Mac if I needed it as my main monitor. But I always need one of them on my secondary monitor, like. Because the thing is, now I'm using my if I was playing a game, I'd be using my PC. I'm obviously not using both main monitors at the same time. But I do need bits of the MacBook because it's handling all the audio and everything, and it's doing stuff. So I would like a secondary one to be able to monitor it, but you think display alone cost several thousand? That's what confused me, because the fucking MacBook, right? Like that MacBook with that display, the base model is I think what, like about £2,000, which isn't cheap, but like this has always been a thing. One of the big points about the iMac, the 27-inch one, was that people would always like, oh, if you can get all the same specs on a cheaper PC, but if you took into account the cost of the monitor itself, because to get a monitor of the same spec would cost thousands, and often the Mac would become way cheaper the second you factor the cost of as good a display in. It turns out the Mac would always be cheaper. All of you said does exist at the mini LED portion. Well, it doesn't. The problem is you can get a high refresh rate ultra wide, but it's only 1440p. You can get a high pixel count ultra wide, but it does only 60 hertz, and it's not curved. You can't get like a properly high res ultra wide with 120 and P3 color gamut support. Mini LED is not necessarily required, but it's a nice thing. But even without mini LED, it doesn't exist. I've looked. And every year I look. Every like February I look again, thinking, oh, someone might have announced it at CES, and they never have. And I'm like, how? Like all the tech exists. Like you can get TVs with that tech in. You can get laptops with that tech in. Why can't I buy a desktop monitor with that fucking tech in? If someone wanted to make it, they fucking could. And that's what annoys me about fucking PC monitors, is that all the tech to make really good ones exists. They just fucking, it always comes to PC monitors like really late after TVs and after even Mac laptops. So I want the ultra wide. I want the ultra wide mainly for fucking editing. That's the thing, because you say no one's a 4K ultra wide because you can get a 4K ultra wide. You can get a 21:9 4K ultra wide, but the point is that monitor's not made for gaming, and I don't want to buy an ultra wide for gaming. I don't want a gaming monitor. I want a high fucking frame rate ultra wide for editing. That's why I want it. The gaming I don't really care about. I'd probably still run stuff in 16:9. It's always for gaming in mind. Every fucking monitor's for gaming in mind. You know, like I want high frame rate for editing, because a lot of times when I'm editing, I'm going through a 60 FPS video at 2x speed. That's how I often go through videos. And in some videos, if I don't properly thingy it. If I don't if I'm missing half the frames, some videos I miss errors and stuff, which is why like it's a bit annoying, because this new MacBook Pro screen is so good and is everything I want from the monitor. It's just on a fucking laptop screen, 60-inch laptop screen, granted. And I'm on a desktop, and I want to use a proper big display, but I'm honestly gonna probably use the display on the MacBook. Like I'd feel bad docking that computer. Like having it closed in a little side dock. Like, I'd feel bad about that just because like you're wasting such good. And yet you can get 120 hertz ultra wide, but the problem is it's 40, not only is it 1440p. Like, okay, so the closest thing to what I can get is I can get a 120 hertz ultra wide that's about 1440p, but and it has mini LED, but like 10 dimming zones, which is basically pointless. If anything, is worse than not having any at all. And it does P3. I assume it's not easy to do a 32 by 9 4K and 400. No, you can do one. It's like there's no technical limitation there. Like, you can have 120 hertz 8K displays that are mini LED. Like, the thing is, when people make display panels, they actually make them on big sheets and they cut them to size. It's just, I just think making an ultra wide is so specific. Like, you can't just buy off the shelf display panels for that purpose. You'd have to get one custom made. I imagine it's just very expensive, and it is going to be a more niche product, obviously. So I imagine there's just not been a market for it. Oh, I hate the Odyssey G9. I've seen the Odyssey G9. I hate it. I hate how curved it is. It's so aggressively curved. I don't want that much of a fucking curve. James Clare, is there any way of getting rid of that new note thing that's in the corner since the last Mac update? What new note thing that's in the corner? I didn't have a new note thing in the corner. I mean, there probably is a way, but I genuinely don't know what you're talking about. Monterey's broken fucking Apple compressor for me. I can't fucking render videos properly anymore. I have to do them straight out of Final Cut, which means I can't queue stuff properly. I can't edit while fucking rendering, which is a fucking pain in my ass. But it's the only thing about Monterey that's really changed anything for me. Monterey is a better name. I just need to say this now. Monterey is a better name than Big Sur. Because every time, like, anytime anyone said macOS Big Sur, I just went, Big Sur! You know, it just kind of sounds like a fucking West. It just sounds like someone in a cowboy film. Just if you point the mouse in the corner of the notepad pops up. Doesn't do that for me. Right side, it doesn't do it. Because I've mine doesn't do it. Hang on. Thanks, it says a hot corner. It says a hot corner. So what you need to do is you need to go into your desktop and screensaver settings on your Mac and click hot corners at the bottom right. And it's set basically, hot corners have been a thing in macOS forever. I've always used them. And I've got it set so that my going to the bottom left of my display puts my display to sleep, but the bottom right sets the screensaver on. So my bottom right set is the screensaver. But it's actually the quick note feature's just been a quick. So I imagine by default it sets it to quick note if you don't have anything else there on the new update. That's neat. That's an option now. I like hot corners. I'm glad they have never removed hot corners. I'm glad it just stayed forever in an awkward bit of the system settings. It doesn't make any sense, but okay. Hot corners. Screensaver. Why? I like a screensaver. I mean, first of all, burn-in is still a thing. Like, screen burn-in is not as much as an issue as an older monitor would be, but it's still a thing. So screensaver is useful to reduce the chance of burn-in. Also, it's just nice. I like it. Often I'll just if I'm in a work day and I'm going out or whatever, I'll just put screensaver on. Wait. Is that how many I want to do? Yeah. All right. No problem, James Clare. Yeah, that tracks that I'd be the one to ask if I didn't know anything about it. Mac OS has loads of nifty little neat features in, which are kind of buried away that most people don't know are there. And they're really useful, and I've always used them. Like hot corners are super useful, because you can do loads of other stuff with hot corners as well. it's just more a habit thing. Like hot corners don't feel like the most useful thing. The problem is I've been using hot corners since like 2007, 6, 7. So it's always been habit for me to bottom left is sleep, bottom right screen to that, and I've always had that setting set on every Mac I've ever owned since 2007, 8. Just because it's habit, and they've never removed the feature, which I love. They've never changed it. There's loads of like, I've all of my trackpad shortcuts that I use, the swipey thingies to bring up Launchpad and stuff. I use Better Touch Tool to set them to the old style ones because my muscle memory is for the old style trackpad shortcuts from like again 2000 when they first introduced these multiple trackpads from like 2010, 11. So whenever I get a new Mac set up, I install Better Touch Tool and I import my custom thing set up because again my muscle memory is just set to old Mac shortcuts. I find it interesting that they bury the quick notes in the hot corners, though, because I imagine a lot of people would want to turn it off, and most people don't know about hot corners and aren't going to know to look there for it. Because you wouldn't expect. I mean, hot corners is in a weird place. It's in display and screensaver settings, which is a weird place to be buried. And most people aren't going to know to look there to find that fucking thingy setting. And when you search the settings for like quick note, it doesn't show you that because it's a drop down in hot corners rather than an actual dedicated setting. But I know why they've integrated it into hot corners because it just keeps legacy stuff working. But I don't know. It should just be an easy way to turn it off. macOS is a fun thing. This is why I don't. When everyone's like, "Oh, macOS isn't customizable," I always get really annoyed because it's super customizable. You just have to. It's just not obvious because macOS is meant to be simple to use and hard to fuck up by default. But if you know what you're doing, you can really mess with it. It's just they hide those things away. They're still there and reasonably easily accessible, but you're not going to find them unless you know where to look, which is by design. Which I enjoy much. I'm really excited to get this new M1 Mac. I get it in a week. No, I get it in a week and a half. I get it. It's due for like the 18th, 19th. And I'm very excited because I've been wanting to try an M1 Mac for a long time. Ever since but they didn't have a Pro version, and I've been wanting to replace my iMac with a MacBook for a while. It's just going to be so much least. Like I've seen fucking people do render tests on it, and like, God, some people have done render tests versus like a Mac Pro, like a 12-core iMac Pro, and it's beating them for export times in Final Cut, and I'm like, oh my God. MKBHD had an interesting one because one of the problems I have with any tech reviews is that they always compare it to like the last gen product, which like most people aren't upgrading from the last gen product, right? Like everyone's comparing the new MacBook Pro to the MacBook Pro from like 2019, and I'm like, well, first of all, most people are going to be on an even older MacBook Pros, first of all. But second of all, there's no consideration of comparing it to like an iMac Pro or whatever. But MKBHD, interestingly, travels with an iMac Pro. Like whenever MKBHD goes to a tech event, he puts a full 27-inch iMac Pro in a big fucking carrying case and wheels it on a plane and wheels it to a tech event and sets it up in his hotel room, which is the only device which can like render fast enough. The only Mac device that can render fast enough. For like, because if it's at a tech event, he wants to render. If he wants to finish a day, he wants to render it as quickly as possible because there's a big time constraint for those events. And a MacBook couldn't render fast enough, and he couldn't bring a Mac Pro with him. So he used to do the ridiculous thing of bringing the iMac. But because of that, it meant he was comparing the new MacBook Pro to the iMac Pro, which is what I own. And he's replacing the new MacBook, the iMac with the new MacBook because it's even higher performance and obviously it's really portable. And I'm like, oh shit, yeah. Haskell, I wanted M1 for college, but some of the apps we use are incompatible with M1. Guess I could use Boot Camp to run the hassle. What do you mean incompatible with M1? So all apps that don't work in M1 should work fine under Rosetta too, like the translation layer. Like every x86 Mac app should still work on an M1 Mac. Right, I don't have one to test that. That's supposedly the case, and I've heard Rosetta is very good. Emulation. Also, remember, Boot Camp is not a thing on M1 Macs. You cannot dual boot Windows on them because Windows cannot. There's no like you can't dual boot because it's It's an ARM system and Windows is x86. You can run a virtual machine. You can run a Windows virtual machine on the M1 Max. And I intend to try that. I'm curious how well Windows will run in a VM. I'm curious how well it'll work for PC games. Because I don't want to main it for that, but I would like it to be able to play PC games. You know, if I'm away or whatever. It'd just be handy to be able to play the odd PC game. It doesn't need to be like a max settings or anything. I just want it to run well, because previous Macs like could technically do it, but they'd always struggle. And even though the current Mac is very powerful, apparently it's like for a lot of performance places, matching like desktop 3080s, the graphics processor in it. But under a VM, I wouldn't expect that much performance. But let alone a VM it's under a VM and a translation layer, because not only is it running a Windows virtual machine, but then that Windows virtual machine is having to go through Rosetta to translate it into ARM. And I'm like, I can't imagine. I imagine it would work very well, but I imagine for really performance-intensive applications, I imagine that a lot of that's going to get lost in translation. So that's what's interesting. All the stuff with it is all the fact it's ARM. That's what's interesting me. It's all the ARM stuff. Parallels Desktop works incredibly well. It's just everything that's ARM. It's because it's ARM based. I'm so curious to play with it because it's got loads of cool stuff. Because my current act, because they've added loads of stuff to the ARM Macs that isn't on the Intel Macs as well, like features that they are able to add now because they're their own bespoke chip. I'm really excited to play with it, and I'm so excited for it to run really well. My Mac is just struggling a lot now with a lot of these more complicated edits, and it's always struggled because a lot of people, you know, edit with like Red Raw or like ProRes or whatever. I don't edit with ProRes or Red Raw. I edit with H.264, H.264. Because I'm editing stuff that's coming out of OBS, right, or PC, because that's what I'm editing. I'm mainly editing Dan stuff from OBS. So it's compressed. So playback's always choppy. It's always been a bit choppy. And the hope is that the new machine, because it's got a dedicated H.246 processor in it for render and playback, I'm hoping it'll just fucking blow it out the water. Very excited for that. Very excited. Just you're getting the third jab tomorrow. That's exciting. I'm excited to get a third jab eventually. I know it sounds silly. I really want to persuade them to give me Moderna. I really genuinely would like to try and persuade them to give me Moderna. Because obviously I had AstraZeneca as the first jab, and because that gave me a blood clot, I've had Pfizer from the second. So I really like the idea of getting Moderna from a third, so I've had all three. I know that's a stupid. I know that's fucking stupid, but there's just something in me that just, there's just something in me that likes that conceptually. Just like it conceptually. Oh yeah, people don't generally know what they're getting until they go. Most people are being given Pfizer. Pretty much everyone's being given Pfizer for the booster. Even if you had like AstraZeneca as your original ones, you'll get Pfizer as your booster, as usually what they're doing. The booster's it's not a full dose as well. I think the booster's only like a half dose of what you get for a normal one. So the side effects aren't nearly as bad because you're getting much less of a dose. Well, if you're in the UK, you will be eligible for a third. Everyone will be eligible for a third jab. I think everyone is eligible for a third jab. It's just you have to wait 6 months after your second jab to be able to be eligible for a third. Sorry, for a booster. I really want a booster because I do not want to get COVID because it will increase my blood clotting factor, and that's quite dangerous for me. Are you still going? It's my job. I am what? I'm not even 6 hours into a full workday. God, shit. Right. Like I haven't even worked 8 hours today. So we'll do that. Like it's my job. I'm doing it. Don't you have a bad heart? That makes sense. I mean, some people are getting the boosters early, but most people are being told, even if you're vulnerable, to get it 6 months later. But Some vulnerable people are getting it early. Apparently, according to my doctor, I am vulnerable, but I'm not on the vulnerable list, which is reassuring. I'm vulnerable because I'm at risk of getting blood clots, which means I'm very vulnerable and don't want to get COVID because I'm very vulnerable to it, but I'm also not considered vulnerable according to the list. So I'm like, okay, cool, thank you. I'm pretty reassuring, thank you. Which is cool. Just the main pump doesn't flow proper. God, that's that's fun. Why a high clotting risk? Because I had a blood clot. For those who don't know, my first AstraZeneca vaccine gave me a pulmonary embolism, which is a blood clot in your lung. I got a blood clot in my lung. And I've been on 6 months of blood thinners for it. Recently off them, but basically, the fun thing about blood clots, at least in my case, pulmonary embolism specifically, is that no matter how, because mine was really, really minor, like I caught it really fucking early, so it wasn't a serious issue. But no matter how small a blood clot is, it causes permanent scarring to the bit of your artery that it was attached to, and forever that scarring will be there. And as a result, you're at an increased risk of getting a blood clot in future because another blood clot can just form in the same place because of the scarring. So forever after getting a blood clot, you're at increased risk of getting another blood clot, which is a fun thing about blood clots. Which is why I've got a new Apple Watch coming, which will arrive on Tuesday. Because this one's fine, but the new one has a blood oximeter tracker, which will be very fucking useful for me because it can track my blood oxygen levels passively, and it will hopefully identify if I'm getting a blood clot before I do. So I'll notice breathing pain like I did last time, but blood oximeter will show it first. You had the chance of getting AstraZeneca vaccine when it first appeared. I'm glad I didn't, and I got Pfizer instead of this. I mean, I was just really unlucky with AstraZeneca. Like, it's there was that very rare clotting, but it was like, it's a few hundred people, out of millions. And I was one of those few hundred people. Wow, part of a special group. Part of a very special group. Wow. But, like, everyone was fine. I knew loads of people who got AstraZeneca and they were grand. I mean, I think Pfizer's a better jab. AstraZeneca and Pfizer are just as effective at stopping serious disease or an illness, but Pfizer is a lot better at stopping you from getting it in the first place. So while both are as effective of stopping you from like dying and being seriously ill, Pfizer is better at just stopping you getting sick in the first place, which is just a nice bonus, Although I'm sort of, I don't know if it's fortunate, but because I had a mixed full vaccine, like I got a full jab of Pfizer and a full jab of AstraZeneca, apparently that's really effective. Apparently it's as effective as 2 jabs of Pfizer, but also because AstraZeneca and Pfizer work in completely different ways, it gives me a broader level of protection because I'm protected from both angles. So apparently it's actually in some ways more effective than having 2 doses of Pfizer or 2 doses of AstraZeneca, which I guess, silver lining, eh? Silver lining, eh? Oh god, this has been a very expensive month for me tech-wise. As I say, a lot of my tech has been bought on the company. Like, obviously, the laptop is a business expense because it is for editing. These headphones, business expense because I'm using them for mainly editing. I got to go with the MacBook Pro, the paired. That's why I was uncomfortable with these, even at the price I paid for them, because I got them for 150 quid cheaper than they are supposed to be. I felt a lot more comfortable about them. The watch I bought. I never normally, right? Whenever I upgrade tech, I usually upgrade one thing at a time. But this year, apparently, I'm just upgrading literally everything all at once. Like, never before have I owned all the Apple shit all at once. Like, every new Apple thing. I'm gonna have a new Apple Watch and a new fucking. I've got a new Apple Watch. And I've got new Apple headphones. And I've got a fucking new MacBook. And I've got a new fucking Apple phone. Like, I feel like a dick. But the timing of everything just happened to be coincidentally balanced. So fuck it. Oh, literally, Meerkat, that's what I was joking about earlier. I desperately, genuinely would like a booster jab. I would like I'd like my booster to be Moderna. Like, no, not even joking. I would just... Granted, Moderna and Pfizer are both RNA vaccines, so they both work in very similar ways. So it's not like getting the AstraZeneca and the Pfizer to have the broader thing, but it's still... Because getting both made... Because getting AstraZeneca and Pfizer, I can talk about my experience of both of them. Because not many people have had both full jabs of each. Pfizer made my arm hurt more. That was an interesting one. Pfizer made my arm hurt a lot more. Which, you know, whatever. A lot of people were like, oh, it's like, because I was trying to figure out how I would be after my second Pfizer jab, and lots of people online were giving me advice. But it was kind of frustrating because all the advice people were giving me was not applicable. People were like, oh, when I got my second Pfizer vaccine, I was really... It's like, no. It's the reason people get bad symptoms after their second Pfizer vaccine is because it's your second dose of an RNA vaccine, because your load goes up, your RNA load goes up for your second dose, and because of how those RNA vaccines work, your response is the response you have is higher. And it's the opposite for normal size vaccines like the AstraZeneca one. Your second AstraZeneca jab will be less impactful than your first, whereas it's the opposite for an RNA vaccine. But the second vaccine I got wasn't my second RNA. It was my first RNA vaccine, but I already had a vaccine. So it was really unhelpful. I appreciate lots of people trying to give me advice, but it was very, very unhelpful advice. Because it was like, oh, I had a completely different circumstance, and this is what I had. I'm like, well, that's... you know. Oh, it's like saying, what's the fucking, like, oh, what's the traffic on the motorway like? And someone go, well, when I was fishing yesterday, there was no traffic on the water. And it's like, well, it's not really applicable, is it? Funnily enough, I found after both doses I had a bit of a headache after the second. There's some people saying that apparently your reaction to the vaccine is indicative of what your reaction to the actual COVID would have been. Which I don't know how true that is. I don't know if it is. But obviously, I had quite a bad reaction to both of them. After my AstraZeneca vaccine, obviously, I had a blood clot, but I had a fever for 3 days. I had a fever for 3 days. I felt really sick. I was tired. I think I was ill. And then obviously I got a blood clot. Which my doctor genuinely didn't think was a blood clot at first, because he was saying that is so rare to happen that he just didn't think it was a blood clot. And thankfully he gave me a blood test anyway. And thank God he did. I had to live my own blood. That was a weird one. Because I went to my GP's. I got told to go to my GP's by 111. Which is the UK's like non-emergency healthcare help number. You call and you speak to like a nurse or something, and you're like, hi, I have this, and they'll give you medical advice, or they'll tell you to go to a hospital or whatever. Like, it's really useful. And I called them, and they told me to go to my GP's urgently within the hour. So I went to my GP's, and then my GP saw me, and he was like, oh, it's probably just a sprain or something. Because of pain when breathing. And he was like umming and ahhing, and he went, I'll give you a blood clot anyway. I'll get another doctor here to do bloods, because he hadn't done bloods in years. I was like, okay. Wait for this other doctor to take bloods. Well, before she took bloods, she was like, oh, so it's past our pickup point for bloods today, because all bloods get taken to the hospital for testing in the area. So it's already been picked up today, and there's 3 options for you. Either I can take your bloods now, and I can put them in the fridge overnight, but they may have clotted in the morning and they might not be usable. Option 2 is you come back tomorrow and we'll do bloods. And obviously they'll be fine. Or option 3, I can do your bloods now and you can take your bloods to the hospital yourself. I went, I'll do option 3, please. So she took she did a blood test, she took loads of vials of blood out my arm, and she just gave me all my vials of blood in a bag. And then I got in a cab with my like big bag full of my vials of blood and just like went to the hospital, and it was really bizarre because I was just holding this bag of blood and the cabbie was just looking at me concerningly, and I'm like, oh, don't worry, it's fine, I'm fine. That's so scary. No, it wasn't gaslighting me over the clot. It was just because if you have blood that's not in the body and you put it in a fridge, it will just clot. Blood will just clot like outside of your body over naturally. It will just clot. Like that was the thing. That would have been a thing regardless of whether I had a blood clot or not. That's just a risk. Sometimes just blood will just clot overnight. It's why they don't store it overnight. It's why if you get a blood test, they send it off the same day and they process it the same day. How blood works. Why doesn't it clot on the body? There's reasons. Well, it does in my case. It's a rare thing. It's just there's lots of things about blood that are designed not to clot. There's many reasons. Read about them in the new Kyrgyzstan book Immune, available from all part of your immune system. It's like how most things aren't. It's like cancer, and a lot of it's like people with autoimmune diseases and stuff like that. A lot of stuff is supposed to work one way, and obviously something has a little bit of an error. Right. Okay. So I've done all the stamps. Right. I haven't done all of these stamps yet. There's 200 of them, 50 of them, which is another month's worth. Hang on. 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, 55, 60, 72. There's another box. Yep, another box of hundreds. I've got 172. Okay, that's fine. That is fine. Right. So what I'll do is I will leave those rest of those stamps for the future. I've already for next month I've got pretty much all of the envelopes stamped. I want to leave some unstamped just for flexibility because again, as I say, these envelopes could go to Europe or anywhere else in the world, and I don't want to lock them in too hard in case the ratio changes a bunch, which shouldn't, but it might. Right. So you set of stampy stamps are going back in my safe where you belong. Yeah. Say there. There we go. Right. Clot is a horrible thing in the world, isn't it? Clot. Right. On this box. Oh, that's 53. If I can get this done by 8, that'll be good. That'll be good time. Last time it took me 10 hours, but I didn't really know what I was doing. But this time I obviously have a better idea of what I'm doing. Oh god. Right. Righty. Oh, my back hurts. That's the biggest thing of these. I'm leaning forward. I can't quite sit. I could sit straight and do it. It's just if I sit straight and do it, I can't then. It's hard to put the things in the box. That's fine. Right. So next step. Heavy box, 20 kilos. Ah, there we go. I know it's 20 kilos. That's fucking weight. Right. Nice. So the next step is putting how much? 430 of these in the envelopes. Woo-wee! 430 of them in the envelopes. What a fun time. Right, I'm gonna actually take a quick break at the moment. Take an intermission. Get something to eat. Get a drink. Take some painkillers. And have a strepsil. I'll be back in like, I don't know, 15, 20 minutes. Yeah, 15, 20 minutes. Can make some food. Yeah. God, good luck if you've been here the whole fucking time. Jesus. 66 still here. God, I've been streaming for 6 hours, and I've had the whole time above 65 viewers. I've been sat here putting stamps onto bits of cardboard for 6 hours. I appreciate it. But, you know, a lot of people are like, oh, Matt, you're so boring. You're the ones watching. So, you know, who's really the boring one? Okay, I'll be back in like 15, 20 minutes. Oh, I never get to use the intermission screen. Wow. What's making the noise? Making the noise! Oh, shit. He's back! I'm immortal again! It's the cue cap. It's fine. Hello. I had a vegan bacon sarnie. How are you doing? I'm gonna tweet them still alive. Back from break. Package. prints. Okay. Right. Is the chat still? Ah, it doesn't come up automatically when I come back from a thingy. Justin, I made a bacon sarnie. It took slightly longer than I thought. It took me 20 minutes to make the bacon sarnie, and then I had to eat the bacon sarnie. That scared me. I was watching Ashton's new Patreon vid. Ashton's new Patreon vid? It's quite frustrating. I mean, it's the, you know, one of my favorite Q clips of just everyone starting at the bridge and just, and then just Q appearing with a mariachi band. He's back. You know? I've been rewatching a lot of Star Trek lately, and you know what? It just reminded me how much I love it. So, you know, all good. Anyway, guess what it's time for, everyone? It's time for me to pack lots of fucking prints into fucking envelope. Ah. Right. Righty. Honestly, never watched it. Dead to me. Right, well, it appears that... Oh, Daniel. So for context here, these this month were packaged mainly, or if not entirely, by Daniel. Yeah, see, I would have put this the other way around. Actually, hang on. Actually, no, that's right. That is right. That's the front side with the thing on. Well, never mind then. Fuck it. Fuck me backwards. Oh, I've got to publish the news video. Wait. I got my alert. Right, please make sure to push the video public alert. Don't forget, Matt. Alert. Where is it? That one. Patrick Moore's giant head. Public. Wow, publish. Hopefully there's nothing wrong with it. Publish. Okay, done. I don't know what to do with these stickers, I will admit. I have quite a few of them, obviously. For myself. I've also got some other stickers here that Rebecca sent me of their own stickers. And also some stickers for future months. I'm not really sure what to do with them. I don't stick stickers on anything, but I desperately want to. I'm not getting the new MacBook. I can put them on the back of the MacBook. I don't know. I could become one of those, you know, back of the MacBook full of stickers people. Don't know if I'm about that life, if I'm honest with you. No. How did I pack these last month? Right. The right way round would help. Right. Righty. Ooh, they're sounding gold this month. Ooh, look at Rebecca's fancy gold signature. Ooh. And Daniel's on the inside where the writing is. Right, so I want to do it like that. Right. With a microphone. Right. Which is going to be quickest for that? I found a layout that will let me pull them in the quickest. That way. That's the right way. Right. Pull. Stick. Cool. Under the desk. Right. So Matt, so Matt, new device. M1 MacBook, 1.2K versus a Ryzen 3 36 laptop versus an M1 Mac Pro. What's the advice? What's the advice that you need? Oh, my fucking watches. Stop it. Stop this immediately. Go into sit in fucking theater mode, please, watch. Thank you. I wouldn't mind becoming one of those MacBook full of stickers people, honestly. I don't think I'd love it, but something I've missed about having a MacBook is not being able to have stickers on the back. Like, Alex Norris sold a great sticker for the back of MacBooks that was just like, you know, like the apple being have bitten out of it. It was being bitten out by it was being taken a bite out of by a little worm, and it was saying "ow," and the snake was having a great time. I don't know which to buy. Well, I know. I guessed it was which to buy, but it still doesn't answer the question. What's the advice you're looking for? Like, laptops are tools. What is the task you're trying to accomplish with them? That's the real question. Can't give it advice on whether to use a spanner or a screwdriver if we don't know what you're trying to do with it. Did you report back to HR, Matt? I sure did, Luke and Locke. I'm HR, so didn't really go anywhere, but you know. Just clear my Apple logo's golden snitch. Oh god. Oh my god, I need to show you the. Oh my god, where is it? Wait. Well, shit, where did I put it? Oh no, wait, shit. Wait. Shit. Where the fuck did I put it? There it is. Okay, do you want to see the worst official Lego set I've ever seen in my life? So, with a Lego purchase I made a little while back, I got a free gift in a little bag. It was a golden snitch. It's square. It's fucking atrocious. Look at that! Oh, it's not so bad that way up, but like, Jesus Christ. That's just fucking terrible. Oh, thanks, Nancina. What's that? It's the worst approximation of a fucking sphere I've ever seen in my life. Awful. Terrible. Awful. Just a box with some fucking wings glued onto it. Awful. Terrible. Oh, piece of shit. What was weird about it is, you know, normally free Lego sets, they come in a little box or maybe a little bag. This came in like a, like, you know, like a bag you'd put like food in. What's it called? Like a resealable food bag. It came in one of those with like just a little thing in it. Awful. Genuinely horrible. Genuinely just terrible. Also, it's Harry Potter, so it can go fucking right in the bin, but I kind of kept it because of how genuinely awful it is. Like, how comically awful it is. And I remember this because I made this while we were in the middle of when we were recording the Back 4 Blood and Left 4 Dead videos with John. And I made it in between the recording of the two of them because it was just like a little thing that was on my desk and took me like 2 minutes. And I burst out laughing and I sent the picture to the both of them because I was so angry. Oh, shit. Oh, well. So I just need to... it may have value. Oh, fuck it. No, I don't have a plan yet, but I want to do some freelance marketing design. Choose the laptop. Well, again, that's... What are you wanting to use? What applications are you wanting to use? I don't know how much power do you need? Like, you know... If it was between the two Macs, it'd be a lot of questions, let alone between the two Macs and a PC. Do you want a game on it? What kind of work do you want to use it for? Do you want to be using Photoshop? Are you using a specific design software? What operating system do you prefer? That's the real question that it comes down to. It's always the answer for tech. That should always be the question for tech. Tool. Use the right tool for the job. And if you need something multi-purpose, what kind of fucking Swiss Army knife type thing, yeah. But it's figuring out what you want to use it for first before buying it. You know, for most things, a base M1 MacBook are probably grand. You know, the M1 MacBook Pros are built very highly for really professional work. They're built for, especially for video work. They're really powerful. They're thick. They're for specialized pro workflows. You know, if you're just going to do some Photoshop work and stuff like that, an M1 MacBook Air would probably do you. It'd be a light and thin thing. It'd be powerful enough for what you need. You know, if you want a game on it, well, the PC is probably a better option. If you want to do high-end video editing, well, the MacBook Pro is probably a better option. So I'm getting a MacBook Pro 16-inch, but that's because I edit 10 videos a week for work. There we go. These are the only ones, these blue thin ones, by the way. The rest of the ones I've got here are the thicker but less foldy ones. So I'm curious how fast I'm going to be because these have so much space to push them down. They're quite easy and quick to push down and secure. Demon Slayer happened Air 2017. I just like the MacBook Air. I just like the MacBook Air, especially the new ones, like the MacBook Airs and like the old school like thin MacBooks. Used to always be compromising on power on them or battery, but the new M1 ones are so like power efficient and stuff. Like even an M1 Mac is really powerful. Like an M1 Mac is more powerful than a lot of the older Mac Pros. You know, MacBook Pros. And for most workflows, unless you're doing something really specific, unless you're doing like a lot of complicated sound design or really high layered photo work or even video editing, some Mac will do you. There's a weird thing with the M1 Macs though, because the only ones that have been redesigned are the 24-inch iMac and the MacBook Pros. The others haven't had redesigns yet, and I'm expecting a MacBook redesign and a MacBook Air redesign in the next like year. Like, to really take advantage of it. Because like the Mac Mini release, the M1 Mac Mini is weird because when you open it, it's half empty. Because the M1 chip takes up so much less space, they need so much smaller of a heatsink that it's legitimately half empty. Because they decided not to change the chassis for that. Which I found very interesting. I find that very interesting. I have more of the ones. Yeah, I was considering the new MacBook Pro to future stuff over an base M1. I mean, the 14-inch MacBook Pro is a really good laptop, and it's a very powerful and capable laptop. It's just, it's a more specialized device than you might be thinking. Like, the newer MacBook Pros, which one of the reasons I really like them is because they've explicitly made them more, they've made them more purpose-built for a specific task. You know, you say about future-proofing, but like, future-proofing is not a terrible idea, but it's what do you see you might be doing in future is the real question. I think it's a good laptop. It just, for what you're talking about, it sounds very overpowered for what you might need. Even the base M1 MacBook might be a bit overpowered. At least for the thing you're referring to. And I don't know anything else. Look, what do you think of streamer houses? Hate them? Dan and Rebecca asked you to move in? Yes. Dan and Rebecca have been trying to get me to move near them for years. That ain't gonna happen. Because I like living in Liverpool. Also, it helps give me a better work-life balance. But if I need somewhere to live temporarily, it's their house. I don't like streamers. I don't like streamers or fucking TikTok houses or fucking YouTube houses. I think most fucking creators are obnoxious as shit. Obnoxious as shit. I know it's coming from me, and I feel like I'm quite obnoxious, but at least I'm an obnoxious person with strong moral principles. You know, a lot of fucking creators just are like, oh. I'm gonna be a big piece of shit, you know? That's their deal. Like, wasting my fucking life. Get them to move in with you. I don't think that would work very well. Okay. I looked after the animals while they were down at the Polybius Heist premiere. It's a full menagerie now. So I was looking after I looked after Reagan and Matilda a bit near around when the book tour was. And they weren't a handful at all, but like Lilith and Matilda plus the guinea, because the two plus Jeff and Reese and Soup and Simon. I mean, Soup and Simon ain't no bother. Neither the piggies, really. And then Eli is just there, just hanging out. As is Eli's main state of being. Where would you moving to them rank on save? Wait, what? Where? Oh, I followed that one over before, clearly. Where would you moving to them rank on saving money for the company? Would it be first or last resort? It's not really a resort. Like, saving money for the company does not really risk our privacy or lives. It's not really an option, is it? I would get a different job. If it got to that point where that was the discussion, if it got to the point where that was a thing, where the money was that tight that was even a thing, I'd get a new job. It's not really a feasible thing, is it? I value my privacy and I value my space. I like living in Liverpool. I really like it here. It also helps because I act as an intermediary for anything. Because it protects where they live. Which is quite useful, because we don't need a P.O. box or anything. Although I might get a P.O. box soon. It might be handy to have one. Not like super handy or anything, but there's been a lot of instances where a P.O. box would have been handy over the years. Not even for fan stuff, just for like stuff that publishers want to send us or whatever. Like, oh god, Age of Empires. Dan's mentioned this somewhere. Might have been on the Patreon podcast or somewhere, but he, like Microsoft, was it Microsoft? Must have been Microsoft. Or PR team working with Microsoft. They were like, hey, we'd like to send you a seeding kit for Age of Empires 4. I'm like, okay, you know, like we don't really get much physical stuff from publishers, but we kind of like to keep it open because sometimes they send useful things. You know, we're quite with Sony, and Sony will send us hardware, which is obviously quite valuable. You know, they sent down a PS5 early, which is really fucking good. But no, like the Dying Light devs, Techland, have been sending us random shit, but not even interesting shit. Like I've had like 5 packages from them about Dying Light 2, and one was this massive box that, like, after going through like 3 layers of box, contained a hat with Dying Light written on it. And another one was this massive box that had like a big envelope in it. And inside the envelope was just a piece of paper that was just like, we're inviting you to watch our live stream on this day. And I'm like, why is this? Right, okay. And in the end, it was very useful because they finally sent us a Switch copy of Dying Light, a physical one, which is important because you cannot get the game. You can't get Dying Light on the Switch digitally in Europe because it is banned in Germany, and the Switch's EU store, download server and stuff, is based in Germany, so you just can't buy it digitally in the EU at all, or in Europe at all, which is ridiculous. But you can still get the physical one. Thankfully, they sent a physical one. That's why I keep stuff with publishers open. Useful. Useful. So, and you know, Microsoft has sent us it's like keep saying us, Dan. Microsoft sent Dan, you know, like for Flight Sim. I said they didn't send it. It was a bit weird. Flight Sim, they worked with some of their like peripheral partners to send some stuff to like streamers and whatnot. So like Honeycomb sent some like peripherals to Dan, and Thrustmaster and Logitech and stuff all sent like some peripherals. It wasn't Microsoft that sent them, but it was Microsoft that facilitated them, and then those companies were the ones who sent them out, you know, to go along with Flight Sim coming out. Which, you know, good stuff, because it lets us, you know, they're kind of like review units. But they were like, oh, we'll give you a seeding kit for Age of Empires 4. And yeah, the reaction that me and Dan had was, what the fuck is a seeding kit? And they were like asking for what the channel name was. They were like, oh, could you fill out a form and give us your address? And it was like, there's a form that was like, oh, well, you know, what's your channel name and what's your pronouns and what's your name? Do you have a nickname you'd like to be called by, you know? And then like a photo. They want a photo of Dan. And I was still looking, going, are they going to make, I bet they're going to make some like, you know, little pamphlet that's like got, you know, like, oh, this is, you know, oh, here's an example of what you could do in Age of Empires 4 or something, you know, like a customized pamphlet thing or something. I don't know, or an email. I don't know. These little things. You know what they fucking sent? They sent a fucking, well, it looks like a fucking painting in a frame. And it looks like an oil painting of Dan in knight's armor. A very well done painting of Dan in knight's armor. Right, it looks like a painting. It looks like it was done digitally and then printed because it's a print. And it's in this fucking frame. This very fancy looking frame. And I opened it. I just got my post and I opened this MacBook. Why the fuck do I have this? And nothing else is in it. There's nothing else in it. There's nothing about the game. It's just this oil painting of Dan. I'm like, what the? Is there a photo of this somewhere? There is not currently. It is still here. And it's very reflective, so I'm not going to show it on here. Dan will show it at some point. Somewhere. We're expecting that. They were like, oh, you have to include ad in any if you talk about it on the negative stuff. And I'm like, what? I know you were going to send a fucking painting. I thought you were going to send a fucking press kit with just like, you know, here's some materials related to the game or something. I don't... Fucking an oil painting. It's a weird thing. It's not like, you know, we've been sent stuff I published in the past that were just like related to the game, but there's nothing even like Age of Empires 4 related on it. It's just a picture of Dan in knight's armor as an oil painting. I'm like, okay. Fine, cool. I wish I got paintings of me as a knight. It's really weird. It's just, you know, Sony keeps sending us shit. Like every like few months, I just get like a random package in the mail of just like, and it'll be like something from Sony. Like I got a package recently, and inside I opened it, there was a box, but it was like wrapped in wrapping paper, like cosmic-y wrapping paper. What the fuck is this? And I opened it, and inside it was just like a you know, the PlayStation 4 like headphones, you know, the wireless PlayStation 4 spatial audio headphones. There's them, but they're in black now, and they're like, oh, they're in black and red now to match the controllers, and they sent us a black one. I'm like, all right, cool. Tustin, so someone in the art team had to make this random painting, and presumably say, well, no. First of all, the game's done. Second of all, I imagine they commissioned someone. I don't think they would have went to a game artist like, hello, we're doing a PR campaign. Can you... No, I don't think they did that. It looks like it might just be a Photoshop, like a very good Photoshop with like a filter over or something like that, potentially. But it's a very convincing one. Very nice one. It's a weird thing, you know, like. It's the odd occasion, like a weird thing from publish like that. It's something that, like, every publisher now, because they're all, like, they structure everything like it's a gift. So everything's kind of secret. They don't really tell you what like, anything they're going to send you is. They just like, oh, we'd like to send you something. I'm like, what is it? And they're like, you'll see. And I'm like, well, for the most part, we don't accept anything like that. So... These are the two different mail envelopes. They look identical from the front. Well, it's a slightly different shade of brown. And then on the back, they're obviously different. Basically exactly the same. Thicker card, though. I mean, that feels way more rigid than this. Neat. Neato. Kind of weird. Like back in the day, we just it's just weird, and like no one has Dan's address for privacy reasons. You all have mine. and then I forward stuff if necessary. I just I don't half the time they don't say anything. I just get a random package one day. I'm like, what's this? And it's just like a fucking a random thing. I got a bauble one year. I got a bauble with like a Lego man in. It's from PlayStation for so I can't even remember what it was for. You know. A lot of the time they just kind of send you stuff to remind you that they exist. Oh well, have you blacklisted people like Ubisoft and Activision due to recent events? When you say blacklisted, it's not like I'm not covering them. I mean, Activision we've never had a contact with. I mean, I'm just saying never. I mean, years and years and years ago I probably did, but I've not kept a PR company with Activision for years and years and years. Ubisoft, obviously we reasonably good terms with their PR. You know, because we got Legionelli and stuff like that, and the PR's generally been quite good with us and helpful. PR team is lovely. They tend to invite us to stuff still. But the last time I invited to something, I just like respectfully because they do press events and all the time. Like, hey, we're having a preview of this game or whatever. And I just sort of said, unfortunately, due to late recent things at Ubisoft, we're not really covering Ubisoft games until that's resolved. And they were like, all right, cool. But my attitude generally, on a back end perspective, is to keep good relations with everyone, like on a PR like on a back end perspective. Because just because I'm friendly with the Ubisoft PR doesn't necessarily mean we're going to cover it. I just like to keep the door open. Because, if all the Ubisoft stuff gets resolved, for example, nice to cover them. But, for a lot of publishers, we've not spoken to Activision in years. EA, I haven't spoken to anyone from EA in years. Microsoft's a bit weird. Like, we get some stuff early from them, but we don't really keep up with them because obviously Game Pass exists, so we're not really bothered about getting stuff, like review copies or anything. On Game Pass anyway. We got some stuff early. Like, we got obviously Flight Sim and stuff early. Because getting stuff, honestly, the main thing is with copies of review copies and stuff like that is it's nice not to have to pay them if they're going to just give us a copy anyway. Games are expensive if we're covering, dozens a month. It gets really expensive very quickly. But the main thing is often getting them early. Because it means you can put up a video on release and stuff. Luke and Luck, I remember seeing a Dan's vlog where he mentioned someone told about Tad's house. Never happened back when he was living in London. Which granted. He went from that being very public about his location because there was a view out of his flat. And a fan turned up at the door because they'd figured out they quite easily figured out what building he lived in, but then after that point they'd figured out what and vaguely what floor, but then they kind of figured out what apartment we lived in exactly because there was a stain on the carpet outside. Did you hear that? Pressing together, there's a little hole and the air comes out of it. That's fun. All novelties. They figured out. Yeah, there was like a bit of floor carpeting on the outside of. From one video, there's like a bit of carpeting and that has had a stain. So Dan went completely opposite direction and is very private about his location now. Everyone should be private about location. I'm private, obviously, about where I live. I'm quite bothered about the fact I live in Liverpool, but outside of that, where some people are really. A lot of people don't really take privacy on the internet seriously, and are like, "Oh, here's outside of my building," or like, "Oh, here's a picture from outside my flat," and I'm like, "Oh my god, don't, don't do that." Like, don't do that. Like, no matter who you are, but I'm like, oh geez, like, because obviously, if you're a woman on the internet, don't just put that in backwards. He's backwards. Oh, for fuck's sake, keep flipping. They just keep going back to the front in. Fine, whatever. This was not useful enough for stuff. That's the thing. Like, I'm public about the fact I live in Liverpool. Can we ask about the fact I live in Liverpool? I like living in Liverpool. But Yeah, someone's not gonna be able to find out where I live. But a lot of people, it's over the years, I've had to like let people know that we know that we know, like people I'm acquainted with, like colleagues and stuff, online creator colleagues and stuff, that they might put out something that seems really innocuous, but it just reveals a surprising amount about where they live. Because a lot you can infer, like I've gotten really good at it about being able to find stuff, because I vet, especially for Steve's vlogs, I vet a lot of stuff. There's been a lot of instances where like something that seems completely innocuous, oh, I'm in this place, and they're really private, but like I've been able to find out almost exactly where he was within, literally like 3 minutes of Google Mapsing, based on like, oh, I can follow like flight plans and fucking the weather and fucking, I can look at the specific road layout, and like you can. It's surprising how much information you can gather from just like a little bit. I've got really good, because a lot of bits I'm like, is that? And then if I check and I'm like, I can't find out where that is independently, it's fine. A lot of times you can. So I've gotten quite good at spotting the warning signs. Very good at spotting the warning signs. I try to, if I see colleagues do it, I let them know, because holy shit. Right, that's that box done. Well, that's a slight problem actually, because now they've got the prints in, I don't think they're all going to fit in. All 200 aren't going to fit in. Well, that's fine though. Doesn't matter if they will fit in. Right. Oh, I haven't done all of them. There's more. One is full out. Whatever, it's sticking out awkwardly. It's fine. This is only temporary storage for them for like tonight, while I'm packing them. Well, I mean, when you first launched Patreon, I had an issue, and I accidentally tweeted you a screenshot, and I accidentally left my bank details in. Yeah, a lot of people do stuff like that. Surprised at how many people just. Some people are like aggressively over cautious though. Like, I've had some people like with these, like a couple of people with these prints who like get them and don't put their address in, and I'm like, we need your address. And like, oh, I don't like sharing my address. And it's like, you, well, how the fuck am I meant to send you the thing? Like. Yeah, well, that's surprising about people who post public details publicly. The thing is, for a lot of people, it doesn't really matter. I mean, it does, but it's like a lot of people, they don't have a target on them. For a lot of people online, they do. That box is done. It's not a target. Like I said, a target, but just like a public image target. Like, I think I'm not expecting someone to come to Dan's house and hurt him like that, but it's more like people are going to want to find him. As an example, that person who came to Dan's house, there was no malice in them. They came for an autograph. Like they were a fan. They just turned up for an autograph, which wasn't appropriate, but it wasn't malicious. Now, if you're a woman on the internet, haha, good luck. Armor, why do I come up as James in the credits, but my address is my full name? Because Patreon has two names. There are two names fields in Patreon. There is the name you give that is your address, the name for your address, and there is the name you're listed on as Patreon. If you have your name in the credits, we use the name, not the addressee name. Because the addressee name is implied that it's private information. So we're not going to use that. But the normal name that you have listed will. So if you don't want to be called James, you can change that somewhere in Patreon. I don't know exactly where, but it's two different names. But that's the name we use, because that's the one, if you want to set it to a username or whatever, you can set that to like a username or whatever you want to be known as. But obviously your address name has to be a different thing because we're physically posting you a thing and it has to be correct. Like there's a whole thing with like some people for their address, like some people have not even, there's a couple of people that don't have a name. And I'm like, you know, there's some people that just put like their first name, and I'm like, if you're getting it delivered, you need your full name. Like, but yeah, as I say, if your address name and your name on Patreon are separate fields, and we pull from different ones for the thing. Because I'm not going to use a person's address name as on the back end of the credits, because I don't think that's appropriate, because a lot of people don't opt in for their address name. We don't actually have everyone's address name, so if you don't opt into physical rewards and stuff like that, we don't actually get it. So we use the name field. And Patreon should make that clearer, really. Alas, they do not, because Patreon are shit. Like, it's stupid. Yeah. And like, I have so much trouble with Patreon. Like, Patreon, their backends are awful for this. Like every month, I get kind of annoyed. Yeah. So when I'm sending one of these two, it needs an extra sticker. Some of these go to non-patrons, to be clear. Some of these goes to friends of the channel and stuff as well. Like Steve gets one, Ashton gets one, and John gets one. Oh, I threw that the wrong way. I threw that onto the pile of these. Oh shit, I'm getting married every day. There will be another one of these streams, by the way, at some point in the next week or two, where I have to pack the when I pack, I have to put the stickers on them. I have to put the this sticker on the 50 international ones, for example. For this month, they don't have them, but also the rest of the envelopes. I have to put that sticker on all of them. Literally. Oh god, Rashid DK. People have no filter. The amount of passwords people show me on a daily basis that I'm not supposed to have is shocking. Oh, god. You know, a lot of people yeah. So I take security very seriously, but that's for obvious reasons. There's been instances where I'm like, I'll be at a friend's place and I'll be like trying to sign into Steam on their computer to play a game for them or something, and it's like it's such an involved fucking process. Like, anytime I get a new device and I have to sign in on it, it's such an involved fucking process, because my passwords aren't designed to be typed. They're incredibly long and random. Some of my like, I always go for the longest passwords the website will let me use. Just some of my passwords are 128 fucking characters. And they're random symbols and letters and they're not meant to be typed in. I have several factors of two-factor. It's a right funny. A lot of our two-factor was actually physical USB security keys, not even codes. Software dev. Oh, that sounds about right. Well, there are a lot of websites that are guilty of storing passwords in plain text for some reason. I remember back in the day, like 2010-ish or something, 2009. I used to run forums and stuff. I used to help manage forums. and Q&A question boards and stuff. And some of the forum software you used to be able to get, like when you set it up, because it was all pre-done forum software, like you couldn't really change it. It was something you bought. They stored the passwords in plain text. You could go into someone's user profile and like click on them, and then it just show you their password. I'm like, like me, the administrator, it just showed me their password. I'm like, in plain text. I'm like, okay. Yeah, 2009, baby. Web security was not as tight as it is now. And GDPR wasn't a thing. Security requirements were another thing. Ridiculous. Ridiculous. I remember being really annoyed about it. I mean, I've been admin on like lots of different software and forums and Q&A blogs and stuff over the years. A lot of them are surprisingly low security. God, I'm old. I'm not throwing them in a box because I don't have an empty box. I'm just sort of throwing them in a pile under the desk, and they're just sort of like avalanching down occasionally. Please don't say GDPR. Oh, literally. GDPR is a really good thing, but it makes a lot of things needlessly complicated for businesses. Face ID should be a thing. I mean, Face ID is just an Apple thing. Problem is, biometric security on Android and Windows is literally all of them are just using the camera. They're not 3D scanning your face. Which annoys me because it's not very secure. They have ways of checking your actual face, not like a picture or whatever, but like the face scanning, the face login technology that's on fucking Windows Hello users and webcams, and that fucking a lot of that, I think all Android phones that do it is literally just using the front facing camera. Whereas, fun fact, iPhones, the entire Face ID camera is legitimately a miniaturized Microsoft Kinect. Because Apple bought the company that developed the Kinect and then miniaturized the tech and put it into the iPhones. That's not even a lie. It's legitimately... You thought the Kinect was useless? It's in every iPhone now. Get fucked. It's my favorite tech fact. But Microsoft failed horribly with the Kinect, and then Apple just like bought the tech and put it into all of their phones. It's a fun piece of trivia. Every pub quiz, you'd be like, oh shit, look at me. Say pub quiz, like I go to pub quizzes. I think stuff like that's interesting. Yeah, really? It's legitimately miniaturized Kinect. They bought the company. They own. Like Microsoft obviously just like, let's make it fucking move. And Apple were like, let's use it to just scan your face for security. And I say it's in every fucking iPhone now. Most popular phone in the world. So that's a very fucking 80s thing, isn't it? Fucking Apple doing something Microsoft was doing, and they're just making it somehow financially viable. There's so much weird overlap in the tech world that I find really interesting. So much weird little overlap. Just like tech history is really fun. I'm really interested in technology, like development, like history. Because there's so much weird overlap on like different companies trying to use technologies in different ways. Like I say, the Kinect. Apple and Microsoft had the same technology pretty much, and they just chose completely different ways to try and use it, and different implementations of it. And I just find it really interesting how two companies can take the same technology pretty much, and then just do something completely different with it. You know. Granted, Kinects are still in use. Kinects are really popular to do mocap tracking for game development. Like, they're surprisingly popular for mocapping. Because you can get them really fucking cheap. You can get them for like £5 in CEX. You can get in some places. And You can hook them up to a PC and just like use them for mocap. Not a big studio wouldn't, but like I mean, like some smaller game devs and smaller studios will often use Kinect for mocap. It's a genuinely valid use for them. I mean, God, if you've ever seen hell, there's Tom Scott video shows actually. There's Ocado, which is a online supermarket in the UK. Their robotic processing center that like sorts all of their thing and packs it into bags, stuff like that. The robot that's been built to actually pick things up and pack it into bags, its eye is legitimately just an Xbox Kinect. In the video, it's weird because you're looking at all this high-tech stuff, and then there's just like an Xbox Kinect glued to the ceiling. Because it's a really good, like, 3D spatial tracker. Like, the success of the Kinect is everyone using it for things that it wasn't designed for, and using it for, like, genuine, interesting 3D scanning applications, and using it in actual quite professional environments, because it's a really capable bit of kit, and it was done at mass market, and because no one gave a shit about it secondhand, they can get them really fucking cheap. You can get them so cheap. And obviously, like, for good 3D mocap stuff like that, you pay thousands and you can get one for a $5. It's like, yeah, fuck it. On Tom's got a video of Ocado's warehouse, there's literally, get the tip, yeah. Like you can see it being used as Kinect, and like Kinect is, were successful in every single way outside of Microsoft's initial, like, Microsoft had such a good technology, and they literally managed to use it in the worst possible way. They were like, oh, the Wii's popular, let's just do that. And let's have every product demo be of people in a massive American living room with all the space in the world, you know? And this technology will not work in any fucking home where the living room is smaller than a massive American living room, which means it won't work in Japan or Europe or fucking China or India or literally anywhere outside the US and Canada. It's a very Microsoft thing to do, isn't it? Just fucking be like, oh, everyone's like America. Fucking Microsoft. Whereas Nintendo and Sony are Japanese, so they kind of make things for the lowest common denominator. And then it means it works for everyone. Whereas Microsoft, we're like, let's make everyone. That's, you know. That's why all the Japanese stuff is usually meant for like small places. Except for the PS5, which is just the biggest thing ever made. Oh my god. Do you want to get something and fucking... Do you want a new fucking table in your living room? Buy a fucking PS5! Fuck me. Right, let's stop. When I shout with these headphones on transparency mode, they try and reduce the sound, and it sounds a bit weird in my head, because it's like I'm shouting, and then suddenly it feels like I'm going slightly deaf, but it's just because the headphones are reducing the noise slightly, which is a bit weird. Don't fall over, you fucking prick! I don't even know why I've got headphones on. I'm not using them. Why have I got headphones on? I'm not listening to any sound whatsoever. I've taken them off. Wow. 5 hours to do that. Oh, that's nice. Doesn't work in poor Canada either. I mean, it works better in Canada than most other fucking countries. These Canada has bigger living rooms. Canada's often got a lot of American-sized living rooms. I mean, less so than America, because they have less space in Canada, but still. Fucking America, man. We did it! We looped back around to the America Sucks section. Yay! We'll always do it. That's the mataphobia, like, Twitch drinking game, is you have to count how many times I loop back around to hating on America. I'm like, take a sip for each time. I got the PS2i. God, I like the PS2i. I never had a PS2, but my friend did, and I remember playing it. That's my only thing with a PS2 is like playing it someone else's. Because I never had a PS2. Never really played games. Child. I'll say the first console I ever had was convenient. It's right here. What's this bad boy? Translucent green Xbox. Delightful. Which is now working because I repaired it. I replaced the capacitors. It's wobbly because one of the feet is missing. That one, I lost it. I like the green translucent one. It's really rare, the green translucent one, interestingly. I think it's limited to 5,000. Like, I know loads of people have the clear translucent one, but I got it right at the end of its life. Well, near the end of its life. Was it near the end of its life? Can't remember. Was it? When did the Xbox 360 come out? Hey Siri, when did the Xbox 360 come out?
Xbox 360 was published the 22nd of November 2005.
Ah, 2005. Yeah, right at the end of its life then I would have gotten the Xbox. I think I got Xbox in like 2003, 2004. In that case. That must be right. Is it harder having one with a matching controller? What do you mean? What do you mean? Also, weird thing, and something I do quite like about Siri, is that because everything's an Apple device and they all talk to each other, when you say Siri with the word hey before it, all of your devices who could hear you will turn on immediately and go, and then they'll quickly communicate and they'll figure out which one is the best. So when I was wearing my headphones, it would default to the Mac that my headphones were connected to. But the second I take the headphones off, it's using my HomePod, which is next to me because I am no longer wearing headphones. Useful. Yeah, 360. It's not Siri's not great, but is it hard to have? What do you mean having one with the same color? Do you mean? Wait, what? Wait, I'm confused with the question. Wait. I have matching controllers. Actually, no, that's a Duke. Wait, that's the one I bought from CEX like a couple of months ago. The big chunk. I have green matching ones. These are the originals. I got 2 green matching ones with it when I got it new, and they still work. How nice. And I got the big Duke. Look how fucking big that cunt is. It's so comically large. Like, why is it so big? Like, what's that about? What's that about? Like, if I get the Xbox One Elite controller, which it's a long road getting from here to there, isn't it? Like, it's just like if I hold that, I can put my thumbs on each of those things quite comfortably. If I'm on here, it's just huge. Alexa does that too, but what I mean is because I'm not just talking about the actual home. I mean because every device is an Apple one. Like both my watch and my phone and my computers are linked into it, and my TV all are linked into that system. There's an N64 controller, if you want a context. These 2 controllers are like awful and massive and terrible, and I hate them, but I also absolutely love them. This is the Switch one, by the way. Pretty nice. These controllers are stupid. Absolutely stupid. They're horrible to hold, they're horrible to use, and I hate them. And I also absolutely fucking love them so much. I love them so much. Actually, something I like about the 64 controller is that you can hold it like this with one hand and just joystick and trigger. I just useful in some instances. But this one, fucking hell. Even the thumbsticks are different. You see, the thumbsticks are different. It's a bit big. I bought it from CEX and I gave it the deepest fucking clean I've ever cleaned anything in my life. I took it apart and I cleaned the entire thing top to bottom with alcohol. I soaked everything in alcohol and fucking ridiculous. Ridiculous. I have a lot of controllers. I seem to collect 2 things. That is Lego Batman and controllers, because I own a ludicrously large amount of controllers. I think I've spoken about that before. I have this and the SNES and the 2 NES controllers. Then I have 4 different Joy-Cons. 4 different Joy-Cons, an Xbox Elite controller. I have an Xbox 360 controller. I have 2 different kinds of Xbox One controller. I have 3 original Xbox controllers. I have a PS4 controller. I have I have an Nvidia controller. I have Steam controller, a PS1 controller, PS2 controller, PS3 controller. I have a Wiimote, a Wiimote Plus. I have a Wii U pad. I have a Wii U Pro controller. I have a Switch Pro controller. I have That might be it. I think. Probably. I don't know, man. Tustin, you can hold the N64 controller to use the D-pad instead of the stick, but I've never had any. Yeah, it's a bit weird. Like, it's supposed to be held in 3 ways. Like the N64 controller, because I was reading about it in the documentation. It's meant to be held either like this, or like this. It's meant to be used in any of those 3 configurations. But every game I've played so far on the N64 emulator that they've put on the Switch is using this setup, which is a really awkward position to hold. Like, this is just uncomfortable. I don't understand. I kind of get it, but like, what the fuck is using this setup with the D-pad and this? Like, I don't understand, because this is a C-stick. Like, this here, they're not face buttons. This is meant to be like a secondary joystick for view. Like, this is what would be bound to a secondary joystick on a modern controller, but just using a D-pad instead. But it means it has less face buttons than the SNES. Like, the SNES has 4 face buttons and the 2 things, whereas this has 2 face buttons and the C-stick. So it has less face buttons, but it has 3 triggers, I guess. But I don't know, I just... I will say, this has a rumble pack in as well. I think that's what's in the back. It's got the rumble pack add-on built in. Really nice. It's a really nice remake of the N64 controller. Lovely. It's just a terrible controller. It's a really good version of it. It's very Nintendo. It's a very Nintendo thing to just... just make it and go, nah. I'm sure people come up with a use for it, and everyone went, "No, wow, we're just going to use the joystick and the face buttons. Why the fuck would we use it?" Like, I can see some stuff using the D-pad and some stuff using the joystick, sure, but what the fuck is using the joystick and the face buttons? There's a bit of leaf on that one. So it really is a polished shit. I guess so. It's a fun polished shit, though. Because I want for the backlog, like, especially, I like playing games how they were sort of originally intended. You know, I want to play those N64 games in the N64 emulator with an N64 pad. Because I think that's fun and interesting. You know, I missed all that era of gaming, because I only got into gaming, like, late. I got into gaming in my... Yeah, I got into gaming when I was, like, an older kid. You know, first thing I bought was an Xbox. Late in its life. Actually, hang on, what is it? Hang on, let me check. I can check when I got it, actually. I'm pretty sure. Yeah. Yeah, so I must have got it in 2004. Because remember, I got it, and not long after, I got San Andreas. New. From Argos. In 2004. When I was a child. But I remember getting it because I remember playing Vice City at my cousin's house. And being like, oh my god, this is amazing. I want to play this all the time. I remember I was like, oh, do you want to... I remember looking at consoles and everyone, and like the people of the game were like, oh, would you like a Xbox or a PS5? And I remember seeing the PS5 and the PS2 and it just being the sort of black box. It's like very squared off black box. And I thought the UI was, when the Xbox was this really like, this very early 2000s design. And it was like green and it had this really green layout. And it had all these really stupid games like Blinks the Time Tutor and I want that. I want that one. I want the stupid one. And also it was, at the time, it was, the big touting thing of the Xbox was it was graphically, it had more power than the PS2. Like, it was a much more powerful console than the PS2. Didn't really help it. As we've seen time and time again, power doesn't necessarily equal success. As the Xbox original showed, and then the PS3 showed after that. But, I really like the Xbox. I'm really liking it. I also liked it as well because I always liked, because a lot of people I knew had PlayStations. And I liked being different. I liked having something different. You know, it's a bit. I mean, it wasn't handy if I wanted to like lend games off anyone because I couldn't. But because no one really bought any Xbox stuff, Xbox titles were really cheap secondhand. And I don't know, I just like having something a bit different. You know, I always like having something a little different. I mean, my Xbox games, like this is my original copy of San Andreas, the Xbox that I bought in 2004 after I got my console. Like, that's what I was playing the other day when I was testing my thingy out with the original map. Wow. I really like these fucking green cases. There's something I just really like them. But then like secondhand, like CX does stuff cheap. But then like stuff like this. How much one Game Station for 49p. Xbox games, man, cheap as shit. It's not like the Switch where or the fucking Wii U where you try and buy a fucking Switch game secondhand and they charge you full price for it. I just find it interesting, you know. Hey Faye, I'm still alive. 7.5 hours. Not even a full work day yet, Faye. If you want an update, Faye, I've put all the stamps on everything. Well, basically all the stamps. I have some left over because I don't want to mix and match the international ones too much. And now I'm packing them, finally. Now I'm packing them. Right. CX. Like, I wanted to get a load of Xbox games for my Xbox, for the backlog slug specifically. And I found loads of Xbox games on CX for like 50p. And I'm like, this is great. And I put like 30 in my basket. And the basket came to like 35 quid, 40 quid. Like, it was, for 30 games, it was fuck all. But then with shipping, they want to charge 3 quid per item to ship. Per item! And I'm like, well, hang on a minute, what? So suddenly it went from like 40 quid to about 150, 160 with shipping. Because they ship each thing individually because everyone's in a different CEX shop and each of those shops has to send it out individually and they charge like full fucking price for shipping. The full 3 quid. And I'm like, because if they had them all in a single warehouse and they put them all in one thing, actually it'd be a lot cheaper because every single one of those discs is in a different CEX shop somewhere. Like, they're all not like CEX's website, it pulls the stock list just off every single CEX shop's stock list. And no, I don't think it's a scam, genuinely, because to ship each of those games from each individual CEX shop would yeah, I know, shipping those games would probably cost a couple of quid. Couple of quid each. So it was bullshit, but I was bullshit, but it seemed situationally bullshit, not because I think they were pulling the piss. And then I'm like, oh, there must be a way I can get all of them. And I was like, and because they were all in different shops, because original Xbox games, they're really hard to get. So like, you know, every one of these games is only available in like one CEX shop somewhere in the country, you know. I'm like, I'm not going to travel around the country, but like, it'd be more expensive for me to travel around and get them, obviously. But it's just unfortunate, really. I debated spending the money all the same, because it's a lot of money, but it was for like 40 games. I thought they had a warehouse. They do have a warehouse for a lot of online stock, but they still list all the stock that's in the shops. Because, as I say, there might be an Xbox game, for example, that might only be available in one CEX. Like, out of all the stock that CEX has, the company, it might only be available in one shop. And I imagine for a lot of newer stuff, you would probably get it a lot cheaper because they'd send it from a warehouse. But because all these Xbox games are so rare and only in one shop each, like, they have to ship them from each shop. So I've been making a point to try and look in like CEX and stuff to find Xbox games, but like, you know, I go into a CEX, a really big one. I'll go into a really big CEX and they will have 2 original Xbox titles in the whole shop, you know? Like, it's not like PS2 games, which are like everywhere. Original Xbox games are just hard to fucking get. I debated doing it. I debated buying all those games to the backlog slog, but it's a bit of a fucking hard sell with the backlog slog because It's a lot of work, the backlog slog, and it also doesn't make me really any money. It costs me a lot. I don't really... It costs me more to do than it, actually... Not that I'm doing this to make money, but I don't want to lose money on it. It's the goal. I want it to at least wash its face, you know? All the prices done by the algorithm. Yeah, but that's the thing. All the Xbox games are just really fucking cheap. We're all really cheap. Super cheap. I forgot to take painkillers when I went for food. I just remembered. Hold on. Do I have painkillers in my drawer? Yes, I do, but they're soluble. Where am I? Ah, there's my boys. Here's my boys. Yeah! Fucking codeine. Delicious. Probably Stocks the best. Ironically, in Ipswich, across the country from you, the CX has dozens of interactions. Well, my problem was I was trying to find a lot of I was trying to find not just original Xbox games, original Xbox exclusives, because like a lot of games obviously aren't exclusive, and the ones that aren't exclusives, I was trying other stuff, but like Amped One and Blinks, for example, exclusives, and a lot of the exclusives came to other systems later because they were timed. But they're the ones I really want to try, because they're the ones I can't really get anywhere. Oh, I've already... Yep. So, they're hard to get. But as I say, because they're so rare, I was looking at other, like, retro game sites and stuff like that, and no one else fucking has them. The advantage of CEX is CEX just gets them, and the fact is no one's fucking buying them for CEX. So there's just a load of random rare games for the original Xbox that no one really wants, that are just, like, buried in, like, a random CEX in the middle of nowhere. And I'm interested in them, and I want to buy them. I never remembered which games were console exclusive, but I spent a while on like Wikipedia just looking through the list and searching them on CEX, and I put them all in a basket. So maybe one day I will. Maybe one day I'll bite the bullet, but not today. Especially not after all the fucking tech I bought. Holy shit, it's been expensive. It's been an expensive month. But I've not spent any money in the past, like, 2 years, so... And the watch, at the bare minimum, feels necessary as a health device. And the nice thing about Apple stuff, as I always say, and I always repeat, is that, their resale value is high. Very high. So I can cover a lot of the cost of all the new stuff by just selling the old stuff. For example, right, I was looking into this because I was going to sell like my phone and stuff like that. Mazumo Mobile, in the UK, gives the best prices. Oh, did that again? It gives the best prices on phones I found, like really good prices on phones. Like I got 250 for my iPhone 10, my 4.5-year-old iPhone 10. Or 250 for that, and like that's more than I can get on like eBay, even before the cut, which is like a really good price. They don't need the box or anything, which is great. I was looking at other places to like sell like AirPods, like my watch and stuff like that, and CEX have a really good price on the AirPods. Oh yeah, no, eBay. That's what I mean. eBay. I was looking at the sold price on eBay were at 200. For a lot of them, they're 200. Some of them went up to 250, but that was like the peak. And again, that's 250 before eBay take the 10% cut. So I'm like, that's a great fucking price. No box needed, no seller, no faff. Just giving it to it in a thing. They'll give me the same more money than I get on eBay. Great. AirPods, I can sell these CEX for something like 70, 80 quid. These are like 3-4 years old. Get 70 quid for these. 70. I'm a bit annoyed about these because you see there's a skin on them, and this is if I do say so myself, a very well applied skin. And you can't buy these skins anymore from Dbrand. They don't sell them because they're a faff to put on, but oh my god, I applied the skin really fucking well. It's got some wear on it from years of use, but like, this is a very well applied, like that's just a black pair of AirPods. That looks very nice. Comparatively to my new AirPods Pro, which are in this bright white, shiny case versus this nice matte black case. Like, I miss this. I miss this nice soft touch matte black. Nice. And then, shiny white plastic. What's that about? What's that about? Hey? And I can't buy a skin for this motherfucker anymore. D-Brand like, oh, we don't sell skins for them anymore. We sell big, chunky cases. I'm like, I don't want a big, chunky case. I don't want a big, chunky case for them. I don't need a fucking case for them. I'm not dropping them down the stairs. I'm putting them in my pocket. I just don't want them to get scratched. And I want them to not be bright white. Yeah, I'll like that. The Myamic Pro. Selling that's a bit harder. Because it's worth a lot of money, but it's also a very niche, bespoke machine. And I was looking into it. Like the awkward to sell on eBay. And part of the problem with because it's a business thing. It's like owned by Nerdcubed. So I have to sell it through Nerdcubed, which means you have to charge VAT on it, and we also have to. It means we have to abide by like consumer standards and stuff like that if we're selling on eBay, and provide returns. And I'm like, and then it's hard to even get a sale on it. And I'm like, But CX will fucking buy it for a few grand, and I'm like, if I can get $2.5 grand, $3 grand for it from CX, I'll fucking take that. Fucking easy. So I might be able to get more money elsewhere, but half the thing with selling stuff is like it comes down to like there's a certain level it becomes a bit too much faff. And I'll take less money if it involves a lot less faff because I don't have loads of time. But it's on the docket for next month. Right. Alright, that's all the UK ones packed. Now to the Europeans. You 47 Europeans, you. Column packs. Good old column packs. I don't like how these feel, I'll be honest. Because they're shiny and they feel like they're quite sticky. Not sticky, but they're smooth. But the other ones have this nice matte cardboardiness to them. Oh my god, they keep flipping. Like in the box, I'm like, I take them out, and I'm like, oh yeah, and then, but they flip occasionally. Right. There's a very vegetal smell in this room at the moment, which I know is a weird thing, but it's because obviously these are made from biofilms, not plastic, and then all the cardboard is recycled. So there's a certain level of like vegetal woody smell to everything. Oh, these are easy to pack. The nice thing about these is they're pre-folded, which means they take up less space in the box, but also it means when I fold them down, I don't have to awkwardly bend them. I just push them down, bish bash bosh. These are lovely, these column packs. They're lovely to pack, they're lovely to handle. I think they're really nice quality. It's a shame they're fucking 80p each. It's like compost. Not like compost, no. Just, you can tell everything's recycled and made from plants, which is nice. It's cute. I'm glad you like the prints. I think they're really nice. It's a nice print. The guy from Airplane have a horrible time, and then I love that. That's beautiful. Dan loved that. He was like making my Twitter profile picture like months ago, and it is now. I was writing on the inside as well, but that you'll get that if you ordered them. Do I know what the writing says? I can't remember if I've actually looked at the writing. Pretty sure I have. I can't remember if I've read it. I don't know. These are lovely. Something I like. I've been showing them to people I know. And something that every single person I've shown it to is surprised at is they take them out of the little thing and they feel they're really matte finished and they're really high quality prints. And they're always slightly surprised at how, like, they're very velvety. Which means all they're very sticky and they kind of pick up smudges if you touch them with your greasy fingers. I've noticed. But they look lovely. They look lovely in a frame. I'd seen the print before the stream. It looks amazing. Yeah, I think it looks great. I like the sticker as well. I like the little I like the little happy. I really like those fuck yeah video game style like consoles. I always like the idea of us selling them as ooh. I always like the idea of us selling them as like little pins or something. think it's an easy. I think they're quite they're a relatively simple thing to do. And I think they look really cute, and they're quite a consistent theming. But I like the stickers. I've seen the design for next month's actual prints, which are really nice. I say, well, the prints in November that you get will, if you back them this month in November, that they're the ones you'll get in December. So there's a Christmassy theme. Well, sort of. There's Christmas elements to them, but it's not something that, like, if you put on your wall, it'd be like, it's Christmas, and it's not that. Hammock system, yeah. I say it's not. People keep like, it's not even been a full work day yet. I've only been streaming for I've not even been streaming for 8 hours. It's not been a full work day yet. Like, people work 9 to 5. I want to get these done today as well. I want to post them tomorrow. After I packaged all of these, keep in mind I have to put the address labels on them as well. So, long day. Expected it to be a long day, but what was I say? I've made a point to. I've done a lot. Like I've put stamps on all the envelopes for the next like 2-3 months. So next month I won't have to do this much work. I'll just be able to do this section that I'm doing now. I won't have to do all like these 2 front bits. I won't have to do. So I can just get straight to this and then put the address labels on it, and then I'm good to go for the next like 3 months. So that's why I'm doing a lot of work today. It's to reduce the amount of work I have to do in the next 2 months. I don't cut down a half a Sunday. I pay myself monthly, not hourly. As do we all. John will ask questions like, "Oh, are you doing your 40 hours a week?" And I'm like, John, I've never counted how many hours I work a week. Some weeks it might be 80, some weeks it might be 20, some weeks it might be 0, some weeks it might be fucking, 100. I don't know. It balances out. John's the kind of person to like do stuff at a time level. Like, I edited a couple of videos for him. He's like, send me an invoice. I'm like, an invoice? He's like, yeah, how many hours you work and everything. I'm like, John, I don't fucking track how many hours I work, John. I need an hourly rate, man. I'm like, I don't know. Is it work if you're having fun? If it's work, if it's not work, if I'm having fun, then this is definitely work. There's no universe where I do this for fun. If I worked out like I would say like I always have a weird thing with work hours because some weeks I will like not do much work at all. But over like months it balances out. Like some weeks it'll be a really light week. Some weeks it'll be really fucking heavy, It comes in stops and starts, which I kind of like. Because it gives me a bit more... If I'm working in a day, like that, even if I only work like fucking 7-8 hours of the day, it's a work day. And I kind of don't plan anything for the rest of the day. So it's kind of nice to have big chunks. I prefer the big chunks. The thing is, no, on a mental thing, system, I don't mind this. It's more that my back fucking hurts. That's the problem with it. My back hurts. Move these over here. That's... Yeah, these are easier to load than the Yuka ones. I'd love to use these for all of them. I'd love to. Like, it's just these are so much more expensive. So much more expensive. Like, what, like 60p more each? Well, actually, 65p more each. The posted shaving will be 30p, so that's an extra 35p per one for over 256. Hey Siri, what's 256 times 0.3? Hey Siri, what's 256 times 0.3?
I found some web results.
What the fuck?
I'll send them to your iPhone.
No. Hey Siri, What's 156 times 0.3?
156 times 0.3 is 46.8.
46.8. That's not a huge price difference. It's 46. Well, 47 quid extra a month. Oh, actually, it's going to be more than that. Siri's not perfect. It's going to be more than that because there's no VAT on postage. There's no VAT on the stamps. So those, the stamps being 30p cheaper, that's just solid 30. Whereas these envelopes, these are 65p more expensive, but there's VAT on them. So there's 20% off those again. So it won't be as big of a difference as I'm thinking. Well, for the next few months, it's going to be like this anyway, so fuck it! Fuck it. Yeah, Siri's not great. Siri, several times, I'll be like, hello, can you give me this answer? And it'll be like, check your iPhone. And then the iPhone will be like, Or like sometimes we need to use really specific syntax. Like if I'm like, change my wake up time. If I say, so there's like an alarm on them, which is like your wake up time, and you like set sleep hours, and it sets an alarm at the end of it. So if I'm like, oh, change my wake up time to like, I don't know, 7 a.m. And it'll go, okay, I've changed your alarm to 7 a.m. Your wake up alarm to 7 a.m. I'm like, cool. If I say set my wake up time to 7 a.m., which is the same thing, it means the same thing. If I say set, which I do say often, because I feel like I'm setting it to that time, I feel like that's an appropriate phrasing. If I say set, the response will be, actually, you know what? We'll fucking try it. Turn my thing on, right? Set my wake up time to 10 a.m.
On it.
She's thinking.
Working on that.
No, she's still thinking.
Something went wrong.
Oh, did it? Okay, let's try again. Set my wake up time to 10 a.m.
Your wake up time alarm is set for 10 o'clock tomorrow.
Great. Change my wake up time to 9 a.m.
I've changed your alarm to 9 o'clock.
Oh, wow. It's actually, they fixed the syntax. Wow. Or maybe it was I was doing it on the HomePod. Hey, Siri, change my wake up time to 8 a.m.
I couldn't find any alarms.
Shut up. I think it's just in the HomePod then. My wake up HomePod isn't up here. I mean, the ultimate know how many packages you need to do a day. I don't have a daily count. I'm doing packages for a month in a day. I'm doing a month's worth in a day. So I need to do 450 packages a day once a month. Siri's not great. The thing I like about Siri is I like the HomePod a lot. I really like the HomePod. Or the HomePod Mini, that is. I think the sound quality is really good. I like that it actually has more processing power than like Amazon's offerings or Google's offerings. It's actually a little computer, which means it can act as a hub, a smart home hub, because it can do all the processing on device. Which means if you get compatible smart bulbs and smart doorbells and whatever, it processes everything through that, and that manages it all on device, rather than it using a separate hub that you have to purchase or going to the internet or whatever. It's all on device, which is really good. What the fuck is that glue? It's glue. Get off glue. There we go. Fucking glue. Look like a booger. And one of the nice things I quite like about Siri now is that a lot of the processing is done on device now, so it doesn't go to a server. So there's a lot of times now where if you're doing smart home stuff on Siri, you can have your internet off and you can give it commands and it will do them, and it'll be able to manage all of like your smart lighting on device. And like your security cameras, a lot of security cameras now, HomeKit security cameras, they'll use an Apple TV or an Apple TV or an iPad or a HomeKit or HomePod. And then all your security camera feeds will actually go to that instead of an offsite server. So it will effectively just use your existing device as a server to process those things so it doesn't go out of your house. Which I think stuff like that's really fucking good. That's the fucking compromise, isn't it? Like, Apple's very good at security, but its usability is a bit shitter. Whereas Google's usability is very good, but its security and privacy is a lot worse. And Amazon is Amazon. And that's the compromise, isn't it? That's the compromise of life. I don't like Alexa. I mean, one of the things I really value about Siri is I can change the fucking accents. There's like loads of different fucking accents. Which I value highly because I like giving all of my devices a different accent. I've made them Irish currently. I can be Australian, I can be Indian, I can be English, I can be British, I can be American. There's 4 different American ones right now. I think their vocal processing sounds a lot more natural. But again, they struggle in every other thing. Scrum Pro, if I was to do home automation, I need a home 2 outside of our local server. But that's the thing I quite like about the Apple stuff, because it does act as a local server without all the faff involved in it. So I do stuff like that, but I don't like all the faff involved. Apple just sort of does it. I'm like, yeah, that's good. That's what I like. A lot of the Apple stuff kind of does what I do anyway, but simply, without any faffing. And I value that. Right. Americans. It's mainly Americans. These red ones are going to. But does Apple really keep all your data on device? Yeah, it does. I say if you do the HomeKit secure stuff, yeah, it does. It's all your security feeds are going processed on device, and then if you want to access them, you're just connecting to your home server. Effectively, just doing it in a very fancy way. Their voice processing, a lot of it's still done off device, obviously, done via servers and stuff like that. But a lot of the more simple stuff's done on device now, which is really nice. Also, I just value like little things. Like if I move my phone close to a HomePod, it just starts vibrating like more and more and more until it gets next to it, and then it just transfers like my music from my phone to my HomePod or vice versa. Scrum Pro, I think I'm just saying I can't believe that a million. Well, you don't have to believe what they say. Like there's loads of people who are already doing it. Like it's not like I'm like, oh, like, it's not like they've said a thing and everyone's going, oh, okay. There's people who've there's good setups for it. It is quite secure. Apple are infamous for being secure. One of the good points about them, they're infamous for being quite secure with people's data. Which I quite like. And again, all the HomeKit video stuff is very locked down. Which I like, because home security cameras and stuff like that are usually quite more open than you'd think. So it's nice having them run locally without having to faff around with an awkward setup. Because then it runs locally, but it still works in the way it would if it was on the cloud, which I really like. I just like I don't have one, but I don't use home security cameras personally, but it's a nice option. Bother. Yeah. Blithering bother. Right. I don't think you should trust any company, really, but like, there's a certain degree of like, if you use technology, you're putting your trust in the company, and no company's fully trustworthy, but I'm going to go on with the one that's generally had the best track record of data protection, which is compared to Google and Amazon. Apple's fucking golden. Apple's fucking golden compared to those two. Motherfuckers. Especially Amazon. Jesus Christ. And we're not going to talk about Cortana or Bixby because they are just basically so irrelevant that they're not even worth discussing. Not even worth discussing in any way, shape, or form. God, I've been sort of leaning awkwardly this whole time. So I have to sort of sit back so that the space under my desk is clear so I can move them under my desk. But I then have to lean forward so I can do them in. I'm going to try leaning back and do it. Oh, no, it's slightly awkward. I have to awkwardly stretch forward. Hopefully when I change my desk setup, I will have a better solution to doing this that isn't as awkward. But that relies on me getting that new laptop, which I get in 2 weeks, which I'm very excited about. Gold Pusher, Google's engineers are pretty smart. Don't worry about it. Well, it's not about the smartness of them. It's my trust in the company using my data. That's what I'm talking about. Google are an advertising company. That's their entire business model. We're an advertising company. That's where they make all their fucking money. Amazon are a sales company. They sell all manner of products in the thing, and they run AWS. So it is in Google's interest to send you ads that are appropriate to you, and they make a lot of money from targeted advertising. So they are very smart. It's not about exploits or fucking people hacking into you, whatever. It's about, I don't really trust them with my data. That's the thing. Like my attitude towards anything is if you're not paying for the product, then you are the product, which is why I don't really like anything that's free. There's a lot of ads for like stuff like Honey or like Morning Brew, which is like it's a totally free browser add-on, or it's a totally free fucking email thing that gives you news, and I'm like, no, the browser add-on, it's fucking data mining, and it's fucking using referral links and data mining at the same time. And then fucking Morning Brew. I don't know what the fuck Morning Brew is doing, but I don't trust it. Don't trust it. Like, I'll pay for anything if it gives me an option to. I will rather pay for something than it sell me ads. I pay for YouTube Premium, I pay for All 4 Plus or whatever the fuck it is. I like paying for stuff because I that's how I think. I'm glad free options exist for a lot of things, but I will always pay for something if there's an option, because I like that to be the transaction. Like, hello, I'm giving you money to access the thing, and that's the end of the transaction. Like, I don't like this fucking, oh, you're selling me things, so then I can access this thing, and you're making money off my fucking Google Analytics data, and I'm like, oh, fuck that. Oh god, fake your meta, fucking, yeah. Jesus. Metaverse. Fuck me. God, I was for the news video we put out today, the Nekib news, the Nekib show video. We call it a news video internally, even though it's not cool. Whatever. There's like a Facebook announced that San Andreas is coming to VR, but for the sorry, not the Oculus Rift, the Meta Rift or whatever the fuck. And I was trying to find footage of it, and I couldn't find any, but I found the announcement, and it's like Mark Zuckerberg talking to someone about it and announcing it himself. Like, Mark Zuckerberg's the one who announces it. And like, it's the entire interview is just it's so weirdly fake. And they're both like weirdly like, I'm so excited to do it. Like, it's this really weird. It's so weird. And everything Facebook puts out is that. Like, all of Google's and Amazon's and Apple's events, it generally feel pretty natural, but fucking hell, Facebook is just, Mark Zuckerberg genuinely feels like he's just, it's so weird. Why is he in everything? Stop putting Mark Zuckerberg in things. Stop it. I don't like him. I can't remember, they had another, I don't know if she was a product manager or a presenter or what, but she was there, and she was just weirdly, they were both weirdly chipper, but it was a really weird fake, you know, like this very American, like, you know, in the Truman Show, and those bits where Thingy turns to camera and is like, "Well, drink this coffee." You know those bits. It felt like that before an entire thing, and I'm like, oh, "This is so weird. This is so weird." Like, I've watched so many product announcements over the years for tech stuff and games and everything, and none of them has felt that weird. Like, none of them. And it confused me. It didn't confuse me, but it just bothered me. And they kept talking about the metaverse. He's like, oh, I can't wait to get into the metaverse, Mark. And he's like, I know, it'll be so cool. And I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? And he was like, oh, when I was looking, there's like Facebook Messenger now with VR support. Like, you could like, in VR, you get like Facebook messengers. And like, in the thing, they were like, someone like sent a fucking Facebook text to their friend being like, hey, do you want to hang out on a rooftop in VR? And they were like, yeah, they put on the fucking Oculuses and they hang out on a rooftop party in VR. Which, like, you know when the Switch ad first came out and it was like having all these people like on a rooftop party playing their Switch? And how that seems really unnatural. It's somehow Facebook somehow took that concept and went even weirder with it. Like, let's hang around on a virtual rooftop. And like, and it looks like shit as well. Like, this metaverse thing, it looks awful, like, visually. And it's just so weird. And it just... Every time they show a clip of it, it genuinely looks like a parody. And I'm like, what the fuck is this? And they seem to be basing their entire, like, product around it. Like, it's not just, like, a little side gig. this VR shit. It seems to be like their entire business now. I'm like, what the fuck? It's really fucking weird. It's so fucking weird. It's so fucking weird. So fucking weird. I hate Facebook. Hate Facebook. My out of the 5 big tech companies, it's like Facebook's obviously the worst. Then it's if we're going in order of evilness, it's Facebook, then Amazon, then Google, then Microsoft, then Apple. At least for user evilness. Apple is still pretty evil in a lot of ways. But you know, not a high bar, is it? I don't know if Microsoft's that evil, actually, come to think of it. Actually, no, saying that. They did put a lot of bloatware on my PC, on adware, which, I don't upgrade to macOS Monterey, and I don't have fucking Facebook Messenger and Line installed, do I? Oh, what? Do I want Candy Crush pre-installed with my operating system upgrade? Well, it doesn't matter what your answer is, we're going to do it anyway. Fuck off. Wow, that was actually the exact perfect amount of prints to envelopes I was holding there. I love it when a plan comes together. Wham. Right. Right. Second Life. What's Second Life? Second Life's still a thing, isn't it? Isn't it just mainly used for porn or something? I remember this being a thing. I remember when I was, like, young and I was, like, on Habbo and all that. And Second Life was a thing. I'm like, I'm curious what this is. I, like, logged on and immediately the first place I walked into just was, like, this big dildo shop. I'm like, yes, okay. I see. And then I left, never to return. Right. Habbo. Yeah, Habbo. I was a Habbo X back in the day. One of the first things I probably moderated. Please. I see, I've always been interested in, like, moderation and stuff. Like, a lot of the things I've been involved in over the years, I've just got involved in because I like moderating it. Or doing, like, community-based stuff in it or whatever. Like, I've moderated loads of forums and tech sites and work with a load of random YouTubers and creators and websites and stuff. And it's always been for some sort of moderation of community thing. So I've always been interested and enjoyed it. That's how I got into working for Dan. That's what I was just doing as a hobby beforehand. Because I enjoyed it. Enjoyed moderating. No, not so much, because I cannot be fucking arsed. I've got past the point of caring with moderation now. I just don't care. And I can't be bothered. I just I don't care. Like, if you're being a dick, I'm gonna ban you. That's not that. Fuck off. I'm not gonna micromanage it or anything. I don't care. I don't have the energy anymore or the time. Occasionally be a post on the subreddit. It's like, oh my god, Matt's such a good moderator. Oh. What happened there? Accidentally pulled that up. It's fine. It's not like I'm going to replace the envelope. It's got a postage stamp on it. And it's fine. It'll still pull up fine. Right. Sorry, people do it for me. It's like, yeah, but I don't have the patience anymore. You know, No, but yeah, people are like, oh, that's such a good moderator. I'm like, there's like 3 posts a week on the Nerdcube subreddit. I go on, like, I open Reddit like once every 2 or 3 days, look in the mod queue and like click approve on a few things, and then that's the extent of what I do. Like doing Reddit takes me maybe 2 minutes a week, if that. And occasionally I get messages being like, oh, can I be a mod? I'm like, literally, there's no work. There's no work to do. Everything's automated. Almost everything is dealt with automatically. Or everything on that is dealt with automatically. Stuff gets removed automatically. Like, the only thing that really happens there is stuff gets removed that shouldn't be removed. And occasionally. Someone's like put like request in the subject line of a fucking thing or something which flags autumn mode or whatever, but like whatever. I can approve them later. Yeah, some of them you see, look, that some of them are like caught on the ends slightly. Right, it's fine. If it was the other way, but still pulling it up will still work. It's still attached. Okay, just I don't know. I've realized over the past few years that a lot of the stuff that gets moderated, like it ends up not being that important, really. Like, you know, the worst thing that can happen in a lot of those situations is just whatever. It's just important to keep a place nice, and I've realized that often making a place nice or not nice comes from the top, not the bottom. You know, keeping a community nice is about not, you know, like the creator enforcing strong not rules, but strong social standards and attitudes. And being welcoming and just kicking anyone out who isn't that. I think we do that quite well. Honestly, it makes quite a fucking easy community to moderate. Like, the worst we get is someone being more entitled. That's the thing. We don't get anyone really being a dick. We just get some people being quite entitled. And that's the worst of it, which is like, whatever. If someone's just being entitled, you know what you do? You just ignore it. Hey, MDL. What? 8 hours. Barely a work day. Like you go into a bank at like 9 a.m. and you come back at 5 p.m. It's like, Jesus, you're still here? It's like, yes, it's my job. I work here, 9 to 5. Right. Probably got a couple more hours of this left. It's going to be a longer day today. A longer day today, because once I've packed all of these, which I've got not many left to do, I've got to put the address labels on all of them. Then I'm done. I say I'm done. I've still got to put some stickers, Nike stickers on these ones, but I won't be getting them for Wednesday. The rest of them, so I will do them later. So the international ones are going to take like a week or two to get there anyway, so a day or two's delay on my end isn't really going to make a difference. But I'll get the UK ones as soon as, because a day or two's delay on my end will be a day or two delay for the shipping, but a day or two's delay for the American end will, you know, it's fine. And then another day, either this week or next, I might do it on Wednesday. I'm going to do I'll have to basically, because these stickers, not only do I have to put on these ones, but I want to put these on all of them. All the ones I put a stamp on today, I want to put these ones on as well. So I might go through and do that another day, and that'll take a few hours. But again, once I've done that, I won't have to do it for the next 3 months, which will be worth it. Significantly worth it. I don't know I said it in that enthusiastic way. Hope there's enough of these. They damn packed them this time, so yeah. It's chestnuts records I think, man. They make it more powerful. I don't know if that makes them more powerful. It sure is. Oh God, what happened here? These are weird. These compacts are weird because they seem higher quality on like a like quality sense of like the materials they're using and stuff like that. But there's more weird manufacturing things like this I've noticed on them, like weird little quirks, or like little smudges on them or whatever. Which for the price you would expect these to be fucking flawless. Absolutely fucking flawless for the price these are. 8p. 8p each. Fucking scandalous. Right. Oh. It's not like an extra one, it's just a really long one. Okay, well. Okie dokie. Come on. There we go. How odd. Just a random long boy. I got, what did I get them? I got Rebecca. None of your business. They will find out next week when I see them. It's in a pile next to me. That sounds like the print, but now I have a pile of little things. Right. God damn it! Several of them have been like that. Jesus Christ. God, I've only done 100 of them. I've had like what? So far that's been what, 5 with a problem? With the pull tab? 5 out of fucking 100? That's quite high. That's quite a high amount. 80p a pop. Fuck me. They should be fucking packing themselves at that price. Whatever. They're better quality than the other ones I got. I wasn't comfortable with the other ones that loaded from the top. I didn't like them. I didn't like how they loaded. I didn't like how the unpacking experience. I didn't like how tight they were. I didn't like how tight I had to push it. Like, because these go in quite easily, but the other ones, even though they were the same size, because they loaded from the top, there was quite a lot more resistance getting them into the package. I didn't like them. They took me more time to pack, and I don't know. I think I like these, like much like the other ones, because when you open them and you go, "Oh, that's my package." Like it's a nicer unpacking experience, which is part of the goal. Call the company I complain. I will be actually. They sent me the wrong mailers for the other ones, but I'm not necessarily going to complain. Well, I'm not going to complain about that because they were more expensive mailers. I don't want to be like, you sent me the wrong mailers, and they'll be like, oh, do you want to send us them back then? And I'll be like, I've used them, and they'll be like, oh my god, I have to pay the difference. I'm just not going to mention it. I'm just going to keep my fucking mouth shut. But, not perfect, these ones. Like, it's really... I don't like putting the stamp on first and then putting the print in, because if there's a problem with the envelope, then the stamp's already on there. And I don't like that from a sort of like fail-safe standpoint. It's just, obviously, I can't pack them until I have the physical prints from Dan and Rebecca, but I can put stamps on them, and I can put address labels on them, and I can put the Nerdkeep stickers on them before anything. So I can do those early, and I can backlog them. And I'm going to, because I need to save time doing this. I need to... There we go. I didn't like that the sticker was covering Daniel's face. There we go. That's probably going to fucking get knocked in the envelope anyway. Oh, they're all covering Daniel's face. God damn! Look, they're all covering Daniel's face. Actually, I like that one. It just looks like Games Console's having a happy time. So maybe... Oh, look at that one! Well, they should all be like that, I'll be honest. I think that's... If you open that and just see the little like face going, ah! Excellent. They should all be like that. All be like that. Maybe in future, though, I'd say I'm looking into how much the cost of getting custom-made ones will be. With custom printing on them and custom sizing and stuff. Maybe in future, we'll have fancy ones that are like, have a load of art on the outside of them and be really, like, cool. It's not something we've considered. It's not something Rebecca's mentioned, but I thought I'd inquire at the price anyway, because if the price is good, it might be worth considering. Because even just getting custom-made, like, sizing and stuff would be nice. And not having to put a sticker or a stamp or a physical ink stamp on them would be, would save me time as well. And honestly, it'd be kind of cool having ones arrive that have art all around them, wouldn't it? Like, the entire thing was, like, a printed art piece. That'd be neat. Be neat. I don't know how. Like, Rebecca's signature, right, is so much more complicated than Daniel's, which is just the letters D and H. And Rebecca's is this nice little cursive thing with a little fucking heart. And honest to God, I don't know how Rebecca's hands don't fall off. It's such a complicated signature to do. Like, well, there's 400, about 450 of these, but obviously there's 2 prints in them, so that's 900 signatures each. Dan had a busy month last month because he signed fucking, what, 900 of these, and also signed a load of stuff for the Polybius Heist action figures. Can't remember how many of them he signed. There was a lot. I don't sign much. I don't have a fancy signing signature. I've only done signings at occasional events. I don't have a fancy signing signature. Should probably get one, the Andy, to have in future. Right, let's pack. Grommet. I mean, I can figure it's gonna be fun, yeah. I'll be getting one. So. I'll be honest, like, I like collecting Nerdcube shit for posterity. Not because I'm like, oh, it's a big Nerdcube or anything, but it's more like I'm a sentimental person, I think. And I quite like having stuff that I'll be able to look back on in future. You know, like, I've got all the Nerdcube merch and stuff like that, and I want to. You know that Simpsons episode, the B Sharps episode, where, like, Bart and Lisa find this, like, box with all the B Sharp stuff in, and Homer reminisces about being in the B Sharps. I like boxes like that are just full of, like, things like that. I don't know. I like stuff like that in concept. It's like 4K video games, for example. I got Dan and Rebecca to sign it for me, but with, like, a message from them in it. Like, it isn't for it's not for, like, me now, but it's for, you know, me in 20 years looking back, sort of thing. I like to have that air of sentimentality. These are the last of the prints now. That's enough. It better be a fucking enough. I hope there's enough. Might have just the right amount. I hope so. Oh, for fuck's sake! Again! Look, it's, like, stuck to it, like there. Baby on Board. Baby on Board has the same chord progression as a few other songs. I noted when I was playing it on banjo. I forgot how to play it on the banjo. Although I haven't been playing stringed instruments very much lately, just because of my hand. My hand hurts. I want to try and learn the piano properly. It's a bit of an awkward position now, because I can't really play stringed instruments at the moment because of my hand. And I can't really play wind instruments because of my lung. So, I've determined that the only instrument I can really comfortably play at the moment is the piano. So, I'm going to take piano lessons. Oh yeah, I've got enough here. I've got enough. Because I need to have enough here for all the ones, obviously, and extras. I just need to have spares. I want to have at least, like, 10 spares each. At least 10, preferably a bit more. Both because, obviously, I want 1 or 2, and also, in case I didn't get lost or damaged or whatever, I need some spare to send them out. Piano's technically a stringed instrument. Lock. We're talking about technicalities, aren't we? Triangle's technical is an option. Okay. I have a problem with gripping. I can't grip properly for long periods of time. It's always the violins. I think I have to grip. With piano, I don't really have to grip. Big thing. One of the few instruments I don't have to grip. And oh, I've got 2 more. Yeah. packaged. Bam. And I've got 4, 5, 7. Wait. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. 15 spare. Perfect. Exactly the number I'd need. Right. Wonderful. Wunderbar. Right. Righty, now it's time to put the labels on them. Which means I get to turn the camera off. I'm not going to dox people. I say that like I'm doing a privilege. Oh, I wouldn't think of it like I'm not going to. I'm going to briefly appreciate that the sheer number of pull tabs that are now littering my office. Free confetti. Great. Just where I want it, under my desk. I throw it in a big pile under my desk because it's just easier, and then I kind of get it up afterwards. It's easier to just throw it in a big pile while packing, because then I don't have to look where I'm throwing it. Just throw it in a vague direction. There we go. So the last month, it only took me about a minute and a half, like 30 seconds to clean it up. So I've just done some. By putting it all on my desk, I just sort of all spread it out. So that was a good idea, Matt. Good job. Good job. Get over there. You big bitch. Big fucking bitch. Get over there. Get over there. Right. Jason Halfling, you missed the exciting confetti part of the stream. Fucking idiot. It's just not when I got the prints, I could tell how finicky getting the plastic film was. Yeah, I'm not having to do that, thankfully. That's what Dan and Rebecca are doing. I think this works as a nice arrangement because they send me the actual physical thing that's being sent out. Like, they send me the product, which is this in the plastic sleeve, and then I handle everything from there. They have to load them in between two pieces of paper, slide them in, and slide the piece of paper out, which sounds like a faff. But it makes more sense for them to pack them. The whole point of this is that we're trying to it's me and Rebecca doing them, and we're trying to balance the load. I'm trying to balance the load. So, right. Let me put all back in here. Stickers on. Or I keep the ones with the stickers on separate. I can post them immediately, whereas the ones without stickers on. These are going to be the ones that go to. I'm going to do all the non-American ones first. The American ones will be the ones that will be delayed. So that makes the most sense logistically. Most of them go to America. Right. Ow! God, that hurt. That was a fucking loud clap. Jesus. I clap a lot. I do like a clap a lot as a thing. And sometimes I clap incredibly loudly and it hurts my... Ow! Oh, Jesus. Oh, my back fucking hurts. Jesus Christ. Right. Time to turn the camera off. I almost clapped really loudly. Time to turn the camera off, everyone. Yes, this is my action of changing it between my computers. Cool. Time to turn the camera off, everyone. Because I'm not going to dox everyone. Because doing these streams was sort of Rebecca's idea, because Rebecca was thinking of doing packing streams. And I thought, that's a good idea, that'll keep me active. That'll keep me, focused. No mouse pad. I do have a mouse pad for the PC, which is currently on its side, so because it wasn't in the frame, but I don't use a mouse pad most of the time because I'm on a desk. I like a hard plastic mouse pad, and the desk is just hard wood, so it's just... Right, let's start doing the address labels. Wonderful. Right. I'm going to really do first. unplug the camera just so I don't accidentally turn it on and be like, oh shit, it's 7 people's address. That feels like a safe thing to do. Your mouse does, yeah, my mouse does have it. It's the Logitech MX Master. It can connect to 3 computers at once. Bluetooth or using the little dongle. I use the little dongle because it's faster. And it's also got the ability to, you can dynamically switch between computers, so you can set like one side of your computer to automatically switch to another. So like, when I drag my mouse to the left side of my Mac, it automatically moves to my PC. And there's some software that does that, but this does it on the hardware level, so neither computer has to be on. There doesn't have to be a host computer or anything. It just moves. It's really good. It's really handy for me who uses multiple computers. I mean, you can have it connected to a third. I could have it connected to an iPad or whatever, but I don't. Right, let's do the Europeans. Oh, it's the Swedish first. I printed them off in the right order this month. Last month when I printed them off, they just printed a random order. Whereas this one, I printed them in the order of country. So they're grouped by country now. Which is nicer. We got Sweden. We're doing the Swedish. The Swedish are the first. My vaguely offended. You know what's really interesting? A lot of people's names sound very stereotypical to the country they're in, which I find really entertaining. You know, like... There's all the Swedish people sound really Swedish, and then all the Irish people sound really Irish, you know, it's like O'Learys, you know, Flanagans and Rileys and stuff, and Shawns, you know, and all the British people sound very British, and the Americans sound very American, you know, it's all quite, I find it mildly amusing. Especially the Europeans. Say Eric Erickson, I'm holding an Eric here. My name just sounds fake, so it's fake. There's a point, I don't make the connection between people's names, like, there's some people who just put their first name, which, I mean, it's their choice, but, you know. I'm part Swedish and part Irish, you're called, like, what? You're called, like, Jorgen O'Connelly. Done already? Oh, well, I'm done with the, stamps. MDL. I'm doing the postage labels now, the address labels, which obviously aren't on camera because they're address labels. No, what I was going to say was about, because Rebecca watches does, like, packaging streams. And they package them all in one go. Like, they put them in the envelope, they put the stamp on, and they pull the envelope off screen, put the address label on, and then put it in a box. And I could do it like that, but I'm finding it easier mentally to do it in, like, sections. Like, rather than do each envelope one at a time, like fully from start to finish. I like doing it in waves. Like I like doing one wave where I put the stickers on and then one wave where I put the stamps on and then one wave where I load them and then one wave where I then put the address labels on them. I like the separation in my mind, and then it means if I could stop, like I could just do the labels, for example, one like the stamps one day, and then I could come back and then I can just do all the labels the next day. It just makes it a bit more. Because I'm doing 500. If I was doing like 50, I'd probably do them one by one. But doing fucking 450, doing 450 is fucking a lot. So I'm doing it in waves, and it also allows me to, as I say, where I put all the stamps on them, even though I don't have the prints to go in them. I can pre-stamp them and stuff. Oh, we got the Norwegians now. Oh, we got a Polish. Wait, is that? We got a Pole. Oh, Slovak. Yeah, I'm like. I read Norwegians, and the Norwegians sound very Norwegian, and the Swedish sound very Swedish, and the Polish sound very Polish. Which I just enjoy. enjoy immensely. Oh. Well, I say! What the fuck? 2 of the European ones don't have a fucking stamp on them. Okay, this is one of the problems with the compacts. Some of them get bunched together when I'm packaging them. Come on, stamps. Come on out. Yeah, so some of them are getting bunched together when I'm loading them, and they're getting slightly annoying. I hope I've done the right amount, because I was counting based on the amount of stamps I was using, not based on the amount of letters. Hopefully it's fine. Whatever, I'll keep those there just in case. Cool. That's right, cool. Right, hopefully it's not more than a couple. And hopefully it's only in the European ones. It's fine. Right. Oh yeah, the names are different colours in stream and chat because the chat on the stream is pulling from like, I don't know, the Twitch colours like are part of the Twitch chat, but the chat's pulling from like a different API or something. I don't know. I don't know how it works. I didn't make it. What the fuck? There's two here. Hang on. What the fuck? Well, those two don't have stamps on. Two of them. Check the rest of them. Stamp, 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 stamp. Stamp, stamp, stamp. Stamp, 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 stamp. The rest of them have stamps on. There's just another two that don't. There's four. Four of them didn't have stamps on. That's very odd. It's very odd. That makes me worry about my counting methodology. But this is part of the reason I'm not putting all of the, this is another reason I'm not putting all of the stamps on. The international ones is for stuff like this. If I need, like, oh, if, you know, one's missing a stamp, whatever, I can just stick a stamp on because I do have spares still. And for the UK ones, they're cheap enough and I have enough of them, but it's whatever. Whereas just the international ones, the stamps are worth so much money that I need to be very... I need to make sure they go on to one that's actually being shipped out, you know? Oh, we're getting to the Dutch now! Shit, it's all the Dutch people! Oh shit, it's Vort P. Oh, it's just actually, it's not actually racist. That's their name, that's their full name. That's their full name. That's this Dutch person's full name. Fucking Svort P! Oh, they're little helpers. They're just elves with soot on their face. They're not blackface, promise. Fuck off. Fuck off. I'm slightly worried some of these stamps might have gotten rubbed. I don't think they've gotten rubbed off, because I'm worried they might have been packed tightly together and they might have got pulled off, but like there's no residue on them from the stamps, so I just think they didn't have stamps in the first place. Hopefully not. Hopefully I haven't fucked this up. It doesn't. Some sort of call function based on the name string, but those can be different between different implementations. But if you specifically set the color in the chat settings, it has a set color hex to use. That's interesting. Oh, it's Selwyn Niples. I can say that name because it's in the fucking intro to the videos. It's fairly obvious to get it print. Selwyn Niples. The amount of times all those fucking intro people, all the intro people, I've had their names said like 60 billion times. Because Dan did about like 5 takes of each person's name as well. And tried to make them sound like as good as possible, so I aimed to mix loads of different takes and stuff. What's this another one? Wait. I've done 2 in a row. Wait. I'm double checking now. That's a good neck crack. Let's check this video. God. Every time I open a player's video now on my computer, it just goes as it looks. It has to load in that ridiculous fucking text scroll at the end. My render gives me an estimated time when it's exporting, and it says like you've got 20 seconds left. It's getting right to the end of the render, and then it just takes like another 20 minutes instead of 20 seconds. And it's just like 1 second a minute. Oh yeah, Bjorn Van Ryzen. 2 in a row. Bjorn Van Ryzen's right next to fucking Selwyn Niples in the list of. That's a fun fact. That's a fun fact, right? Look, live recording. Fuck off. It's not like they've been useful in the past. Every time I've been like, hey, you've all been watching. Can you confirm what I just said? And everyone fucking lies and tries to fuck me off. Really helpful, guys. Thanks. Oh, there's. I get an email like every other day, which is like, Steam games on sale. It's like, oh, this one game's on sale for 5% off. I'm like, okay, great. What's this? Wait. Wait. Sorry, I just opened my email briefly. Wait. I got a press email, like yesterday, from some random developer. And then I got an email today, being like, here's a press release apologizing for the press release? What? Criticism? Angry reactions? I want to publicly apologize for the press release sent to this past day to different media. The sentence is completely out of place. I have no excuse for it. It was in very bad taste on my part. There are no buts. It is unacceptable. I am sorry for the offense caused for all those who received it, but especially to the developer. They have worked on the game for 4 years and a lot of love and do not deserve to be dragged into controversy because of my bad work, which I repeat has been on my side and my exclusive responsibility. What do they say? Here it is. It's a very short email. Standard hi and blah blah blah. Welcome to Steam Twitch. They takes us to the far west to solve a lot of intricate and funny puzzles like steal a bank, escape from prison, explode things, tell lies, squeeze cactuses, play the banjo, and oh yes, defeat your arch enemy. We would love if you could try it out before and as a favor. If you could give us a little review /stream /tweet /TikTok dance /send nudes /acute sneeze wherever you fix better with your time and target. The general is going to play it down right now. That's the entire email. Wait, it's that long press release apologizing. Is that apologizing for that /TikTok dance /send nudes /acute sneeze bit? Is that what it's apologizing for? That really light-hearted joke? Is that what that big press release? Is that what it's apologizing for? Has there been controversy because of that? Why would there be controversy because of that? That's the most fucking obvious light-hearted joke I've ever fucking read in my life. Fine, whatever. Fucking games industry. Alright. Whatever you say, games industry, whatever you say. Oh, literally, because for some reason, right, the forest with the little hammer and sickle, in Patreon's back end, because when Dan wanted to read them out, I sent Dan a screenshot of the list of supporters in that, which, just a screenshot of the Patreon back end, where it shows a list. And that had a question mark in, because Patreon, for some reason, can't display that symbol. But when I exported the list as a spreadsheet to use in the thing, it did show the hammer and sickle in the spreadsheet. So just Patreon's website for some reason couldn't show it. Which is just, of course, Patreon fucking all over, isn't it? No matter what fucking font I make that opener, it will show the hammer and sickle. But Patreon, in all their infinite wisdom, are like, no, what's the question mark? I don't know how we'd read it if I kind of like the question mark, I'll be honest. Forest? I don't know how he'd read it, like, forest, hammer and sickle. Yeah, it is canon. I enjoy that it's just become canon now, and that everyone's into it. I like the intro things that everyone's gotten quite into, like how he's saying that the opening names and everyone's kind of commenting on it and remembering their names, which reassures me that it's at least it's got some value to it as a perk. We were only going to do 5 at first. We were only going to do 5 as a ludicrous tier, but it like sold out immediately, and I was like, oh, we could totally go up to 10. I'm glad we did, because I think 5 would have been fine, but I think 10's the peak of, like, if it was any longer, I don't think it would work, but I think 10's totally doable. Test the font, Molly and Cody. Still Patreon's fault. Still Patreon's fault. Ooh, to the Irish people. We've got a Sean and a Patrick. Of course we got a Sean and a Patrick. The first two are Sean and a Patrick. Our island. That's what I mean about all the names are just very, like... it's like, like, I could tell where each of these, like, packages was going without looking at the country name, just based on the name. Fucking, oh god, Shay Patrick fucking McCormick. I still want to play that fully Assassin's Creed Rogue. I have it on the Switch. I haven't got around to playing it yet. I want to now. I just haven't had a chance to play any games lately. I've just been really busy. My hope is, once I've got this done, because I was really busy the last month with The Prince, But effectively, now I can ship these tomorrow, and that's done for the whole month. I don't have to think about it till next month. And then the next month, I'll be able to get them done really quickly, in less than a day. And then I should hopefully get ahead on videos soon. I mean, part of the big problem with videos is that I've just had, like, computer problems. I wouldn't say computer problems, it's just... My computer's been struggling with the amount of work I've been giving it, and it's struggling with a lot of the modern stuff I'm doing, and a lot of the modern coding it's struggling to do. And it's struggling with a lot of the effects I'm putting on modern videos and stuff now, and it's been slow, and it's struggling. I'm having tech issues with it after I'm good. And this new computer will make that so much fucking easier. Holy shit. And it also means I can do stuff like work while I'm at Dand, or work on the way to Dand on the fucking 6-hour train journey there. Because currently I can't. I mean, I can do thumbnails and stuff like that, but obviously I don't have a computer. I have like the iPad with me, which can edit like a plays video. Or it could edit a plays video back in the day. Like a simple one thing it can do reasonably well. Like a simple video. I can do thumbnails on it. It's just... That's what it was for. It was to edit in a pinch. But obviously now, the videos we're doing are way more complicated edits. Way more complicated edits. I'm doing loads of sound work on them. The openers and the end screens have loads of extra work done on them. Like, half the openers are using like, half the backgrounds in the openers, in the opening shots, are generated effects. They're not like stock footage I've downloaded. They're generated effects. So, like, I can't really do any of that on the iPad. So the laptop will be very handy, because it's just, basically, it's more powerful than my current desktop iMac Pro. But it's a laptop. So as a desktop, it'll be better than my current desktop, and I can also put it in my bag. And, you know, go somewhere with it. It's not a hugely portable laptop, but it's not meant to be. Like, I'm not going to take it around with me all the time, but it's just something I can, if I'm going away for, like, a period of time and I know I'll need to edit something, I can bring it with me. I'm not going to bring it with me if I don't need it. Like, I'm not going to lug this heavy 16-inch laptop with me if I do not need it, you know. I'll just bring the iPad, but, it's just a nice thing. So, like, the past couple of times I've been at Dan's, I haven't been able to edit anything, so I've been falling behind on the editing while I'm there. And it'll be nice for that not to be a thing. And also, every edit will take less time, because it'll be quicker to edit it, because I won't have any timeline lag, and it'll be quicker to render them out. So I'll be able to get more ahead. I'm getting ahead, finally. That's the goal. I've been working just constantly for the past 2 months. And I should be able to finally get on top of everything. Oh, wonderful. Thank God. I do have the exact right amount of envelopes here. I just didn't put stamps in a couple of them. That's it. Thank fuck. Okay. Thank fuck. Right. Righty. Right. The chain Twitter aim is. I like the chain Twitter aim is. It's not like... I mean, that's... If I'm bored and wait for a train, I'm still gonna fucking do them. I'm not gonna sit at a train station and edit, you know. Like, even on a long train journey, I'll fucking do it. I'm damn well do it. I'm not gonna be sat at a train station on a cold platform just with my laptop out, being like, I'm like, nah, I'm alright. I've done all the European ones. I'm gonna do the American one next. Actually, I'll do all of them. I'll put the sticks on the rest of them later. I'll just put them in a separate box. Right. Oh my god, the American names as well. Like, I mean, American names are a bit more thingy, but like... Starts with a Zane. I think it's a very American name. Like Zane. Something I've really liked about doing these prints is that it's kind of cool seeing where everyone's from. Like, it's because something that's quite a common thing in this is that we don't really put like, you know, we just see the number of people and we just like a username on screen. It's not really anything, but like here I'm seeing like where they live. It's kind of cool seeing how spread out everyone is. Like some of the international ones, we have some order, but like some of the people who've bought these are like in Indonesia. And the Philippines. And like, it's so cool that like, it's just, these are getting sent all around the world. That's such a cool thing. Wait, you know, well, GDPR rules, we don't keep them. The second these are shipped, or the second these labels are printed and I've shipped them, those spreadsheets are deleted. Don't need them anymore. Colorado, Arkansas, Oregon. Fucking states, man. Colorado, Virginia, Vermont, Oregon, New York, Tennessee. I like how broadly it's spread out in the United States as well. It's not just like in a few states. What state is CT? CT. Connecticut. 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 Indianapolis. North Carolina. California. It's cool. I always like doing this. It's fun. WA. 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 That be was. That wouldn't be. I thought Wyoming is WY. Washington. Washington. Washington State. Yeah. Okay. Washington. Washington in the northwest. The one where Twilight's set. Illinois. Massachusetts. KS. Kansas. 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 New Jersey. I like how every one of these from a different state. That's amusing me. New Jersey. New Jersey. Yeah, New Jersey. I gotta go to New Jersey to pay for my mama's health care because we don't have fucking health care. New York. Ohio. Let's go through these. New York, Ohio. There's another Ohio. Two Ohio's. Big in Ohio. No, cube. Big in Ohio. Tell it to your parents. Ohio's. Come out of the US and play bingo with it. That could be fun. I've been reading out the states. You're welcome to. States. United States of America. America. I wonder how many constant ones there are. I mean, it's sorted by the country, so it's just sort of put. I think it's done it by how has it done it? Like, how has it ordered them in each section? I don't know if it's just done it randomly. There doesn't seem to be a correlation. Like, it's not in the order of first name or last name or address or anything. It just seems to have done them randomly in a random order. Put a problem, isn't it? I mean, I would do that, but it would distract from me doing this, and which would make this take even longer. Ohio. There's another New Jersey. Tennessee. From Texas to Tennessee. Arizona. Albuquerque. Oh, that's a place, not a state. AL. AL. Shit, what would AL be, state? State is AL. By zip code. It's not by zip code. It's literally random. Alaska! Or Alabama. Wait. Oh no, I'm even more confused. Wait. More people said Alabama than Alaska. Actually, no, 2 people said Alaska. 3 people said Alabama. But one person who said Alabama said it with a question mark. So. Alaska is AK. Oh, okay. Alabama. Illinois. Kansas. Pennsylvania. Massachusetts. Michigan. New York. Wisconsin. New Jersey. IA. Indiana. No, I just said. What? IA. I just had this discussion. IA. Iowa! Thank you, Iowa. Ohio, North Dakota, North Carolina, Ohio, MD, 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 MD. Maryland. NE. NE. See, what I find weird about a lot of American states, right, is they're effectively countries, and some of them have a lower population than, like, the city I live in. Like, some American states have a lower population than Liverpool, the city. The small British city. Nevada. Is Nevada MV? Oh yeah, Nevada tracks MV. No, I've got Nevada, it's MV. I know it's Nevada because it's in Las Vegas. I've got Las Vegas NV here, so what's NE? Nebraska. Ah, Nebraska. Nebraska. Massachusetts. California. Oklahoma. GA. Shit. Galveston? Greensboro? No. California. California. Georgia. Georgia's GA? Oh, yeah. Georgia. Georgia. Colorado. Ohio. California. Florida. New Vegas. New Vegas. Nevada. Nevada. Let's go through them. California. Texas. Florida. God, I love the Florida one. That, like, golf is in the name. Like, in the address. Massachusetts. Arkansas. Alabama. Arizona. We had Maryland, South Carolina, Illinois, Utah, Wisconsin, Texas, California, Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania's PA, yeah. Pennsylvania, Georgia, Texas, Illinois, North Dakota, MO. 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 Montana. 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 That's a fucking state with so fucking little people. Utah, North Carolina, Arizona, California, New Jersey, New York, Pennsylvania, Montana again, California, Georgia, Tennessee, Utah, Ioma, Iowa, Iowa, New York, Texas, and that's all the American ones, because then we get to Thailand. Don't think Thailand's in the United States, I'm going to be honest. I'm going to set those American ones aside, and I'm going to stop doing the rest of the world ones now, with these stickers on, yeah. Oh. Ha! Get to fuck! Thailand. Right. Got New Zealand. Your accent only go further south. Oh, man. Yeah, look, there's only one American accent. It's fucking just aggressively southern and hillbilly. Hey, Sal! You left the front door open! Awful. God, that's terrible. We're getting Canada, Quebec, Ontario. Okay, Canada places. It's weird that I know a lot of the state names. I could probably list most of the American states. Hang on. Alabama, Arkansas, Alaska. Wait. Alaska, Arkansas, Arizona. California. I'm gonna have to try and do them in. Wait. Right. Hawaii, Alaska, Washington, California. Nevada, North Dakota, South Dakota, Wyoming, Illinois, Montana, Texas. What? Texas. The place. Georgia, Florida, Pennsylvania, Virginia. No. New York, New Jersey, Maryland, Kansas. Okay, look. I was starting to do it by like where it was, and then I gave up after I got to Washington. I'll be honest. I don't really know where they are. I kind of know the names of them. Do the hard one. English counties. Oh God, no one fucking knows English counties though. There's a difference between English counties and states, and that states matter. You elect people as your state leaders. Like you have a fucking governor of your state. Fucking English counties. Who gives a shit? Also, it depends what kind of counties you're talking about, because there's lots of different kinds. Like, are you referring to municipal? Like, not municipal, but like there's like political counties, and then there's like historic counties, and then there's like there's like 3 different kinds. Like, I'm in the city of Liverpool, in the Liverpool City region, but it's part of Merseyside, which is also technically part of Lancashire, but it's not part of Lancashire. Or as the Americans say, Lancashire? Or Worcestershire? Or they'll be in a tube train and they'll go, this is a northern service to Cockfoss. And they go, they giggle to themselves because they're American. Well, I do as well because I think it's funny. Let's go to Leicester. Oh, I really want to go to Leicester Square. Fucking Shire is a hard word for Americans. No, it's not even the Shire bit. It's like the fucking Leicester. It's Leicester. Leicester. That's very funny. Or Yorkshire. They already overpronunciate the Shire. It's not Yorkshire. 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 Like it's Shire. Like the fucking Hobbit Shire, you know? Beautiful. Beautiful. Get the wrong American accent right, Matt. Nah. I'm alright. Basically say shh. Shh. Bit unrelated, but my granddad can't say Munich. He says Munchen? Munich. Wait. Munchen? I can get saying Munishi. I can get saying Munishi, but maybe, but Munchen? Munchen? Don't tell them I'm Middlesex. Oh, God. They chuckle to themselves. Munchen is a German name, though. Yeah. Munchen. Oh, Dr. Emil Schroffhasen. That was Dirty Rotten Scandal, I believe. Haben Sie durch? There's a, ja, Zweifrau, Zweifrau sprechen Sie durch? Nein. Dankeschön. It's all the German, I know. I'm pretty sure that means 2 wives can speak German. Thank you and goodbye. I don't know why I can remember the Zweifrau. I'm pretty sure Zweifrau is 2 wives. Zweifrau. Yeah. Frau is wife. Pretty sure. I remember a German tour guide angrily shouting at me while desperately trying to communicate that this random, like, lord had 2 wives, but she couldn't speak a word of fucking English. It was really funny. Zweifrau! She's holding up with 2 fingers, and I'm like, 2 wives. She's like, what she was saying. I could. Wunderbar. Guten Tag. Guten Abend. Guten Nacht. So long, farewell, Auf Wiedersehen, good night. Danke, Dankeschön. Oh, we're getting to the Australians now. I don't know, French, not much French. I desperately remember trying to order a crepe in France and just bollocking it up completely and ordering a completely different thing. I don't really know any Spanish. The nice thing about a lot of European languages, because they're all sort of from the same Romanic thing, that there's a lot of commonalities in between them. There's a lot of commonalities between them, so it's kind of, I think, a little easier to learn them, at least. Maybe not to a fluent degree, but like to a base conversational touristy degree, it's a bit easier to learn them than it would be something like Russian or Russian or Chinese or Japanese or Korean, something that uses a different alphabet. Basically, I was playing charades. It was very funny. It was really funny. So funny. I was there with my parents, and I just remember like her aggressively like doing this like painting motion. And he's like, "Oh, they did a renovation." She's like, "You've just." She's just desperately trying to give this fucking tour. And this is a bit where she put me in a fucking stock. She put me in stocks on the top of a big tower with a big hole behind me, and I freaked the fuck out. This is just really angry old German woman who couldn't speak a word of English. Put me in stocks at the top of a tower, and I'm like, okay. Hilarious. I also have a distinct memory of a very, very angry old Polish woman when I was in Warsaw, who was like the receptionist at like a fucking Polish transport museum, transport/mining museum, which had a load of very sad-looking cars and vehicles in, and then a mining section where everyone seemed depressed. As is seemingly common in Warsaw, that seemed to be most of the history. Like, there's in Old Town in Warsaw, there's this big castle-y sort of palace thing, and you're doing the tour. I have a distinct memory of going into a room, and the tour guide goes, "So this room used to be full of art, but then the Germans came and stole it all, then the Russians came and burned it all." I'm like, oh. And that's, you could just say that about anything in Warsaw. Just, there used to be this thing here, then the Germans came and then the Russians came. I'm like, yeah. I see how that would be a problem. Which is tragic, but kind of funny in its consistency. There used to be lots of nice buildings here, but then the Germans destroyed them, and the Russians destroyed them even more. I'm like, oh. What's this room? What's this museum? Oh, this is where all the people died fighting off the Germans, and then the Russians. I'm like, what's this building for? It was built by the Russians to show how big they were. I'm like, okie dokie. It's just in every section, which is it's fascinating historically. It's just also depressing. Also, I couldn't speak a word of fucking Polish. And also, Polish food. I hate Polish food with every fiber of my fucking being. Holy shit. I can express to you how much I dislike Polish food. It's not very good for vegetarians, shall we say. Not very good at all. Not at all. It's very, meaty. Very meaty. Very fishy. Mainly meaty. I feel like a lot of places I went in, the question was like, often, do you want meat with that? And I'm like, would you like sausage with that? I'm like, no, not really. I have a distinct memory of mainly eating. There's a Hard Rock Cafe in Central Warsaw, and I have a distinct memory of mainly eating in the Hard Rock Cafe, which was not my first choice, but it was just simply because reliably I knew I could get vegetarian stuff there. Relatively vegetarian stuff. Like, at the bare minimum, the menu was in English. knew what stuff was vegetarian art, so I mainly got most of my food there, which was boring. I mean, also, I didn't enjoy going to Poland that much. I also went in the middle of winter, which was, fucking cold. It was -10 the whole time. -15, -10. There was piles of snow everywhere. It was cold. It got dark really early. I couldn't eat anything. Couldn't speak to anyone. Oh, the history was interesting but depressing. It wasn't the best trip, I'll be honest. It was interesting, but I didn't have a great time. I didn't have a very good time, I'll be honest with you. Yeah, it was a terrible season to go to Poland, you're right. Was it better than Blackpool? The thing is, whenever I've went to Blackpool, I've went for like the day and I've never stayed there. Like I've been, you know, when you go to Blackpool, you're like, oh, this is the Blackpool lights. And you like drive down, you're like, yeah, Blackpool lights, and trams with Blackpool lights on. I'm like, trams, old trams, and then you leave, and that's it. And that's my like memory of Blackpool from being a child. I haven't been as an adult for good reason. Interesting but depressing history. You think of Ireland? Oh, Ireland's a fucking interesting one. A lot of places that I like. You know, if you go to like if you go to Conley Station, like walk south and then a bit west, you'll get to the what is effectively the Famine Museum, or the Irish Emigration Museum it's called. But outside there's this big famine like statue, which is just this. It's a load of like bronze human-sized statuettes of people starving to death. It's horrifying. And then there's the Emigration Museum, which is an amazingly pretty museum inside. Actually, it's beautiful. It's got loads of amazing art pieces in. But it's a lot about famine and people leaving because everything was bad. And then you go to like the GPO, which is the post office, which is a post office. But it was where the Irish Revolution was held up during the Easter Rising. And there's bullet holes. You can still see the bullet holes in like the stonework and stuff. I don't know if it's still there, but they had a museum in the basement which talks about the Easter Rising, and it's like, oh, they rose up, and the British didn't like it, so the British sent a ship in, and the British then started just bombing civilian homes, and until the Republican Army surrendered because they wanted them to stop bombing civilians. And I'm like, yes. Okay. The British. Love them. God, love them. 1918, that was. 1918. Fairly recent history. You know? British went in. Was like, oh shit, they're not surrendering. Quick. Bomb the civilians. Let's just bomb the town and make them surrender because we're killing civilians. What's that? Let's send the black and tans in because the fucking... No, there's too many uprisings. Let's send the black and tans in. Oh, what's that? There was a terrorist attack on some British ministers. Let's send the black and tans to a fucking football game at Croke Park. And let's have them just shoot into the crowd and kill a bunch of kids. I'm sure that'll be fine and not make everyone really angry at us. I'm sure that'll be fine. Oh, what's that? We killed a load of children, and that was worth it. Good. Let's just kill a bunch of 6-year-olds. That's us, the British, in 1920. The black and tans. Yes, the black and tans. They were British forces that were sent into Ireland to quell resistance uprisings. And they're called the black and tans because their uniforms were black and tan. Black and tans. Mainly in the north, but also in the south. British were like, oh, what's that? What's that? You're uprising. Let's kill civilians. And repeat, basically. You know, the Irish were like, oh shit, fuck. And they were like, oh shit. By the way, in this context, when I said the IRA, I'm talking about the Irish Republican Army in the context of the actual Republican Revolutionary Army in like the early 1900s, not the modern terrorist IRA, which is a different thing. But, you know, the IRA have committed a focused assassination on some of our operatives. Let's kill fucking 50 kids in a fucking football game as retaliation. And I'm like, that seems proportional. Whenever someone fucking commits political, assassinations on my street, I love just killing loads of random kids as a retaliation. Now I'll really get people on my side. People are really mad at me for colonizing this country for so long. And the way we're going to deal with that is killed innocent children with a gun in a football field. I'm sure that'll go great and make everyone go, ah, you're the ones who we want to rule us. If you're ever curious, there's a really good channel. I can do it on my PC actually, because I don't need them. I don't know how you ever stop fighting after that. Well, that's why they haven't. That's why the IRA are still a thing. There's a reason lots of people don't ever forgive the British, and honestly, I don't necessarily blame them for. Well, I don't necessarily blame people for not giving the Brit. I do blame people for committing acts of terror. That's not really acceptable. But just the general attitude of not forgiving the British, yeah, fair enough. There's a YouTube channel. If you want to Google it, put it into YouTube. But if you want to put it into the old YouTubes, I support him on Patreon. John D. Ruddy. John D. Ruddy. He does Manny Man Does History. And they're these little, like, sort of animated history videos. And he's done some on some other stuff, but the ones I think are most interesting are his ones on Ireland. Because they're a very succinct, a very focused view and broad view on the history of Irish independence and Northern Ireland and stuff like that. In a very condensed thing. Like there's a the Irish War of Independence in 12 minutes on Manny Man Does History. 2 years ago, it's got 1 million views, and it's just this. It's about a 12-minute video that's about the Irish War of Independence. It's really succinct, and it gets all the sort of main points that a lot of people might not know. I mean, you can obviously delve deeper into it, and there's a lot of stuff in Ireland if you want to ever learn more about it, like that. And there's another History of Ireland video in 11 minutes, which is just a good, long-term history of Ireland. And then there's the Irish Civil War in 14 minutes, and then there's also the Border of Northern Ireland in 8 minutes. So if you want a good sort of broad overview of Irish history, watch those 4 videos. Because there was obviously Ireland got independence, but then they had a civil war between people who were more sympathetic to the British and then people who wanted very strict independence. Because effectively you had when the Irish became, well, they didn't become independent all at once. They sort of got half independence. They got something called Home Rule, which the British were still the monarch and still controlled, but the Irish had their own parliament and stuff like that, and it was Home Rule. And there were lots of Irish politicians at the time who basically were saying, oh, Home Rule's the best we can get, we should keep with this. And there were lots of Republicans being like, no, this is not good enough, we need full independence. And there became a civil war out of that. I recommend it. He's got some books out as well. He's got 2 sort of kind of half picture books, half history books. I bought both of them. They're basically just the videos and book them. I kind of bought them just to support him because I like his work. Support him on Patreon as well. He actually did a little I got the Patreon tier where he drew a little Manny Man version of me. I got a little Manny Man version of me. A little sort of a me in the style of the things and things. I don't know where I put the file. Somewhere. Again, I just there's people like that I like supporting because I think it's no one really covers Irish history, and Irish history is really interesting. I think it's interesting and reasonably complicated, and it's mainly just for the British being horrible. And a lot of people just don't know about it. A lot of people don't know about it, which is annoying because a lot of people learn about French independence, obviously the French Revolution, and a lot of people learn about German, German Federation, a Germanic unionization when all the German states came together. Learn about World War I and World War II, learn about American Revolution and stuff like that. But very few people learn about the Irish Revolution. It's complex. That's what I like about it. I don't even think you need to know much about it. Like, you can watch those. Hell, you could watch one of those videos. You could watch the War of Independence video in 12 minutes and kind of know enough. Like, that's all I think people need to. It's not like people need to. I just wish people had more of a. I wish more people had that very broad overview, and just that vague idea of like, oh, this is vaguely what they did. Oh yeah, Irish history doesn't get taught. When I was in school, I remember the only thing that was really ever mentioned was the Irish potato famine, and it was more just brought up as a, oh, this caused a lot of people to emigrate to America, and that was the end of the history lesson. That the Irish potato famine happened, and then lots of Irish people went to America. That was it. There wasn't any context for why the famine happened. I mean, the context was like, oh, the Irish are very reliant on potatoes, but that was like the end. It was like, oh, the Irish rely on potatoes, and we're just not going to talk about it anymore. I'm like, why are the Irish so reliant on potatoes? Huh? Why didn't they get any other food? The famine lasted years. Surely, some food could have come elsewhere to help them. No? The British took it all. Yeah, you get taught of U.S. history. Like, yeah, and Irish history doesn't get taught about very much. And you see, I always struggle with it a bit because, you see, I obviously am from Ireland, but I moved from Ireland when I was fairly young. So I didn't really get taught about Irish history when I was in junior school, young school in Ireland. I mean, over here I didn't get taught about it, but I would go to Ireland all the time. Like, I was going to Ireland loads. I've been on, like, about, I think, it must be close to, like, 500, 600, 700 flights in my life. Maybe 1,000. Been a lot of flights in my life, just back and forth to Dublin all the time. There was a period where I was flying over every week to look after my nan, who was very sick at the time. I was flying over every weekend. That was a few years ago, actually. I remember rendering the podcasts while there. The old podcasts. The original 2015 ones. But then, flying back and forth every week. My nan had Alzheimer's, and I was flying there every weekend to look after her. But because I go over a lot, I kind of missed out on a lot of Irish history, and I got a lot of it through like vague osmosis and stuff, but I had to read up a lot of it myself, and I had to go to museums and try and like really learn about it because I kind of skimmed over it. Like, I was Irish and I had a lot of Irish culture and heritage, but I didn't. I kind of, because I went to English schools, I kind of missed out on the history. In English schools, Ireland is only in the context of Protestant versus Catholic events and more about how the French supported the anti-James factor. See, I never even learned about that. But then with the potato famine, I remember in my class, I remember everyone mocking me, being like, "Oh, the Irish potato famine," and I'm like, and when I think back to me being a kid, I didn't mind that much. I just found it annoying. But when I think of me as an adult thinking back to that, I'm like, oh my god, that was really bad. That's the full context they got taught about it. And then my classmates were mocking me in an Irish accent going, "Oh, the Irish potato famine of 90, you know." I remember my history teacher just kind of laughing along with it, and I'm like in the context I have now as an adult going, "Oh my god, that was really bad." That's a really good example of how British education sucks and how British fucking, indifference towards Irish suffering is just as commonplace. And I'm like, oh, that's gross. I'm like, it's really, really gross. Hits me and saying, I'm mostly done. I've put all the stamps. I put 3 months worth of stamps, right? I've affixed about 1,000 stamps today. And I packaged all of the prints in their envelopes, and now I'm putting the address labels on said envelopes. I'm most of the way through the international ones now, and then after this I'm going to do the UK ones, and then I'm done for today. I mean, on Wednesday or Thursday, I will have to put the stickers, the NetCube stickers, on about 100 of these American prints, and then the rest of the envelopes there, but that shouldn't take too long. I'll say. I like doing this all at once, and I want to start shipping these tomorrow. I want to get them all done today. I'd rather just get them all done in one go and get them out of the way. So I'm happy to work a long time to get them done. And again, the idea being that most of the work I'm doing today is future-proofing for future. Obviously, it's called future-proofing. But it just means next month I'll have a lot less work to do. So the dead, similar thing happened to me in high school. People mocking Poland for always being a loser in World Wars. Yeah. Yeah, Poland was just fucked on by a lot of people. Poland's had a horrible time. I found going there really unpleasant, just mainly because it was winter and I couldn't eat anything. The language is really difficult, but Polish history, it was really interesting to be there and just kind of get the feeling of because you can see how the Germans and the Russians and then the Nazis and the Soviets fucked that country. Like, absolutely just fucked it. And you can just see in every facet of Warsaw especially, just all the fucking pockmarks of that history. And it just bleeds everything. Like, Ireland, you can see a lot of the history around the place, but the dirty history of Ireland's a bit, I mean, not hidden, but it's not as obvious. But in Poland, you can just, it just oozes out of everything in Warsaw. Which I found, it was really interesting, but it was also very depressing. It was just depressing. But it was interesting. I mean, I always recommend people visit Dublin if you can. I think it's an interesting city to visit. Because you have a lot of interesting architecture there. So you obviously have a lot of British architecture. Like the sort of style you get in London. It was Colony. There's a lot of nice parks, and it was, you know, in a lot of ways it was very rich. It's got the largest park in a city in the world. It's got the largest city park in the world. It's huge. It's got a nice zoo. There's quite a few nice museums. Not very big museums. It's got quite a few nice museums. It's got a good world museum, and it's got a good natural history museum. It's not really got a science museum, but the emigration museum is really good, which has a famine memorial outside. And obviously, if you're into alcohol, there's the Guinness Brewery Tour, which is genuinely quite interesting. It's got obviously a really big impact on Irish history, modern Irish history especially. You know, like in the Guinness factory tour, they have the hop. You know, the hop that's on Guinness. They have the actual hop, which is what was this, and it's the same hop that was used in a lot of, you know, that's used in a lot of Irish flags and stuff, and Irish imagery in Dublin and shit. It's there. You're like, oh. Oh yeah, no, the Guinness factory tour, yeah, you will, it's the best Guinness you'll ever taste in your life. If you don't like Guinness, and you go to the Guinness factory and drink the Guinness they have there, you'll like Guinness. Because Guinness tastes a lot different when it's fresh. It is smooth, and it is sweet and malty. You know, it's delicious, and it's lovely. It's always bad out, I've never had good Guinness in England. And even in Ireland, it's not very good, but a lot of Irish pubs, you'll get good Guinness, but in the Guinness factory, it is just perfect. Wonderful. And if you get the Guinness factory tour, you get a pint of Guinness with the ticket. I used to go a lot when I was a kid, because my granddad worked at Guinness his whole life. So we just got free tickets. I've got loads of random Guinness merch around my flat because, like, it's very stereotypical that my granddad worked at Guinness his whole life, as did my uncle. Which I find interesting. I find that interesting. Just snap and get fucked up with the rest. Yeah, my when I grew up in the house I lived in Dublin was it was a house that was built for Guinness factory workers. You know how you have those houses that are often built by companies for like their workers. You know, you have Bourneville for the Cadbury's workers and stuff like that. There was houses that were like built like for the Guinness workers, but they weren't fancy like the Bourneville ones. They were really cheap terrace houses. And I grew up in one of them. Not nice, but I grew up in a Guinness house. You know, my granddad worked for Guinness his whole life. My uncle worked for Guinness his whole life. And a lot of my family played Irish, played hurling. All support Everton. There's all support Everton as a football team. It's interesting. Oh, there's a really right. I need to talk like so. In Liverpool, we have a shopping centre, which is like an outdoor shopping centre. It's called Liverpool One, right? It's called Liverpool One. So any address there is like, you know, the Apple Store in Liverpool 1. We call it Apple Store, Liverpool 1. There's an Everton shop in Liverpool 1. And the Everton shop in Liverpool 1 is called Everton 2. So the address of it is Everton 2, Liverpool 1, which is genuinely the funniest address. That is the best joke that I've ever seen in an address. That is excellent. Genuinely excellent. 10 out of 10, excellent. Wonderful. Genuinely wonderful. I love that with every fibre of my being. That's a really stupid gag. And then I just think it's really funny. Because you just go, you see it. Like, when you're walking past it, it's just called Everton 2, not the number 2, like the word 2. And I'm like, why is it called Everton 2? And I only realised after a while that the address is Everton 2, Liverpool 1, and that's the whole gag. And I'm like, oh. Yeah, that's good. That's a funny joke. Good old Everton. The new stadium's going to be beautiful as well. They're building a new stadium on the waterfront in Liverpool. And it's going to be beautiful. It looks like a beautiful... Seeing the renders, it's a beautiful looking stadium. Anfield and Goodson Park and Liverpool are like right next to each other. And Anfield is a shithole. Like the area is horrible. I have almost been fucking stabbed and mugged several times there. Horrible place. But it's nice to have an Everton stadium not in there. Not there. Not that I will ever go and see an Everton match, because I don't give a fuck about football. Which is very useful considering I live in the basic football capital of the world. Because it has two of the biggest teams in the world within a 5-minute walk of each other. And Liverpool is one of the best football teams in the world. And as an objective statement, not a subjective one, they keep winning lots of things. But I notice, because, oh my god, I will one day, I remember being up, and it was like 1 a.m., and I was sat up, and then there was just lots of beeping outside, and lots of shouting, and I'm like, what the fuck? And I thought there was something really serious going on, and I almost called the police. And then I realised it was like Liverpool had won the fucking Premier League or the FA Cup or I don't know. So they'd won something. And there's just a big fucking hullabaloo. And for the next 3 days, there were just constant honking and beeping and fucking fireworks. And I couldn't walk anywhere because everyone was just cheering all the time. There's this big fucking parade and I couldn't get around. I couldn't get past any fucking roads. Fucking, hey, football. But at least they're all having fun. Good for them. I'm annoyed, but good for them. Good for them. Not for the Irish, but So Liverpool and Dublin are very linked. That's not because Liverpool has easy access to get Irish passports. Liverpool the central Liverpool post office in Liverpool wasn't you can fast track getting you can get an Irish passport from the post office, and they will fast track your Irish passport application like it's acting as an embassy. Because there's so many Irish people here. That's how I got my Irish passport. Which I need to renew soon. Actually, as it currently stands, right, I used to have 3 forms of photo ID that were valid because I had an Irish passport, English passport, and driving license. But my driving license and English passport have expired. So my only valid form of photo ID now is my Irish passport. Which I have in a card form, because most European passports you can get in a card form, like the size of a credit card. And you can use it to travel, not everywhere, but you can use it to travel, like if I wanted to fly to Ireland, for example, I could use that as a passport. I wouldn't need to bring my actual physical passport book. Which is handy. Very handy. I will say so. I will say so myself. It's very handy having a little card. When I was going back and forth to Dublin a lot, it got to a point where I didn't need to bring a passport or a ticket. My ticket was on my phone, and my passport was a card in my wallet that was always on me, which was very, very fucking convenient. Super fucking convenient. Oh my fucking god. It was only an extra, it was an extra 30 euros, I think. Yeah. Something like that. It wasn't that expensive to get a card on top of the paper passport. I need a new British passport. And I was going to renew it, but I decided not to because I wanted to wait because I wanted to get a blue one. Because I wanted to get a blue one because it made it more, because it meant I could distinguish it from my Irish red one more easily. So I was like, I don't want 2 identical red passports. Give me a blue passport, red passport, because then I can tell which one's valuable and which one's not. The red one's the valuable one, obviously. So I'm still an EU citizen. Passports they're not that big, but they are annoying. They're not something you can keep in your wallet or anything. They're fairly hefty. It's a little book with lots of pages and a big hard plastic bit. They fit in a back pocket. They fit in a back pocket, but I've got it comes with a sort of passport card, which is the same size as a credit card, which means you can keep it in wallet on all times, and I just use it as photo ID. I don't use a driver's license. I use my Irish passport photo card as my general ID. day to day, which is nice. You've got Brexit play the password in your master card. Could you imagine? They always said when Brexit was happening, my biggest thing, as I kept saying, I kept coming at me like, hello, Brexit will not affect me personally. I will be an EU citizen no matter what, and I'm on a decent income. I'll be fine either way. If anything, I'll be better off, potentially, with Brexit, because I run a business, a UK business. And I would keep saying that, and then be like, Brexit's a really bad idea, and I say that as someone who is is personally probably unaffected by it, and if anything, might even gain from it. It's a bad idea. Vote against it. That's my entire point. Liverpool, like, you walk around Liverpool and everything's got an EU fucking flag in it because almost everything in the fucking city was paid for, if not fully, at least in part, by the EU. Right, I've done all the international ones. Right, ho-ho-ho. Ho-ho-ho-ho. 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 Ho-ho-ho. Motherfucker. Shut up. Shut your fucking mouths, whore. Whores. Filthy whores. Yeah. My fingers are sticky from all the glue. I just realised. I put my finger and thumb together and they stuck slightly. All the glue on these labels. Right. Hamilton, I just watched that video. I didn't know there were communist sort of uprising in the middle of chaos. Lots happening in chaos. Look back, you made France. The Brexit passports sure are made in France. Which, it's just perfect. Because the reason they were made in France is just because of how all of our supply chains work and how our contracts work, because we're so intermixed with Europe, because we're part of Europe, because we're next to them! And our economies are linked! Right, let's do the UK ones now. These bigger envelopes. They're heavier. Slightly more annoying. It's fine. Right. There's a weird thing. The labels I've got stacked, but because one is from the end of my roll on my label maker and one is from the start, so some half of them are like super curved, like they're an aggressively curved label, and then the other half are flat. So I can't stack them properly because one half are like really curvy and the other aren't. Because one was from the end of the roll and the other was not. One was significantly more smooth. Do the curvy ones first. Curvy dick boy first. Curves up. Just like a vagina likes. Curvy stickers. The best choice for your vagina. What a time to be alive, eh? I've got, on the UK ones, I've put the Nergy sticker on the top left, and on the international ones, I put it on the bottom left. Fits better down there. Could be an advert, I know, right? Curvy labels. Curved for her pleasure. We are after the watch it, aren't we? That wouldn't lie. It's not like it would matter much to me, is it? Fucking 10 AM, 10 PM, don't give a fuck. I'm gonna talk about vag. Spicy, slimy vag. Alright. It's a really annoying thing, right? So when I get my spreadsheets, I and a lot of Apple made applications, there's the ability to select a thing and capitalize or capitalize for lowercase. So you could just I can select all the names, for example, and capitalize start in case, so it will just make sure the start of everyone's names is uppercase and stuff like that. And then if I save it as a normal CSV file instead of a numbers file, for some reason it undoes that formatting every time. And I don't know what the point of the formatting is if it undoes itself. So all these labels, just everything's in lowercase because that's how the person's put in their address. I'm like, why the fuck doesn't Patreon verify? Whatever. Mighty grounded. Where? It's packaging channel. Yeah, oh, fucking good old British muff. Very fucking tasty British muff. Whoa. You know, bit of hairy red, white, and blue muff, you know what I'm saying? Way. Disgusting. Gross. Once I hate it. Me too. Me too. So the UK ones are in alphabetical order. They're in alphabetical order because that's how I printed them, because I had to print them with 2 different spools, which meant I had to stop and start them. So I made sure they were in alphabetical order so I knew where to start. I've been streaming 10 hours, near enough. I've been doing this for about 10 hours. Which, to be fair, my soul is being sucked out of my body. But I do admit, this has been a lot easier streaming this for 10 hours than just doing this for 10 hours. Genuinely. Streaming makes this so much easier, which I know is a really silly thing. Oh my god, it makes it so much easier. My throat hurts more afterwards, I will say. But, it's worth it to keep my brain sane. Insane in the membrane. Listen to me, did you hear about the Tory MPs getting upset about making it illegal to photo breastfeeding women without consent? Oh yeah, they are. It'll ruin family photos. What if you take a picture of your wife at the beach for your own sexual gratification and there just happens to be a woman breastfeeding in the background? That's not very fair. What the fuck are you talking about, dude? Shut the fuck up. Oh my god, shut the fuck up. Oh my god, shut the fuck up. That's genuinely what they said. There's an attempt for a law to be passed to make it illegal to photograph breastfeeding women without their consent, and one of the Tory MPs was genuinely, their argument was, but what if I photographed my wife for my own, at the beach for my own sexual gratification, and it just, you know, a person happens to be breastfeeding in the background and I don't notice? Genuinely, that was their argument. Genuinely. Insane. Insane. Again, very straw man argument. Very, very straw man argument. Holy shit. Oh my god. Shut the fuck up, dude. Oh my god. Shut the fuck up. Fucking Tory MPs and Labour MPs. God, honestly, right? The older I get, the more I hate Labour as well. Because just, Labour are fucking useless. Absolutely useless. They just don't get anything fucking done, and they're basically just like, oh, we're the Tories, but slightly light. And I'm like, And anytime they have to make a stand on anything, they just don't. Or they do it too late, or they just do it in the wrong fucking way. And I'm like, Jesus Christ, you have one job. You're the opposition, you're literally... I like the Green Party. It's a shame that Tasman Omand didn't win the leadership election. Because, Green Party, I mean, great on trans issues, but that was their leadership election was kind of based around that point, and their new leaders, while not as progressive as Tasman Omand and Angela Womack, are seemingly decent at it. I mean, it helped that when they were running, because I looked at all 5 of the people running, because I voted in it because I'm a Green Party member. I looked at the 5 people running, and obviously Tasman Omand and Angela Womack were very, very progressive in that regard. Angela Womack. Sorry, Tasman Omand is... Oh, is she non-binary? Wait, are they non-binary, or are they... I can't remember, I'm going to be honest. I know they're having gender reassignment or gender reconfirmation surgery. Gender confirmation surgery. I can't remember the exact terminology. I get confused. I'll be honest. Terminology changes a lot slightly. I tend to avoid using it. I tend to try and be more general because I want to be as accurate as possible. But point stands, they were really progressive. And Angela Womack is a very progressive person and has been historically very good in the Green Party. But the 2 people who won, they have their pronouns in the bios, which was a nice, I mean, small thing, but it's reassuring in the sense that they, Matt and Bounce, please mention the Lib Dems. Okay, I'll mention the Lib Dems. The Lib Dems. There you go, I've done as much as the Lib Dems have done in fucking Parliament in the past 10 years. We said our name. We're here. Okay. Sure, Lib Dems, you're there. Just like Dems in America who are Republicans. But no, Dems in America are, you've got to understand, and I always have to re-establish this. Our right-wing here in the UK, like the Conservatives in the UK, are more left-wing than the American Democratic Party. Like, our right-wing leadership party that we currently have is more left-wing than the Americans' left-wing party. As illustrated by the fact that Boris Johnson was trying to persuade Joe Biden to be more proactive on climate change. Which is such a ridiculous sentence, I can bear to utter it. I can barely bear to utter it. Ludicrous. Lib Dems work for Facebook. I mean, what's his face works for Facebook, isn't it? Cleggy boy! Cleggy boy! Cleggy Weggy works for Facebook. Sorry, Meta. Works for Meta now. Hey, Tony Streams. I'm still streaming because I'm still working. So I said I said at the start of the stream it'd be a long day. I've got a lot of things to do. I've got a lot of prints thing, and I've got a lot of labels to put on the prints, and I'm gonna get stuff tomorrow. So I'll post these tomorrow. Go into McDonald's at 9 AM, go back into McDonald's at 4 PM. How are you still working? You've been here all day. Yes, sir. It's my job. You've been in this bank at the teller seat all day. Yes, sir. Bank teller. I like the Green Party. I worry about the Green Party. I don't like their stance on nuclear power. I think me and Dan don't like their stance on nuclear power. So I think nuclear power is genuinely a good thing, and I think it can be very good with modern safety regulations. And modern nuclear power plants are very safe. Obviously, nuclear waste isn't a great thing, but it's significantly more manageable than carbon output plants. Way more manageable. And especially in the short term, until we can go fully renewable, nuclear plants are a great stopgap solution. You know, I'd rather have nuclear plants than coal or oil, gas plants. And a lot of parties have this all or nothing, like, oh, we have to go full and renewable or not. I'm like, no. Nuclear power, even though it's not perfect, it's significantly better. We can deal with nuclear waste in a more practical way than we can deal with fucking carbon or greenhouse gas emissions, you know. Problem with nuclear power, the future versions of this, modern nuclear plants are really safe. Modern design nuclear plants are really safe. Significantly. Like, there are modern nuclear power plant systems that, like, that just can't melt down because there's no situation where they have to be actively. I can't remember the exact terminology, but there's modern nuclear plants where basically the uranium rods have to be actively held in place to be on, as it were. And the second there's any problem, that shuts it off and they just fall straight. Like they're passively cooled and they're passively regulated. So if you do absolutely nothing to those nuclear reactors, they won't melt down. They'll just stop and they'll just calm down and not do anything. You don't have to actively like that's the thing. They kind of foolproof, fail safe. No, but it's not. We're not in fucking. We're not in oldie Soviet Union. We're in modern day with modern safety regulations and a lot of modern regulatory technology, a lot of modern computing technology. You know, I'm not saying nuclear plants are perfect. I'm just saying that, like, they're significantly better than fucking coal, oil, and gas. And, you know, I'd rather have them, even if just for a while, than coal, oil, and gas. You know, I don't like that a lot of countries are shutting down nuclear plants and replacing them with oil and gas plants. Like, that's what's happening. A lot of countries are shutting down nuclear plants to then replace them with coal. I'm like, what the fuck? What's that about? What the fuck's that about? Hate that. Kind of really should build with all the earthquakes. Yeah, there's a lot of places they shouldn't really be built. But also, again, very modern nuclear reactors. The problem is a lot of these nuclear reactors have had problems. But reactors that were built 50 years ago. 40 years ago, you know, like Fukushima was a reasonably new reactor. It's not very old compared to modern designs of reactors. Modern reactors are really, really good and really efficient. In the UK, they're really expensive to build, which is part of the reason they haven't been. But and I don't necessarily like building new plants. I'm a bit like air because they're so expensive, whatever. But like, there's a lot of countries that are actively trying to shut down nuclear reactors and replace them with coal, and I'm like, no. You know, right? Building new reactors, there's a lot of practical limitations to that, but shutting down currently active reactors, I'm like, come on. Unless there's a really specific safety problem with that specific reactor or something, that no, like no. Don't like that. Pendleton, I watched a Tom Scott video where Austria made a complete nuclear power plant, was ready to turn it on, but then they closed it because people were too scared. Yeah. And I get why people are scared of nuclear power. I appreciate that. But nuclear power's got the same problem that the air industry has, in that, like more people have been killed, significantly more people, by gas power plants, for example, than nuclear power plants. Or coal power plants. But it's just, those deaths are often slower, and when they happen, they're often smaller scale, whereas the few nuclear accidents have been such a massive thing. It's the same with aircraft accidents. The aircraft accidents are very rare, but when they do happen, they're this big thing. And it's the same with nuclear accidents, and it's just, they're so rare, and with modern reactors, they're basically impossible. You know? And it's like, well, I'm scared of them. And I know why people are scared of them, but I think it's I think it's a slightly blown out of proportion. I presume we're including the slower cancer-related deaths. Well, yeah, but again, even like nuclear reactors are, compared to most other forms of energy, incredibly safe. Incredibly safe. And yeah, even though there might be a big accident, a famous big accident or two, or three, still significantly less suffering from them than there are from coal, gas, oil, biomass plants. And this is my thing. I'm not saying they're like great. I'm just saying they're better than every fucking carbon emitting plant we have. They're just better in every they're safer. They're cleaner. They cause less deaths. I don't know. I get why people are kind of scared of them, but like, it's the aircraft thing. You know, like there's a big aircraft crash. It's like fucking millions of aircraft fly a day with no problems. Only like a few major aircrafts a year, if that. It's just because they're so high profile that it's so high profile that people get really scared of them. Which is natural, but again, I just hate seeing like reactors like that one that Tom Scott went to that was built, and they were about to turn it on, and then they just didn't. I'm like, you spent all that money building it already, like it's good to go, and you're just not going to use it. I think that's if anything terrible. I think that's actively terrible. You know, not wanting to build more. I think there's a different discussion there. Cause that's not just that's about the finance. Like it takes a long time to build them. You know, decades to build them, and they're very, very expensive. So I can see there's obviously a discussion there, but closing down current ones or building new ones and then not opening them, I'm like, what the fuck is that about? It's often environmentalists who are doing it, and it's like, but you're stopping that nuclear plant from opening, and it's just all that power is being generated by then like 10 different coal plants instead. That's not better. That's worse. Significantly worse. You know. You need to fucking get most of the world climate fucking to net zero by fucking 2030. That's like the fucking... We should have gotten to net zero already, but 2030 is the fucking big end date. China's committed to being net zero by 2070. Which obviously, of course, they fucking have. Fucking Jesus Christ. Fucking CCP. 2070. Fuck off. And the US have been like, oh, we'll do maybe 2050, and I'm like, oh, fuck's sake. Alright, sure. China's one of those countries that'll really suffer from it as well. You know, the UK, for all its faults, and for all the Conservative government's faults, they are being a lot better than most of the rest of the world governments are in terms of working towards net zero. They're not doing a great job, but honestly, they're doing they're doing a much better job than most other economically developed countries. Most, not all. A lot of other ones are doing better, but like, they're not doing that badly. Not doing that badly. I'll give them that. I'll give them that. Credit where credit's due. Credit where credit's due. You know, still hypocrites a lot of the time, but credit where credit's due. I'm like, you know, the UK is banning all the sale of any new petrol or diesel cars in 2030. Like, you're only going to be able to buy new petrol and diesel cars here for the next, like, what, 9 years? 8 years? And then you won't be able to just buy them ever again. Which is... That's such a massive change. Like, I'm quite excited to see that happen. Like, that's a big thing. It's interesting to see on paper, but, like, that, in a practical sense, is just such a massive thing. Problem is, electric cars aren't necessarily better. Their production is, if anything, more intensive and more carbon emitting than the production of petrol and diesel cars. And also the batteries are problematic and just for both disposal and long-term use. I don't know about... So I was always of the opinion that hydrogen cars are the way to go. I always thought hydrogen cars were the way to go because hydrogen's a good way to store green energy. You can have hydrogen plants which are using the power from wind and solar and storing it, which is a good efficient use of excess energy in those cases. And it's a good psychological thing as well, because you don't really have to change much infrastructure for hydrogen. In the sense of, like... Because for electric cars, in the US maybe not, but in the UK, for example, like... A lot of people in the UK don't even have a driveway. Like, most people park on the street. Like, you can't... There's not... The infrastructure's not there for really people to charge at home or anything. In the UK, for the vast majority of people, they can't really charge their electric cars at home. Whereas hydrogen, you go to a station and you fill them up. And yeah, hydrogen's hard to store, but there's a lot of advances been made in that. Hydrogen fuel cell cars are really efficient and really safe. They've gotten really good. They're really safe and they're really efficient. So the infrastructure has to be put in for obviously the actual fuel stations, but it's actually they're really safe. But yeah, and that's the worry about electric cars, is that while a lot of new homes and stuff that have driveways, you could add electric car chargers in. The fact is, most people in the UK live in fucking terrace houses. Live in terrace houses which don't have driveways, where you're parking on the street. Not even in an assigned parking space, you're just parking wherever you can get space. Which might not even be next to your house. Like, you know. Outlets along the street, I mean, a lot of fucking outlets. Unless they make them free to use, which I don't see them doing. I suppose, mate, like, the amount of infrastructure you have to put in to do that. Like, because, yeah, hydrogen's a difficult thing from an infrastructure perspective, but it sounds like the amount of infrastructure you'd have to do to do that electric car thing is just so much higher. Yeah. There's not... That's safe and efficient. There's not much, like, both solutions aren't perfect. Both hydrogen and electric cars aren't perfect. I don't, like, a lot of people talk about electric cars like they're this fucking perfect alternative. They're not at all. They have streetlights. You say that, a lot of streets with terrace houses don't have streetlights. At least not in the way you're thinking of. And they have very few, and there's a lot more cars than streetlights. Like, they're not really made for that. At all. They might have, like, 1 or 2 streetlights for every, like, don't know, 10 houses. It's not. They're not that densely packed in those in those kind of streets. It's actually quite dim lighting because people are living there, not walking there. Like, I say there's no perfect solution. I mean, you say cars and the trams thing. There's that. Tom Scott did a video on it. With about that there's some motorways in Germany they've put like tram style overhead lines on for trucks to tap into on these like big trunk lines, and the idea is that you can like power trucks on these big trunk lines, these big like major trunk lines, and save like emissions significantly by just doing that in the major, even if they after they come off the truck lines they're still using like diesel or whatever, that still saves a lot of like stuff like that is genuinely like a really good solution to help reduce. That's what we're trying to do, reduce. Because we can't completely go zero emission, but we can go net zero. We can go net zero, and you know, I always get like, you know, people always you know, harp on about the aviation industry and stuff like that, but like the aviation industry, even with all the flights in the world that we're doing, it accounts for such a an incredibly tiny proportion of global carbon emissions. You know, people criticize like world leaders for flying to like climate summits, and it's like, well, it's like they're very busy people, and they have very tight security arrangements, and planes are the easiest and best way to do that. They have very good security arrangements, they're very quick, and frankly, the carbon emissions from them, while on a individual level are quite high, on a global level are so tiny. Like the fucking carbon emissions mainly come from manufacturing. That's where most of them come from, is manufacturing and agriculture. Most carbon emissions of manufacturing and agriculture. Bipartisan talks best. Manufacturing and agriculture. And like, you know, one of the big things that Oatly, someone from Oatly, the brand of oat milk and ice cream or whatever, they sent someone to COP32 because they were complaining that COP32 didn't really have any focus on agriculture. I didn't really have any representatives from agriculture. It wasn't really talking about agriculture at all. COP32, 23, whatever, 23, 32, can't remember. It wasn't talking about agriculture, and it's like agriculture is literally one of the biggest emitters of carbon in the world, significantly. Like, like ridiculous. Pendleton, the wiring network's there for streetlights, but the amount of power that charging like 5 electric cars would need, like the lines going to streetlights could not support nearly that amount of power. Like they would need you'd just have to put in so many new lines to the point that it wouldn't matter. Like airplanes are doing quite a lot of good work to try and reduce their carbon emissions, and frankly, I agree with certain things like France banned domestic flights under a certain length. You know, any flights that you can take a train the same route in like less than 3 hours or whatever, they banned, and I think that's a good option. But it's the fact is, like, flying is not something that's going to go away. It's something that's a necessity, and it's something that we have to deal with. And honestly, we could keep flying at its current level and still be carbon neutral if we just actually deal with everything else properly, especially agriculture and manufacturing. And that's what I worry about electric cars, because I say manufacturing-wise, they're incredibly carbon intensive. Jesus Christ, they're more carbon intensive to manufacture than normal petrol cars, especially the battery. Jesus. Like there's a lot of complicated things involved in cutting carbon, and also, you know, actually going carbon positive, you know, in like an actual, not only reducing the amount of carbon putting out, but obviously you want to offset some things. We're going to have to put carbon out for some things. Like, again, I say planes. There's no real long-term solution to making them not to run on renewables. There's no real long-term solution for that. They have to kind of run on combustibles going forward. There's no real alternative to that, at least in the near future. So it's finding ways to offset that. Yeah, that's probably that. Agriculture's 18%. Energy use in industry, 24%. Road transport, 12%. Aviation is 1.9%. Yeah, 1.9% is all aviation. Like, it's just, it's like... And so many fucking, like, people are just like... I saw these fucking articles being like, oh, well, fucking... took a flight to COP23. So they've got the train. I'm like, that is such an absolutely pointless fucking thing. Literally, they're like, it's such a fucking worthless waste of time to point that out. Of course they fucking flew. They're a world leader. What are they going to do? Get on the train with everyone else? Can't do that. Security concerns. They have a busy fucking schedule. Train will take... They have to fly it. Like, so the fuck what? And they're just splitting hairs going, maybe, instead of fucking splitting hairs about fucking world leaders flying, we should maybe be talking about the long-term effects of agriculture. Yeah, shipping is a lot worse than planes. But again, shipping isn't something we can really reduce. Like, we can partially reduce, like, shipping can, we can make shipping a lot cleaner than it is now. But there's a lot of things that are just hard to reduce. But there's some things that are fairly easy. That we just don't do. Agriculture is one of them. Agriculture is one of the easiest things we could deal with. It's a societal shift, but it's something on a practical level we could deal with. But we don't. Shipping is 1.7%. Yeah, like literally, you could keep the shipping and flat aviation industries to the level they are now, completely, with all their carbon emissions. You could keep them to that level and reduce everything else, and we'd be fine. Like, I'm not saying we shouldn't reduce them, but I'm just saying that it's such a, it's again, it's, you know what it is? It's like the fucking plastic straw thing. It's the plastic straw thing. Like, plastic straws, not great, you know. Contribute to microplastics, they're very disposable, very usable, blah, blah, blah. But, like, there's this massive turning against fucking plastic straws, and it just became this big thing of, like, let's be eco-friendly, let's get rid of the plastic straws. I'm like, oh, it's just... it's nothing. It's a good thing to remove, but, like, plastic straws are it's nothing. It's just, everyone's focusing on these fucking plastic straws. I'm like, you already got a fucking... Like, and honestly, it's always some people who, like, it's this fucking climate activism sort of, like, theater. It's not actual climate activism. You know, it's always this sort of, like, oh, we're being climate active, we're getting rid of plastic straws. I'm like, oh my god, if you gave a fuck about climate activism, you wouldn't just be getting rid of plastic straws, you'd be changing this entire thing about your production. But no, you're just getting rid of plastic straws, that doesn't change anything. It makes people look like they're doing something. It makes governments and big companies look like they're doing something when they're not really doing anything. And it gives the scapegoat. I mean, you know that fucking your carbon footprint, the term carbon footprint and that whole thing, that was made up by a marketing company for BP. Because they wanted to shift responsibility for climate change from industry to the consumer. So they paid a marketing company to come up with the whole carbon footprint thing to make people more conscious of their carbon footprint, because they want to shift fucking responsibility to the end user. It's not their fucking fault. You know, people can make small changes in their life to try and better shit like that, but it's not going to change much. It comes from the top down. It's so fucking infuriating. Because it's just this level of, like, not actually giving a fuck. It's just you're not actually fucking trying. Like, it fucks me off. Yeah, if anything, it should be plastic. Like, the thing is, right, plastic. And it's the same with combustible fuels, right? There's a lot of situations where that's the only option, practically speaking. Plastics excel at so many things. They're unnecessary in so many other things, right? Plastics have been used in so many things they just don't need to be, that could be used any other way. And there's so many things, again, like these prints, we're using biofilm instead, like for the sort of plasticky thing. It's not made of plastic. You can get the same thing from plant-based, there's obviously plant-based plastics as well, for certain applications, but a lot of things don't need to use plastic. A lot of things could use cardboard or fucking bamboo or whatever. Like, a lot of things don't need to use plastic. And reducing where possible is a good thing. And reducing the amount of single-use plastic we're using is really important. But, like, there's a reason plastic's popular. It's because it's really effective in some instances. It's necessary in some instances. Hey, TI Mark, I've got a, I'm doing the UK ones now. I've done about half the stack, so I'm mostly done now. You know, like, and a lot of people like will buy plastic and be like, "Oh, I'm recycling." It's like recycling doesn't do much. Recycling, a lot of recycling, especially in the UK and the US, doesn't get recycled. Especially in the US, fucking hell. A lot of recycling doesn't even get recycled. It just gets burned, shipped overseas and burned. It's why the term is reduce, reuse, recycle. And recycle is the last one of those three. Reduce is the first, and then reuse is the second. And it's frustrating because I'm making a lot of personal choices to try and, you know, reduce my plastic use and stuff. But there's stuff I'm kind of doing not to necessarily because I think I'm going to make a personal impact. It's never the goal. It's more to, like, forward companies who are doing good things in the hope that it becomes a more societal thing. Oh yeah, the UK is annoying recycling. It's inconsistent. Like, Liverpool is decent. We have a single recycling bin and everything goes in it. Like, everything that can be recycled goes in that bin. Whereas some places are like, you have different bins for different recycling. Some places you can't recycle that thing, but you can recycle this thing. And yeah, we just need to be better with how we deal with anything. It's not just about reducing our plastic. Oh. That's interesting. Ashens and Dan's dad Steve are next to each other in this list because it's obviously Stuart and Stephen. So I've just put them on. Put Stuart and Stephen on. How nice. And this is, I just like, look, I've been a filthy climate activist, SJW vegetarian for fucking most of my life now. Like, I give a fuck, but I hate this whole, like, performative shit because it's not helpful. It's not helpful. It's just like looking like you're doing something, and it's not helpful. It's people who, like, want to look like they give a fuck or think they're giving a fuck but not really thinking about it. And it's mainly companies. That's the problem. It's mainly fucking companies. How about this even with COVID? Even with fucking COVID, a lot of people in business are all about fucking performativism, not actual helping. Like, the amount of places that are like, oh, we've got a plastic screen up in our reception, and it's like a closed room, and it's a single plastic screen, and the person's not wearing a mask, and there's a hole in the plastic screen to pass things through. I'm like, what the fuck is the plastic screen doing? It's a fucking airborne virus. The plastic screen ain't stopping shit. It's not like you're in a fucking special bubble. It's just a fucking small piece of plastic. Like, and, you know, oh, they're cleaning surfaces. You know, they're cleaning surfaces more. I'm like, that's not doing anything. It makes it looks like you're doing something, but you're not doing anything. You know what helps COVID? Masks, social distancing, and ventilation. Ventilation. Open all, you know, in a business, fucking open your windows. Keep everything ventilated. Keep the air fucking moving. Keep the area ventilated. Wear effective masks. Cloth masks aren't that effective. They're better than nothing, which is why they were important to our earlier in the pandemic. But now we have much better masks that are easier access. You know, business should be paying for fucking good ass masks. If people are wearing masks, make sure, you know, business should be making other fucking good masks. Give them fucking proper N95, fucking FFP2 masks. They're reasonably easy to get. Business can easily afford them. There's no shortage of them anymore. But no, we're going to wear a small piece of cloth on our face. I'm like, at this point, it's literally a waste of time. Like, they do that over here too. There's a truck spraying down roads every morning. Literally, stuff like that. Like, literally. And it makes people look like, they're doing something. It's like, oh, they're taking action. Good. And no. Like, shit like climate change and COVID and all this shit. It's a fucking very visceral thing that responds to very to specific actions. And looking like you're doing something isn't fucking helpful. You know, like the UK, for all their faults, I think at this point we're doing quite well with COVID. We have free, easy access to vaccines, right? At this point, everyone's had more than enough opportunity to get their 2 doses of vaccine, and now people have the opportunity to get a booster. All right? 90% of the population have had their vaccine, at least one vaccine dose. 80% have had 2. At this point, we're the first country in the world to authorize use of an antiviral COVID drug, which apparently reduces the risk of serious disease by 90%. And that's on top of the vaccines. Like, that's incredible. And then there's people talking about bringing back fucking, like, lockdown mandates. And I'm like, hang on a minute. That's not helping anything. You know, at this point, we've got, like, the best... Like, let's encourage people to be outside more. I'm like, that's literally... No. You know, feel free to... You know, if you want to fucking force mask mandates on people, maybe. But fucking... I don't like vaccine passports. That doesn't do anything. That doesn't help anything. They don't do anything. They don't do anything. It doesn't make a fucking difference. Like, vaccine passports aren't going to do shit. They're not going to lower fucking cases. Like, it's literally a waste of time. And all it does is stamp on people's personal liberties. I need to say, by the way, that this has been a conversation a lot lately in sort of liberal circles, that I strongly support vaccinations. I strongly disagree with mandatory vaccinations for the general population. I strongly support mandatory vaccinations for certain professions, like healthcare or policing. I don't agree with future lockdowns. At this point, I feel like we are making as much... Like, there's a point, right? Like, where we've done everything we reasonably can, and we have to kind of, at a certain point, live with it. Because early on, we could have completely eradicated it, but we didn't. That was all the government's faults. Every fucking world government handling it badly, especially China. But at this point, we can't fully eradicate it easily. And at this point, we've reduced its fucking... We've reduced its severity so significantly, especially over here with vaccines and now antiviral pills and better treatment. Even if you get it over here, it's much less likely you'll get really sick from it because we've got really good treatment, and that's before the antivirals. And, you know, it's... but on a lot of places just want to look like they're doing something against it rather than actually doing something against it. You know, the same places who will be like, oh, let's have a fucking plastic shield to stop COVID, will not encourage their workers to get vaccinated. You know what will stop COVID? Getting fucking vaccinated. Full stop. That is the solution here. That is the solution to COVID. The solution isn't masks. The solution isn't social distancing. The solution isn't ventilation or plastic shields or cleaning things more frequently. They are stopgap solutions. Vaccination is the solution. Get fucking vaccinated if you're not already. You know, you know what? I got fucking vaccinated. I almost died from getting vaccinated. And then I went back and got my second vaccination. And all these people being like, I'm not getting vaccinated because I'm worried about getting a fever. Fucking babies. Absolute fucking pussy-ass bitch babies. Grow the fuck up. Fucking babies. I was walking along the fucking Strand in Liverpool a few weeks ago. And all these people on the side of the road with these fucking signs being like, oh, vaccine myth, asymptomatic spread myth. I'm like, oh my god, fuck, chill, babies. Oh my god, babies. Oh my god, babies. Absolute babies. Oh, I'm scared of modern medicine. Shut the fuck up. Like, oh my god, grow the fuck up. Get fucking vaccinated. Jesus, stop being a fucking child. I got fucking vaccinated. I almost fucking died from it. And then I went back and got my second vaccination. And the woman at the fucking vaccination center, I'm surprised you're here. And I went, why the fuck wouldn't I be here? I want to get vaccinated. It's important. I had a bad experience with the first one. It doesn't fucking... I get people being scared of stuff. I get people being scared of stuff they don't understand. RNA vaccines are new, and I appreciate not everyone understands how they work. Whatever. But Jesus Christ, don't act like a fucking child. See, I was double vaccinated and got COVID, would treat me like shit. I hate to think what it would have been like if I was unvaccinated. Yeah, this is the thing. Like, even with vaccinations, COVID can still be deadly, like the flu. Like, that's the goal of vaccination, right? Is to get COVID to a point where it is like the flu. You know, every year the flu kills tens of thousands of people, which is terrible. But we kind of accept it societally. And that's the goal of where we want to get COVID to. That or better. That's not acceptable, really. However, there's a certain level of acceptable, well, maybe not acceptable risk, but there's a certain level of sort of risk we accept in our lives every day, right? You know, walking down the street is it's surprisingly risky because you're more likely to get hit. You're more likely to get killed walking down the street than you are in an airplane, for example. But we accept that as an acceptable risk because we're just living our lives. And that's what we want to get COVID to. We want to be making an acceptable, like a manageable, acceptable risk. And literally, the government just putting on Ori early on caused a big problem. The handling of it now isn't too bad, honestly. But fucking early on, Jesus Christ, throwing Ori and their constant U-turns. I mean, like, oh, we're not going to recommend this, or now we're going to recommend this. Oh my god, literally a waste of time. Because they can just umming and ahhing, be like, oh, we're not sure what we want to do. Because Boris Johnson cannot make decisions to save us. This is the thing about Boris Johnson, and this is an actual fact. This isn't speculation. He is terrible at making decisions. He will just... He will go into a meeting, listen to lots of people, go, oh, let's do that, and he'll go home, and he'll speak to fucking Carrie Simmons, and come back the next day and go, actually, I think we should do something different. And we'll just change his mind, and then someone will be like, actually, we should do this, and he'll be like, actually, that's better. He will just change his mind to whatever anyone says, to why the government is doing constant fucking U-turns, because he is the most indecisive man ever fucking seen. Ridiculous. Yeah. I've got 128 UK ones left to do, and then I'm done. Yeah, TM, yeah, we could all live in isolation and be safe, but we want our lives, so we accept the risk. That's the thing. We, in our lives, we take risks we consider acceptable. When COVID first hit, that was an unacceptable risk. It was a brand new disease which was killing a lot more people. Like, it wasn't like when people were like a lot of people were going out being, oh, it's not a deadly disease, it's not killing everyone. Like, if 5 million people are getting it and it's killing 1% of them, that's insane. That's still insane. That's still an insanely deadly disease on a population scale. Because people kept thinking about it on an individual scale, not on a population scale. Which is how viruses like this work. They work on a population scale, not an individual scale. So it's a deadly disease. And over time, what we've been working to with vaccines and antiviral pills and better treatment and everything is to reduce its impact, not to get rid of it. That boat sailed long fucking ago. Shouldn't have, but it has. And we've done quite a good job, I think, in a lot of places. I really hate vaccine passports. I genuinely hate vaccine passports. I know New York, I don't know if it's New York City or New York State, but I know, at least in New York, you need like to have a vaccine passport to get into loads of places. I don't like that. I think that's really bad. People should get vaccinated and be strong and you need to make it as easy as possible to get vaccinated. However, it is people's personal choice whether they get vaccinated or not, even if I disagree with them not getting vaccinated. You have... Oh. Uh-oh. There's a package here without a stamp, and it looks like the stamp has been ripped off. That's annoying. How has that happened? This is the problem with putting all the stamps on early on, because I can't just take put a new stamp on that envelope. I have to open it and put it in a different envelope. Naturally, well, it's also my right as a business owner to refuse to service to anyone without a vaccine passport, then surely. I disagree with that, honestly. I don't think it's appropriate for private businesses to require any sort of medical proof of someone from anyone to give them service, unless they're sick. Like, I don't think that's appropriate. I think that's an overreach. In the same way, I think it would be unacceptable to ask anyone's medical status of anything else. Why can't you put a different stamp on? Because I've used all of them, Tustin. I put every single second-class stamp on a package already. Naturally, if I'm vulnerable, if they're not vaccinated, I could die. I know, but this is the thing, right? Like, throughout all of history, we've taken a lot of acceptable risks. Like, we take, like, and there's a certain degree of stuff we have to consider as a society acceptable. And, like, at this point, you need to persuade people to get vaccinations. I think everyone should get fucking vaccinated. I have got vaccinated, much to my own pain. But I don't think anyone should, like, because I think the thing is, I think a lot of things are universal, right? Like, a lot of people who are pushing for mandatory vaccinations are the same people who also push for strong abortion rights for women, which I strongly agree with the whole my body, my choice, which I agree with strongly. But that attitude of bodily autonomy is universal, in my opinion. That is complete. That is a complete thing. If you do not want to get something injected into you, that is your right. And you should not be barred from anything because you don't want to get something injected into you. That is unacceptable. And Rashid, the vaccine passport seems more reasonable because it combines I've been tested with I am vaccinated. See, that's the thing. I also don't agree with that because I don't think it's anyone's. Like, I don't think it's. I think it's an overreach of personal data to require people to share that. I'm fully vaccinated. I don't have COVID. I don't feel comfortable having to be required to share that to gain entry to places. Like, my medical information is no one's fucking business. And this is the thing, though. At this point in time, we've gotten COVID to a point where it is less impactful than the flu. Like, this is the whole thing. Your life isn't worth less than someone's privacy, Natalie. This is the whole thing I'm saying, though, is that, like, at this point, we've got COVID, at least in the UK, we've got it to a point where it is less impactful than the flu. This is the whole thing. And most people, the vast majority of people are vaccinated. And we have easy access to very, very effective masks. And we have very easy access to lots of things. And at that point, either you have to accept any further risks on that point, or you can't ever change anything else. And at that point, we've accepted a lot of diseases as acceptable risk for a long time that are more impactful than COVID. And at this point, then we'll... Plus, Matt, the difference, though, is that abortion affects only the woman. This virus affects everyone else around the person who infected it. Well, I'd say a child impacts everyone else around the person. While I know what you're saying, I don't think it matters. Genuinely, I think vaccines should be highly encouraged, but I think it is your autonomy as a person that you have absolute and uncompromising control of what you want to do with your body. And at no point should your civil liberties be impacted because you choose to not have something injected into you. Right? Because there's a difference. Like smoking, that is you're stopping people from doing something around other people. And that's different because smoking is an active choice. You have to actively choose to smoke, and then you're saying do not smoke. That is a different thing. Whereas vaccines are different. See, vaccine passports, I agree with them for international travel and stuff, but for just day-to-day stuff, you should not be barred from doing basic things in your day-to-day life because you don't want to share your medical information with someone. I think that's an overreach. I genuinely think that's an overreach of I just think that's an overreach of data protection and civil liberties and stuff. You go ahead and get tested. No one's required to be vaccinated. I know, but I think it's an overstep. I don't think anyone should be required. Like, I don't think I should be required to present that information to a random thing that ain't just a day-to-day thing. You know, to go into a cinema, if I want to go see a film, I should not have to present my medical information to the cinema to gain access to see a film. I don't think that's acceptable. At all. I think that's an overreach, because I think keeping those civil liberties is very important. Pendleton, but I'm not likely to be sick, isn't private information. Why would you care? Because it is private information. Whether you have gotten injected or not is your choice whether you want to share that or not, and you shouldn't be barred from doing something because you don't want to share that information about yourself. Like, that's the thing. I don't think you, like, to live day to day, I don't think that should be absolutely not required. At least not now. Maybe a few months ago, sure, but not now. We're past the point where COVID is you know, we're at the point where COVID is at the level of flu. Definitely, but if you have COVID, you could generally kill me and others who can't be vaccinated. That's privacy. This is the thing, though. At this point, COVID is at the level of, like, on a societal level, is at the level of flu. With our really good treatment and with vaccines, it's at that level. And we've accepted that for years. And there's a point where we can't... There's a level in society where we can't do any more without trumping people's civil liberties. Well, this is the thing. And Hendel, this is the key point. I'm talking about the UK specifically. Not everywhere else. I'm talking about the UK. Very specifically. I still don't like vaccine passports for day-to-day stuff. You know, in a lot of places in the US, you need vaccine passports to get into like a restaurant or whatever. I don't really think that's appropriate. Because I think your right to privacy is incredibly strong, and I think your right to just live your day-to-day life is very important. And like, this is the thing, Justin. Like, we are in the middle of a pandemic, but this is what I mean about in the UK. Because at this, as I say, with our really high level of vaccines, 8% of people, or 82% of over 12s have been fully vaccinated. 90% have been one vaccinated. About 16% have been triple vaccinated. We have very good treatment options for COVID now. We have world's first antiviral drug. We have, even before that, good treatment options. Like, the impact of COVID has been significantly weakened. And while we are still in a pandemic, at this point in the UK, we've gotten it to a point where it is as manageable as the thing societally that I think we can get it to reasonably. And like, as I say, at this point, I think it's less impactful than the flu. I never liked the argument early on, it's just the flu. And it's not just the flu. It is a deadly disease. But at this point, with the really good vaccinations and with very good treatment, we have got it to that point. How many are vaccinated? 82% fully vaccinated in the UK. 90% are single vaccinated. 16% are triple vaccinated. And that's over 12s, not adults. And yeah, not everyone's going to be vaccinated. But this is the thing. And yeah, there's deaths and stuff. Like, I'm not saying it's acceptable. I'm just saying every year we accept risk. Every day we accept risk. People die in driving accidents all the time. And we do not ban people from driving. There is a limit. There's a point that a lot of things get to where it becomes an acceptable risk. Justin, disagree, because if it were manageable, it still wouldn't be called a pandemic. Pandemic's global. Pandemic's global. And it will be a pandemic globally until it's dealt with globally. And it's still something we have to be really conscious of. It's not like it's gone away. It's just in the UK, at least, we've got it to a very manageable level. But we ban them driving because they're doing stupid stuff on purpose. Well, yeah. But you have to get a license to drive. And not getting vaccinated, I don't think is stupid. I do. I think not getting vaccinated is stupid. But at the same time, some people I genuinely think have a very valid reason not to get vaccinated. Not many, but a few. And, like, again, personal freedom, liberties. I don't, you can't. Part of the problem I've had is that you can't pick and choose where that ends. That the personal liberties. I don't think you can pick and choose where that ends. It's absolute or not. And I think it's very much your choice if you get vaccinated. But this is the whole thing. You should get vaccinated, absolutely. Strongly. And you should be strongly encouraged to get vaccinated. And it should be as easy and simple and accessible as possible to get vaccinated. And there should be enough education and resources to educate people on that and persuade enough people to get vaccinated. But at the end of the day, it is your choice whether or not you do. Pendleton, like, what? It's been proven safe. There's no reason not to. There is reasons not to. Genuinely, there's a lot of people who can't take it for health reasons. There's a lot of people who can't take it for health reasons. Like, if I didn't get my second jab, because the first jab gave me a blood clot, that wouldn't have been unreasonable. But I got it anyway, because I thought it was important. And while, yeah, I think it's stupid for people not to get the jab, there are some instances. But again, even if someone stupidly decides not to get the jab, that's their right. You know, I think that's their right. In the same way, you know, someone stupidly decides to have a child, I think that's their right. Or someone makes the choice to get an abortion, that's their right. Because it is your body, and you are the end point to that decision. A lot of people are just like, you know, there's a lot of, like, as TMR makes a good point there, a lot of people are very justifiably skeptical, like African Americans who have been historically experimented on. Matthew, I understand personal freedoms and liberties being important, but these are the same arguments used by anti-vaxxers, people who are opposed to gay marriage, and so on. Well, no, this is the thing. It's not like, I disagree with that fucking sentiment, honestly. Yeah, a lot of fucking anti-vaxxers do use those arguments. They use those arguments to, like, justify. They try and use arguments to justify just not doing vaccines at all and stuff, which is obviously I strongly disagree with. But, like, if someone wants to be an anti-vaxxer and doesn't trust vaccines, while I think it's stupid, it's their right. It's honestly their right and decision whether they want to have something injected in their body. I think that is a fundamental human right that you cannot ever trod on. Your right to bodily autonomy. I think that is absolutely unmovable. Out of everything. Because when we're talking about vaccine passports, I think that's a different discussion, because that's about privacy. There's a lot more play in there, I think. My opinion on that is not as hardline as my opinion on mandatory vaccination, but I might, like, your bodily autonomy is absolute. Absolute. You should never ever be mandated or forced to get something injected into your body if you don't want it. Absolutely not. I think that is an absolute, like, I think the base level of human rights. Absolute. You know, there's some people who, like, disagree. Like, I agree with mandatory vaccinations for certain roles. I mean, there's a lot of people who are disagreeing with it, because, like, you're required to get vaccinations, for example, to work in a lot of NHS jobs, for public health sector jobs. You're required to get some vaccinations to work in the police. You're often required to get vaccinations to work as in air travel. And that's, I think, completely appropriate. Some people are being like, oh, it's a massive oversight to require me as an NHS staff member to get vaccinated for COVID. It's like, but you're required to be vaccinated for loads of other shit to even get the job in the first place. Like, a lot of these require it. To be a surgeon, you have to get vaccinated against a lot of stuff. Because you're putting a lot of very vulnerable people at risk in those jobs. And I think that's important. But if you're just a normal person going day to day, you know, it's absolutely an overstep to require you to get vaccinated just to exist. And vaccine passports are a thing, or like something I kind of struggle with, because vaccine passports, I think, is a bit of an incorrect terminology, because obviously, as many people have mentioned, those vaccine passports are often, you either have to have been vaccinated or proof that you are, like, you don't have it. It's one or the other, most often, which is a different discussion. Because if it was just vaccine passports, as you have to prove you have a vaccine or you're not allowed in, I don't think that's acceptable. Because that's basically stopping you as an individual existing because you don't want to have something injected into you, which it's something you should have injected into you. I kind of think it's stupid for you not to, but it's just that's an absolute fundamental human right that I don't think you can. I absolutely think you cannot break. Your choice to not have something injected into you, and then your desire to just keep living your life fairly normally. Oh yeah, no. If a nurse doesn't believe in vaccines after a pandemic, they shouldn't work enough again. Yeah, that's fair. Like, for jobs like that where you're working with vulnerable people, I absolutely think it's absolutely disgusting to not get vaccinated, and you should require that. And these jobs do require vaccines for a load of other stuff, not just thingy. You know, in the pandemic, like, the base minimum, I think at this point is, like, you know, a lot of jobs, as Hendleton mentions about some working near people. Like, I don't think if you're vaccinated to work near people, that's every job. Again, I don't think you shouldn't have to require to be vaccinated to just exist. I think that's just such an overstep. That's such a massive, absolute fundamental human right it's being broken there. Absolutely. To require it to live and exist. But at the bare minimum, during a pandemic right now, like a lot of jobs should be requiring mandatory mask use. And not just cloth masks, proper masks, FFP2 masks. Or N95 for the Americans. Like, a lot of these jobs should be requiring those and providing them for free. Shop workers should just be given these masks. Restaurant workers should be given these masks as part of the job and required to wear them. And I don't think that's not at all an overstep. At all. Some people are like, oh, it's like, but the job has a fucking dress code. Like, $100, but cooks, waiters, cashiers, etc. No, I don't. I think that's enough. Like you could get around that by wearing a mask. If you require mask wearing in those contexts during the pandemic, you shouldn't require a vaccine. Because again, that's basically requiring a vaccine to work most jobs, and I think that is not acceptable. But at the moment, requiring mandatory mask wearing of good, proper masks to work near people, yeah, fucking hell yeah. FFP2 masks are fucking really effective, and they're way easier to get, and they're way cheaper now. Businesses could buy a fuck ton of them and give them to all their employees to use all the time, and it'd be fine. Right, again, though, if you don't want the vaccine, you can just get tested. No one know you're not vaccinated. Your co-passport will be all the same. Yeah, that's the thing. That's it. My opinion on vaccine passports is not as strong. I kind of just don't like the idea of them. I just don't like the requirement of them. I say not generally. I don't like the requirement of them to just do day-to-day stuff, like going into a restaurant or like going into cinema or whatever. But then it becomes a different discussion whether, requiring you to pass a negative test to be eligible to like go into a nightclub or something, for example. That's a different, like, because at that point, because that's again what kind of vaccine passport is. It's just, I think that's a different thing. Requiring someone to be like, hey, you need to prove you're not of COVID to come in. I think that's kind of fair enough, actually. I think you have to have strict limits on that. TI Mark, it's no different to working a hat. You're required to wear PPE. But yeah, PPE is if you're wearing a good mask. Because again, cloth masks, they're better than nothing. And early in the pandemic, there was a big, obviously everyone, myself included, was trying to persuade people that they work, which they do, and they are good. It's just they were a stopgap solution because we had a shortage of masks. That's why everyone was saying make your own masks, because we had a shortage of proper PPE. But now we don't have that shortage anymore. Like, getting proper good FFP2 masks or N95 masks is easy. And they're a lot cheaper now. And I say businesses could fucking get them and have all their workers wear them. And I think that's completely appropriate. Absolutely appropriate. Look, I have a thing now. So in most cases, I don't wear a mask in most cases. I still do. I carry a mask around my back pocket. But most cases, I don't wear a mask. And that's for two reasons. A, I have lung problems now. And B, I kind of went through hell to get the vaccine. And if I still have to stress all the time, what was the point? This sort of thing. So I've been a bit more relaxed. I still wear masks in more crowded places. But I kind of don't for the most part. Especially because lung trouble. And also, people don't understand that they think masks work. They don't. That's the problem with a lot of the communication around COVID. It's been this very black and white attitude of that. Problem with etymology. The problem with talking about a pandemic at this scale is that, like, a lot of stuff is about working on a broad population scale, not a personal scale, right? When we're talking about cloth masks, like, cloth masks aren't that effective individually at stopping you, the individual, from getting COVID, right? They might only reduce your rate of getting COVID by 5%, which isn't very much. But the whole point of that is that on a population scale, it reduces it by 5%, which is a huge amount. 5% over an entire population is massive. And that's half the point of these things. Social distancing and all these things, they might have only been a few percentage points each, but over an entire population, that might be fucking tens of thousands of people. You know. That's the whole point. That's what's been frustrating about how a lot of COVID sort of say the prevention, not the word, but you know, COVID stuff has been miscommunicated. It's very messy communicated, especially by the government. Earlier it was like, oh, we don't want to mandate masks. But the reason they didn't want to mandate masks early on wasn't because they didn't think they work. It's because they were worried that they were, and I think it was a justified worry, that on a population scale, which is what they were talking about, they were worried that it would give a lot of people a false sense of security, right? And a lot of health experts were worried early on that 5% reduction the mask might cause might be offset by a lot of people thinking the masks made them basically bulletproof and then doing things they shouldn't be doing, and that it might offset any gains made from wearing the mask in the first place, which is a valid worry, actually. You don't want people putting the mask on and going, oh, I can't get COVID anymore, and then doing shit they shouldn't be doing, and then getting COVID anyway, because masks, you know, well, at least the cloth mask, while effective, they're not going to stop you getting fucking COVID. You know, if you're just doing everything normally. And that was a genuine worry early on. And they came out and they were like, and they kind of said that, but obviously they were saying that in a fucking broad medical sense. But a lot of people took that and this personal, like, oh, masks don't work. They weren't going to recommend masks because they don't do anything. It's like, no, it's more complicated than that. No. No, it's more complicated than that. Yeah, people still did shit without the mask. Well, yeah, that's why they ended up mandating for masks. They should have mandated earlier. UK ummed and ahed too long about it. I think that was a genuine worry they had. And I think it was genuine concern, and I think it was something they needed to look into, because you don't want... It was, you know, possible that mandating masks actually might make more people get COVID if it causes more people to just go out and do shit they shouldn't be doing. But, again, they ummed and ahed for far too long. Because they ummed and ahed not for days, they ummed and ahed for weeks. It doesn't help that WHO at first recommended against masks, there would be massive shortages. Yeah. Again, there's the problem with a lot of the talk about it from these broad government bodies, because a lot of these government bodies are talking about it on these broad sort of, you know, large-scale population thing, and a lot of people just take this as fucking like, oh, well, this means it doesn't work. It's like, no. No. And then you have these people arguing, oh, you know, and these fucking stupid arguments about whether fucking masks work or not. And I'm like, Jesus Christ. It's like splitting hairs. It's like, geez, it's a thin cloth. It's a thin bit of cloth over your mouth. It reduces spread of COVID over a population by a few percentage points, which I know isn't much, but is tens of thousands of people, and that is important. It's a small bit of cloth. Holy shit, grow up. Grow the fuck up. Oh my god, it's a small bit of cloth. I say at this point, all my masks are FFP2 masks, the big boy proper masks, which, you know, that are proper respirators. I say I either wear them in crowded places or I just don't wear a mask at all, because cloth masks only really work if everyone's wearing them. It's a problem I had early on in the pandemic, because I was wearing a mask before the mask mandate came in, but I remember going out wearing a cloth mask and no one else was wearing a mask. And the thing is, those cloth masks, they're only really helpful on a population scale if everyone's doing it. That's the thing, right? Like, me wearing a cloth mask on my own, and I'm in a shop with like 30 people who aren't, it's not doing anything. An FFP2 mask would, but a basic cloth mask wouldn't. Those cloth masks are good on a population scale. That's why everyone needs to wear them, or they're pointless, kind of. And that's why they needed to mandate them, because if you don't mandate them, then it's not going to help. You know, everyone needs to wear them, and this is the problem now. A lot of people aren't, which is why I'm either wearing an FFP2 or not at all, because, you know, cloth masks at this point pointless for me at least. Because I'm fully vaccinated, and I have lung trouble now. Konak, if you have the benefit of masks and wash your hands, it reminds people that they need to think. Yeah, that's a good point. It's a lot of the masks. It was making people in the mindset that there's a pandemic on. Like, oh, you see loads of people out with masks, it kind of might remind you, it keeps it in your head that there's a pandemic on. And It's a double-edged sword, because I know a lot of people don't want to remember there's a pandemic on. Not because they want to ignore the pandemic, because it's depressing and they kind of want to try and have some happiness in their lives, which I get. A lot of people sometimes just want to, for a brief time, you know, forget there's a pandemic on and just sort of enjoy themselves, which I honestly, I don't fault that. I don't fault the want to, you know, not deal with it for a day, because it's depressing and tough, you know. I don't agree with the necessary I don't agree with the necessary doing it, but I get the attitude. I get the desire, you know. Yeah, I love healthcare workers. I'll get back to it. It's ridiculous. And the discussion we had that, like, one of the problems they're having is a lot of NHS workers are kind of in the position where if they're required to get the vaccination, they will just stop, they'll quit, sort of thing. And there's a genuine worry that if that enough people might quit, that it might, because the NHS already has shortages, and then it might make it worse. But I think that's a risk they have to take, because I think mandating that healthcare workers who are dealing with very vulnerable sick people be vaccinated against a deadly disease, which is a thing they are already required to do for other diseases, is totally reasonable. Hey, Rebecca. Yeah, I'm still putting labels on shit. I put stamps on 3 months worth of envelopes, Rebecca. I affixed 1,000 stamps. So I've done about 3 months worth. This is why I wanted the 1,000 stickers, Rebecca, because I'm packaging. I'm basically setting up 3 months worth of envelopes in advance, so in future I'll just be able to stick the prints and put the address label on. They're good to go. I'm just putting the address labels on the UK ones now. I'm almost done. I'm actually very close to being done with these. Very close to being done. And then when I get the rest of the stickers, I'm gonna put the stickers on the 50 international ones of these that don't have stickers. And then I'm gonna put the stickers on the other fucking 900 or however many. Luke and Locke, is there not a prepaid envelope system that would make things faster? It would not make things faster. I guarantee you, Luke and Locke, that would not make things faster. If I had to print off custom labels for everyone, it would make things a lot slower. This is easier. I just print off labels and I put a stamp on. It's way quick. Honestly, it's way quicker. It's honest. The main thing is it's simple. It's simple, and the simplicity is really fucking important, because if I complicate this by needing a load of special software or special printing or need loads of labels or whatever, it's just it's really simple this way. It's just really simple. This would take me even with prepaid labels stuff, it'd still take me fucking ages. Like, it might save me an hour, but honestly, the simplicity is worth it. Hey, Daniel. My throat hurts. We've been talking about vaccine mandates and getting into a heated discussion. I'm getting quite annoyed at people who think that healthcare workers shouldn't be required to get vaccinated, because that's ridiculous. Honestly, it's gotten to that point. I've been streaming for like 11 hours now. It's gotten to the point where I'm just complaining. I just talked about Doctor Who for half 90 minutes. 90! Give me a TLDR, Daniel. Check that. In the Dropbox. Sorry, briefly, as an aside to just everyone. Google Drive updated on the Mac and requires you now to have a Google Drive or desktop app with a Google Backup and Sync app, which is annoying because then you can't pick and choose what folders you want it to, but whatever. But for some reason on the Mac, they've changed the icon in the sidebar for Google Drive, and for some fucking reason they've bypassed Apple's standard icon display system. And all my icons in my on my favorites bar on my Finder window are all blue. So it like has a little blue home icon, and then it says the word, Matt. For some reason, the Google Drive icon is black. What's that about? What? They've just bypassed Apple's fucking systems. Like, no, we're gonna make it black and make it look really ugly compared to all the other ones. I'm like, why? TLDR, the episode's competent, which is a major upgrade channel. That ran 90 minutes of competence. 90 minutes of talking about competence, was it? You love Liverpoolian banter. I knew they were filming in Liverpool because Daniel mentioned to me literally last year that they were filming in Liverpool. I don't really pay much note. Because I don't really, I stopped caring about Doctor Who after, fucking... I realised, Daniel, that I fell out of Doctor Who conveniently it seemed to sync up almost perfectly with Russell T Davis leaving. Bye, Rebecca. Opening your presents at midnight. Oh my god, you are a child. I'm gonna stay out till midnight. Love you, Rebecca. Centaureans invaded and took over Liverpool. Oh, that's novel. I've got a pile of your gifts in the corner, Rebecca, that you'll get next week. Yeah. It's a lot. It's a pile of small things. Bye, Daniel. We're shooting some boonies. Bye. Enjoy your boonies. Oh, thanks for the goodie bag, Rebecca. I'm excited for the goodie bag. I'm sure it's going to be full of excellent tat. I say that as a compliment, genuinely. Excellent tat. So let it be. Viewers job. I've been streaming for fucking 11 hours and halfway. This is the longest I've streamed, like, ever, outside of that fucking flight simulator. Fucking New Zealand thing. Ridiculous. Ugh. I'll be honest, I knew this was going to take ages, but... I knew this was going to take ages, but I didn't know it was going to take 11 hours, I'll be honest. Let's do it again at 40 hours. Dick Daniel. Legitimately, the only way we can top it is by circumnavigating the globe, isn't it? That's the annoying thing. The only way to top it is circumnavigating the globe. Like, we just keep getting bigger and bigger, and at this point, that's the only thing bigger. But here's the problem, right? Just to do that, you would A, have to install Flight Simulator, and I would B, have to make my Flight Simulator not crash. Which, honestly, would take probably longer. Like we did, you just do a stream of you downloading Flight Sim. Honestly, Stump Halfling, we said, like, literally, my idea for the stream is that it was news the other day, or my idea, which I really liked, was us doing VFR with small planes and fuel. VFR from London to New York in very small Cessnas with fuel. So it's VFR, and we would have to be landing and refueling, and we would have to, like, go up Scotland and try and, like, go through, like, Iceland and Greenland and stuff, and then down to New York and down through Canada. I thought that'd be... it felt like a lot more effort. It was a lot more active of a thing, whereas the one we did was a lot more just chatty, which I think worked for it. But the idea of doing something really active and, like, having to, like, rethink about it also sounds really fun. I feel like I want to do that for something at some point. Fuck, Jesus. There's been this little fucking fly just poodling about my fucking office for, like, a week. Like, you know those tiny fucking flies that look like a speck of dust? It's just been, like, fucking about. And I've been doing... every time I'm like, I think I've got it. And it's just there again, just in my fucking eye line, just being a fucking little bitch. Woo! Oh, crashing into John's house. Jesus Christ. I know where John lives now, I can Right. Oh my god, wait, everyone. I've got less than 10 left. Wait, Daniel, I have to stay. Daniel, you have to stay. You have to stay until I complete them. I've got 10 left. I've got 10 left. You've got to be with me to celebrate me finishing this 11-hour workday, Daniel. 11 hours. Daniel, I want... You know what? I want to shoot zombies as well, Daniel. But I've been working all day. And you know what I have to do tomorrow? I have to carry 40 kilograms of packages to the post office. Oh, it's not Daniel's job to supervise me. If anything, it's my job to actively be unsupervised. Look, fucking... There's lots of things I want to do. I haven't been working. Fuck off, Faye. You've been sleeping for this. I've been here. I need to point out how sticky my fingers are. Just from all the fucking labels and glue. There's no overtime. I get paid monthly. It doesn't matter how many hours I work. I pay myself the same amount. Because I do not do an hourly rate. I do a monthly rate. There's medicated sleep time. Oh, this is medicated sleepy time. Oh, God, I hate everything. I also have to watch Rebecca's choice of film tomorrow. I actually have a hard day. Look, I watched all of Rebecca's choices of films for like a week straight, and I had a really good time. And I guarantee, Daniel, you would not have a good time with them. I had a fucking great time. But honest to God, I just imagine Daniel just squirming and running away because it's excellent. I think, you know what, Daniel? You'd probably like You'd probably like the Vengeance trilogy. Well, like is a strong word. The Dead Kitten. Don't know. I mean, okay. I don't know if he'd like it, but it'd be I think he'd tolerate it the most out of all the ones you showed me, Rebecca. I think it'd be the most tolerable. Like that. I don't think. I'm not sure Dumplings would really fit in there, or the fucking Woody Harrelson film. I'm done. I didn't say I'm done. I'm putting them all into the box. I'm done. Wait. Ah, that's That's my done alarm. I started at fucking midday. Well, it'll battle bomb. You know how much? I need to point out something to you, chat. Right. While I was looking after Lilith, she fell asleep on me like 5 times, but like with her head on my leg, right? Like just like lying with her head, using my leg as a pillow, and I cannot express to you. I went to wash my jeans yesterday, and there's just this like patch of drool. There's like this like slightly darker stain, which is just Lilith drool from her falling asleep on me repeatedly. Fucking little baby. She's a good girl. She's a good girl. Yeah. Right. Those in there. Right, all these UK ones will be shipped off tomorrow. The rest of the world ones, most of them will be shipped off tomorrow or Tuesday, and then the rest should be shipped off Wednesday or Thursday. Once I get the rest of the stickers for them. I mean, I can ship them without the stickers, but since the stickers are coming, I'll just wait for them. Right, they're all done. Oh, thank God. Oh my God, that's heavy. Jesus fucking hell. I need to point out, by the way, that box that I just picked up there, I put all of them in a bag last month. And then I put both in a bag, so I put all, like, what, 128 into each bag, and I carried them. That's heavy. That's heavy. That's very heavy. I think it weighs about 20 kilos. About 20 kilos each. I was kind of about 20 kilos in each arm, which... This time, I'm gonna manage it better because, oh my God, I really hurt my neck last time. Oh my God, I'm in pain. I've got 15 spare. Fuck! You know what, I'll sort it later. There's one special one I was putting together, which I realized I put the label on for in that list already. Fuck it, I'll sort it later. A Dark Knight subscribed. Oh, Rebecca, I'm gonna eat, and I'm gonna sleep. Oh my God, my throat hurts. A lot. 11 hours. Fucking hell. I didn't think it was gonna take me that long. I thought it might take me like 8 at a push. Maybe 9. 11. Okay. I'm gonna go. See you on streaming. Oh, the chicken channel. That doesn't count. I'm sending you the chicken channel. I'm just gonna go. Fuck off! I'm a packing channel now. That's what I said. This is a packing channel now. Willies. I did it, but in a passive-aggressive way, Mr. Melvin. Let's go. I'm gonna go. I'm sleepy boy. But I'm tired. I'm gonna sit. I drink. That's what I'm gonna do. Anyway, I'll be doing one of these in like literally a few days once I get all the stickers, because I'm gonna have to put them onto like. I've got 1,000 stickers, and I'm going to probably apply all of them. Most of them. So, well, come back later in the week for the Matt puts 900 stickers onto cardboard. Fuck me. But then I don't have to do it for 3 months.